Section 1 of The Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. Chapter 3.25, Part 1. Some measures. The longitudes mentioned in the text refer always to the meridian of the Observatory of Paris. The real is about 6 1/2 English pence. The agrarian measure called caballeria is 18 cordels. Each cordel includes 24 varas, or 432 square varas, consequently, as 1 vara equals 0.835 meters, according to Rodriguez. A caballera is 186,624 square varas, or 130,118 square meters, or 32 2/10 English acres. 20 leagues to a degree. 5,000 varas equals 4,150 meters. 3,403 square toises equals 1.29 hectare. An acre equals 4,044 square meters. 500 acres equals 15 1/2 caballerias. Sugar houses are thought to be very considerable that yield 2,000 cases annually, or 32,000 arrobas, nearly 368,000 kilograms. An arroba of 25 Spanish pounds equals 11.429 kilograms. A quintal equals 45.97 kilograms. A tarilla of wood equals 160 cubic feet. Chapter 3.25, Part 1. Spanish Guiana, Angostura, palm-inhabiting tribes, missions of the Capuchins, the Laguna Parima, El Dorado, legendary tales of the early voyagers. I shall commence this chapter by a description of Spanish Guiana, Provincia de la Guyana, which is a part of the ancient Capitania General of Caracas. Since the end of the 16th century, 3 towns have successively borne the name of St. Thomas of Guyana. The first was situated opposite to the island of Fajardo, at the confluence of the Caroni and the Orinoco, and was destroyed by the Dutch under the command of Captain Adrian Jansen in 1579. Note: the first of the voyages undertaken at Raleigh's expense was 1595, the second that of Lawrence Keymis in 1596, the third described by Thomas Masham in 1597, and the fourth in 1617. The first and last only were performed by Raleigh in person. This celebrated man was beheaded on October the 29th, 1618. It is therefore the second town of Santo Tomas, now called Vieja Guiana, which existed at the time of Raleigh. End of note. The second, founded by Antonio de Berrio in 1591, near 12 leagues east of the mouth of the Caroni, made a courageous resistance to Sir Walter Raleigh, whom the Spanish writers of the Conquest know only by the name of the pirate Reale. The third town, now the capital of the province, is 50 leagues west of the confluence of the Caroni. It was begun in 1764, under the governor Don Joaquim Moreno de Mendoza, and is distinguished in the public documents from the second town, vulgarly called the fortress, El Castillo, Las Fortalezas, or Old Guyana, Vieja Guyana, by the name of Santo Tomé de la Nueva Guyana. This name being very long, that of Angostura, the Strait, has been commonly substituted for it. Note: Europe has learned the existence of the town of Angostura by the trade carried on by the Catalonians in the Caroni bark, which is the beneficial bark of the BONPLAND trifoliata. This bark, coming from Nueva Guyana, was called corteza, or cascarilla de Angostura, Cortex angosturae. Botanists so little guessed the origin of this geographical denomination that they began by writing Augustura and then Augusta. End of note. Angostura, the longitude and latitude of which I have already indicated from astronomical observations, stands at the foot of a hill of amphibolic schist. Hornblendschiefer, bare of vegetation. The streets are regular and for the most part parallel with the course of the river. Several of the houses are built on the bare rock, and here, as at Carichana and in many other parts of the missions, the action of black and strong strata, when strongly heated by the rays of the sun upon the atmosphere, is considered injurious to health. I think the small ponds of stagnant water, lagunas y anegadizos, which extend behind the town in the direction of southeast, are more to be feared. The houses of Angostura are lofty and convenient. They are for the most part built of stone, which proves that the inhabitants have but little dread of earthquakes. But unhappily this security is not founded on induction from any precise data. It is true that the shore of Nueva Andalusia sometimes undergoes very violent shocks, without the commotion being propagated across the llanos. The fatal catastrophe of Cumaná on the 4th of February 1797 was not felt at Angostura, but in the great earthquake of 1766, which destroyed the same city, the granitic soil on the two banks of the Orinoco was agitated as far as the raudales of Atures and Maypures. South of these raudales, shocks are sometimes felt which are confined to the basin of the upper Orinoco and the Rio Negro. They appear to depend on a volcanic focus distant from that of the Caribbee Islands. We were told by the missionaries of Javita and San Fernando de Atabapo that in 1798 violent earthquakes took place between the Guaviare and the Rio Negro, which were not propagated on the north towards Maypures. We cannot be sufficiently attentive to whatever relates to the simultaneity of the oscillations and to the independence of the movements in contiguous ground. Everything seems to prove that the propagation of the commotion is not superficial, but depends on very deep crevices that terminate in different centers of action. The scenery around the town of Angostura is little varied, but the view of the river, which forms a vast canal stretching from southwest to northeast, is singularly majestic. When the waters are high, the river inundates the quays, and it sometimes happens that, even in the town, imprudent persons become the prey of crocodiles. I shall transcribe from my journal a fact that took place during M. Bonpland's illness. A Guayqueri Indian from the island of La Margareta was anchoring his canoe in a cove where there were not 3 feet of water. A very fierce crocodile, which habitually haunted that spot, seized him by the leg and withdrew from the shore, remaining on the surface of the water. The cries of the Indian drew together a crowd of spectators. The unfortunate man was first seen seeking, with astonishing presence of mind, for a knife which he had in his pocket. Not being able to find it, he seized the head of the crocodile and thrust his fingers into its eyes. No man in the hot regions of America is ignorant that this carnivorous reptile, covered with a buckler of hard and dry scales, is extremely sensitive in the only parts of his body that are soft and unprotected, such as the eyes, the hollow underneath the shoulders, the nostrils, and beneath the lower jaw, where there are 2 glands of musk. The Guayqueri Indian was less fortunate than the Negro of Mungo Park and the girl of Uritucu, whom I mentioned in a former part of this work, for the crocodile did not open its jaws and lose hold of its prey. The animal, overcome by pain, plunged to the bottom of the river, and after having drowned the Indian, came up to the surface of the water, dragging the dead body to an island opposite the port. A great number of the inhabitants of Angostura witnessed this melancholy spectacle. The crocodile, owing to the structure of its larynx, of the hyoidal bone, and of the folds of its tongue, can seize, though not swallow, its prey under water. Thus, when a man disappears, the animal is usually perceived some hours after, devouring its prey on a neighbouring beach. The number of individuals who perish annually, the victims of their own imprudence, and of the ferocity of these reptiles, is much greater than is believed in Europe. It is particularly so in villages where the neighbouring grounds are often inundated. The same crocodiles remain long in the same places. They become from year to year more daring, especially, as the Indians assert, if they have once tasted of human flesh. These animals are so wary that they are killed with difficulty. A bull does not pierce their skin, and the shot is only mortal when it penetrates the throat or a part beneath the shoulder. The Indians, who know little of the use of firearms, attack the crocodile with lances. After the animal has been caught with large pointed iron hooks, baited with pieces of meat, and fastened by a chain to the trunk of a tree. They do not approach the animal till it has struggled a long time to disengage itself from the iron fixed in the upper jaw. There is little probability that a country in which a labyrinth of rivers without number brings every day new bands of crocodiles from the eastern back of the Andes by the Meta and the Apure toward the coast of Spanish Guiana should ever be delivered from these reptiles. All that will be gained by civilization will be to render them more timid and more easily put to flight. Affecting instances are related of African slaves who have exposed their lives to save those of their masters who had fallen into the jaws of a crocodile. A few years ago, between Uritucu and the Mission de Abajo, a Negro, hearing the cries of his master, flew to the spot armed with a long knife, machete, and plunged into the river. He forced the crocodile by putting out his eyes to let go his prey and to plunge under the water. The slave bore his expiring master to the shore, but all succor was unavailing to restore him to life. He had died of suffocation, for his wounds were not deep. The crocodile, like the dog, appears not to close its jaws firmly while swimming. The inhabitants of the banks of the Orinoco and its tributary streams discourse continually on the dangers to which they are exposed. They have marked the manners of the crocodile, as the torero has studied the manners of the bull. When they are assailed, they put in practice, with that presence of mind and that resignation which characterize the Indians, the Zambos, and copper-colored men in general, the counsels they have heard from their infancy. In countries where nature is so powerful and so terrible, man is constantly prepared for danger. We have mentioned before the answer of the young Indian girl who delivered herself from the jaws of the crocodile. Quote, "I knew he would let me go if I thrust my fingers into his eyes." End quote. This girl belonged to the indigent class of people in whom the habits of physical want augment energy of character. But how can we avoid being surprised to observe, in the countries convulsed by terrible earthquakes, on the tableland, in the province of Quito, women belonging to the highest classes of society, displaying in the moment of peril the same calm, the same reflecting intrepidity? I shall mention one example only in support of this assertion. On the 4th of February, 1797, when 35,000 Indians perished in the space of a few minutes, a young mother saved herself and her children, crying out to them to extend their arms at the moment when the cracked ground was ready to swallow them up. When this courageous mother heard the astonishment that was expressed at a presence of mind so extraordinary, she answered with great simplicity, quote, "I have been told in my infancy, if the earthquake surprise you in a house, place yourself under a doorway that communicates from one apartment to another. If you be in the open air and feel the ground opening beneath you, extend both your arms and try to support yourself on the edge of the crevice." End quote. Thus, in savage regions, or in countries exposed to frequent convulsions, man is prepared to struggle with the beasts of the forest, to deliver himself from the jaws of the crocodile, and to escape from the conflict of the elements. The town of Angostura, in the early years of its foundation, had no direct communication with the mother country. The inhabitants were contented with carrying on a trifling contraband trade in dried meat and tobacco with the West India Islands and the Dutch colony of Essequibo by the Rio Caroni. Neither wine, oil, nor flour, 3 articles of importation, the most sought after, was received directly from Spain. Some merchants in 1771 sent the first schooner to Cadiz, and since that period a direct exchange of commodities with the ports of Andalusia and Catalonia has become more active. The population of Angostura, after having been a long time languishing, has much increased since 1785. Note: Angostura, or Santo Tomé de la Nueva Guyana, in 1768 had only 500 inhabitants. Cowlin, page 63. They were numbered in 1780, and the result was 1,513. 445 whites, 449 blacks, 363 mulattoes and zambos, and 246 Indians. The population in the year 1789 rose to 4,590, and in 1800 to 6,600 souls. Official Lists Manuscript. The capital of the English colony of Demerara, the town of Starbrook, the name of which is scarcely known in Europe, is only 50 leagues distant, southeast of the mouths of the Orinoco. It contains, according to Bolingbroke, nearly 10,000 inhabitants. End of note. At the time of my abode in Guyana, however, it was far from being equal to that of Stabroek, the nearest English town. The mouths of the Orinoco have an advantage over every other part in terra firma. They afford the most prompt communications with the peninsula. The voyage from Cadiz to Punta Barima is performed sometimes in 18 or 20 days. The return to Europe takes from 30 to 35 days. These mouths being placed to windward of all the islands, the vessels of Angostura can maintain a more advantageous commerce with the West Indies than La Guaira and Porto Cabello. The merchants of Caracas, therefore, have always been jealous of the progress of industry in Spanish Guyana, and Caracas, having been hitherto the seat of the supreme government, the port of Angostura has been treated with still less favour than the ports of Cumaná and Nueva Barcelona. With respect to the inland trade, the most active is that of the province of Varinas, which sends mules, cacao, indigo, cotton, and sugar to Angostura, and in return receives generos, that is, the products of the manufacturing industry of Europe. I have seen long boats, lanchas, set off, the cargoes of which were valued at 8 or 10,000 piastres. These boats went first up the Orinoco to Cabruta, then along the Apure to San Vicente, and finally on the Rio Santo Domingo as far as Torunos, which is the port of Arenas Nuevas. The little town of San Fernando de Apure, of which I have already given a description, is the magazine of this river trade, which might become more considerable by the introduction of steamboats. I have now described the country through which we passed during a voyage of 500 leagues. It remains for me to make known the small space of 3 degrees 52 minutes of longitude that separates the present capital from the mouth of the Orinoco. Exact knowledge of the delta and the course of the Rio Caroni is at once interesting to hydrography and to European commerce. When a vessel coming from the sea would enter the principal mouth of the Orinoco, the Boca de Navios, it should make land at the Punta Barima. The right or southern bank is the highest. The granitic rock pierces the marshy soil at a small distance in the interior. Between the Cano Barima, the Aquire, and the Cuyuni, the left or northern bank of the Orinoco, which stretches along the delta towards the Boca de Mariusas and the Punta Baja, is very low, and is distinguishable at a distance only by the clumps of moriche palm trees which embellish the passage. This is the sago tree of the country. Note: the nutritious fecula or medullary flower of the sago trees is found principally in a group of palms which M. Comte has distinguished by the name of calamia. It is collected, however, in the Indian archipelago as an article of trade from the trunks of Cycas revoluta, the Phoenix farinifera, and Corypha umbraculifera, and the Caryota urens. Ainsley, Materia Medica of Hindustan, Madras, 1813. End of note. The quantity of nutritious matter which the real sago tree of Asia affords, Sagus rumphii or Metroxylon sagu, rocks, exceeds that which is furnished by any other plant useful to man. One trunk of a tree in its 15th year sometimes yields 600 pounds weight of sago or meal, for the word sago signifies meal in the dialect of Aboyna. Mr. Crawford, who resided a long time in the Indian archipelago, calculated that an English acre could contain 435 sago trees, which would yield 125,000 pounds avoirdupois of fecula, or more than 8,000 pounds yearly. History of the Indian Archipelago, Volume 1, pages 387 and 393. This produce is triple that of corn, and double that of potatoes in France. But the plantain produces, on the same surface of land, still more alimentary substance than the sago tree. It yields the flour of which the yuruma bread is made, and far from being a palm tree of the shore, like the Chamaerops humilis, the common cocoa tree, and the Loidoecia of Commerson, it is found as a palm tree of the marshes as far as the source of the Orinoco. Note: I dwell much on these divisions of the great and fine families of palms, according to the distribution of the species. First, in dry places, or inland plains, Corypha tectorum. Second, on the sea coast, Chamaerops humilis, Cocos nonifera, Corypha maritima, Lodoicea seychellarum, Label. Third, in the freshwater marshes, Sagus rumphii, Mauritia flexuosa, and fourth, in the alpine regions, between 7 and 1,500 toises high, Ceroxylon andicola, Oreodoxa frigida, Kunthia montana. This last group of palmy Montana, which rises in the Andes Equinoctial, near to the limit of perpetual snow, was, I believe, entirely unknown before our travels in America. Nov. Gen. Volume 1, page 137. Seminario de Santa Fe de Bogota, 1819, No. 21, page 163. In the season of inundations, these clumps of Mauritia, with their leaves in the form of a fan, have the appearance of a forest rising from the bosom of the waters. The navigator, in proceeding along the channels of the delta of the Orinoco at night, sees with surprise the summit of the palm trees illumined by large fires. These are the habitations of the Guaraons, Tivitivas, and Warawettis of Raleigh. Note: the Indian name of the tribe of Uaraos, Guaranos of the Spaniards, may be recognized in the Waraweti of Raleigh, one of the branches of the Tivitivas. See Discovery of Guyana, 1576, page 90, and the sketch of the inhabitations of the Guaraons in Raleigh Brevis, Descript Guyana, 1594, tab 4, end of note, which are suspended from the trunks of trees. These tribes hang up mats in the air, which they fill with earth, and kindle, on a layer of moist clay, the fire necessary for their household wants. They have owned their liberty and their political independence for ages to the quaking and swampy soil, which they pass over in the time of drought, and on which they alone know how to walk in security to their solitude in the delta of the Orinoco, to their abode on the trees, where religious enthusiasm will probably never lead any American stylites. Note: this sect was founded by Simeon Senesites, a native of Syria. He passed 37 years in mystic contemplation on 5 pillars, the last of which was 37 cubits high. The Sancti Columnaris attempted to establish their aerial cloisters in the country of Treves, in Germany, but the bishops opposed these extravagant and perilous enterprises. Mosheim Inst Hist Eccles, page 192. See Humboldt's Views of Nature, Bonn, pages 13 and 136. End of note. I have already mentioned in another place that the Mauritia palm tree, the tree of life of the missionaries, not only affords the Guaraons a safe dwelling during the risings of the Orinoco, but that its shelly fruit, its farinaceous pith, its juice, abounding in saccharine matter, and the fibers of its petioles furnish them with food, wine, and thread, proper for making cords and weaving hammocks. Note: the use of this moriche wine, however, is not very common. The Guaraons prefer in general a beverage of fermented honey. End of note. These customs of the Indians of the delta of the Orinoco were found formerly in the Gulf of Darien, Uraba, and in the greater part of the inundated lands between the Guarapiche and the mouths of the Amazon. It is curious to observe in the lowest degree of human civilization the existence of a whole tribe, depending on one single species of palm, similar to those insects which feed on one and the same flower, or on one and the same part of a plant. The navigation of the river, whether vessels arrive by the Boca de Navios or risk entering the labyrinth of the Bocas Chicas, requires various precautions, according as the waters are high or low. The regularity of these periodical risings of the Orinoco has been long an object of admiration to travellers, as the overflowing of the Nile furnished the philosophers of antiquity with a problem difficult to solve. The Orinoco and the Nile, contrary to the direction of the Ganges, the Indus, the Rio de la Plata, and the Euphrates, flow alike from the south toward the north. But the sources of the Orinoco are 5 or 6 degrees nearer to the equator than those of the Nile. Observing every day the accidental variations of the atmosphere, we find it difficult to persuade ourselves that in a great space of time the effects of these variations mutually compensate each other, that in a long succession of years the averages of the temperature, of the humidity, and of the barometric pressure differ so little from month to month, and that nature, notwithstanding the multitude of partial perturbations, follows a constant type in the series of meteorological phenomena. Great rivers unite in one receptacle the waters which a surface of several thousand square leagues receives. However unequal may be the quantity of rain that falls during several successive years in such or such a valley, the swellings of rivers that have a very long course are little affected by these local variations. The swellings represent the average of the humidity that reigns in the whole basin. They follow annually the same progression because their commencement and their duration depend also on the mean of the periods, apparently extremely variable, of the beginning and end of the rains in the different latitudes through which the principal trunk and its various tributary streams flow. Hence it follows that the periodical oscillations of rivers are, like the equality of temperature of caverns and springs, a sensible indication of the regular distribution of humidity and heat, which takes place from year to year on a considerable extent of land. They strike the imagination of the vulgar, as order everywhere astonishes when we cannot easily ascend to first causes. Rivers that belong entirely to the torrid zone display in their periodic movements that wonderful regularity which is peculiar to a region where the same wind brings almost always strata of air of the same temperature, and where the change of the sun in its declination causes every year at the same period a rupture of equilibrium in the electric intensity, in the cessation of the breezes, and the commencement of the season of rains. The Orinoco, the Rio Magdalena, and the Congo or Zaire are the only great rivers of the equinoctial regions of the globe which, rising near the equator, have their mouths in a much higher latitude, though still within the tropics. The Nile and the Rio de la Plata direct their course in two opposite hemispheres, from the torrid zone towards the temperate. Note: in Asia, the Ganges, the Burundputr, and the majestic rivers of Indochina direct their course towards the equator. The former flow from the temperate to the torrid zone. This circumstance of courses pursuing opposite directions, towards the equator and towards the temperate climates, has an influence on the period and the height of the risings, on the nature and variety of the productions on the banks of the rivers, on the less or greater activity of trade, and I may add, from what we know of the nations of Egypt, Merce, and India, on the progress of civilization along the valleys of the rivers. End of note. End of part 1 of chapter 2.25. Chapter 3.25, part 2 of The Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.25, Part 2. As long as, confounding the Rio Paragua of Esmeralda with the Rio Guaviare, the sources of the Orinoco were sought towards the southwest, on the eastern back of the Andes, the risings of this river were attributed to a periodic melting of the snows. This reasoning was as far from the truth as that in which the Nile was formerly supposed to be swelled by the waters of the snows of Abyssinia. The Cordilleras in New Granada, near which the western tributary streams of the Orinoco, the Guaviare, the Meta, and the Apure take their rise, enter no more into the limit of perpetual snows, with the sole exception of the Paramos of Chita and Mucuchis, than the Alps of Abyssinia. Snowy mountains are much more rare in the torrid zone than is generally admitted, and the melting of the snows, which is not copious there at any season, does not at all increase at the time of the inundations of the Orinoco. The cause of the periodical swellings of the Orinoco acts equally on all the rivers that take rise in the torrid zone. After the vernal equinox, the cessation of the breezes announces the season of rains. The increase of the rivers, which may be considered as natural pluviometers, is in proportion to the quantity of water that falls in the different regions. This quantity, in the center of the forests of the upper Orinoco and the Rio Negro, appear to me to exceed 90 or 100 inches annually. Such of the natives, therefore, as have lived beneath the misty sky of the Esmeralda and the Atabapo know, without the smallest notion of natural philosophy, what Eudoxus and Eratosthenes knew heretofore, that the inundations of the great rivers are owing solely to the equatorial rains. Note: Strabo Lib 17, page 789, Diod Sec Lib I, C 5. End of note. The following is the usual progress of the oscillations of the Orinoco. Immediately after the vernal equinox, the people say on the 25th of March, the commencement of the rising is perceived. It is at first only an inch in 24 hours. Sometimes the river again sinks in April. It attains its maximum in July, remains at the same level from the end of July till the 25th of August, and then decreases progressively, but more slowly than it increased. It is at its minimum in January and February. In both worlds, the rivers of the northern torrid zone attain the greatest height nearly at the same period. The Ganges, the Niger, and the Gambia reach the maximum, like the Orinoco, in the month of August. Note: nearly 40 or 50 days after the summer solstice. End of note. The Nile is 2 months later, either on account of some local circumstance in the climate of Abyssinia, or of the length of its course, from the country of Berber, or 17.5 degrees of latitude, to the bifurcation of the delta. The Arabian geographers assert that in Sennaar and in Abyssinia the Nile begins to swell in the month of April, nearly as the Orinoco. The rise, however, does not become sensible at Cairo till toward the summer solstice, and the water attains its greatest height at the end of the month of September. Note: nearly 80 or 90 days after the summer solstice. End of note. The river keeps at the same level till the middle of October, and is at its minimum in April and May, a period when the rivers of Guyana begin to swell anew. It may be seen from this rapid statement that, notwithstanding the retardation caused by the form of the natural channels and by local climatic circumstances, the great phenomenon of the oscillations of the rivers of the torrid zone is everywhere the same. In the two zodiacs vulgarly called the Tartar and Chaldean, or Egyptian, in the zodiac which contains the sign of the rat, and in that which contains those of Fishes and Aquarius, particular constellations are consecrated to the periodical overflowings of the rivers. Real cycles, divisions of time, have been gradually transformed into divisions of space, but the generality of the physical phenomena of the risings seems to prove that the zodiac which has been transmitted to us by the Greeks, and which, by the precession of the equinoxes, becomes an historical monument of high antiquity, may have taken birth far from Thebes and from the sacred valley of the Nile. In the zodiacs of the New World, in the Mexican, for instance, of which we discover the vestiges in the signs of the days and the periodical series which they compose, there are also signs of rain and of inundation corresponding to the Chu, rat, of the Chinese, and Tibetan cycle of Tsi, and to the Fishes and Aquarius of the Dodecatemorian. Note: the figure of water itself is often substituted for that of the rat, Arvicola, and the Tartar zodiac. The rat takes the place of Aquarius. Gail, Obs. Matham, Volume 3, page 33. End of note. These two Mexican signs are water, Atl, and Cipactli, the sea monster furnished with a horn. This animal is at once the antelope fish of the Hindus, the Capricorn of our zodiac, the Deucalion of the Greeks, and the Noah, Cox, of the Aztecs. Note: Cox bears also the denomination of Teocipactli, in which the root god or divine is added to the name of the sign Cipactli. It is the man of the fourth age who, at the fourth destruction of the world, the last removal of nature, saved himself with his wife and reached the mountain of Colhuacan. According to the commentator Germanicus, Deucalion was placed in Aquarius, but the three signs of the Fishes, Aquarius, and Capricorn, the antelope fish, were heretofore intimately linked together. The animal which, after having long inhabited the waters, takes the form of an antelope and climbs the mountains, reminds people whose restless imagination seizes the most remote similitudes of the ancient traditions of Manu, of Noah, and of those Deucalions celebrated among the Scythians and the Thessalians. As the Tartarian and Mexican zodiacs contain the signs of the monkey and the tiger, they no doubt originated in the torrid zone. With the Muiscas inhabitants of New Granada, the first sign, as in Eastern Asia, was that of water, figured by a frog. It is also remarkable that the astrological worship of the Muiscas came to the tableland of Bogota from the eastern side, from the plains of San Juan, which extend toward the Guaviare and the Orinoco. End of note. Thus we find the general results of comparative hydrology in the astrological monuments, the divisions of time, and the religious traditions of nations the most remote from each other in their situation and in their degree of intellectual advancement. As the equatorial rains take place in the flat country when the sun passes through the zenith of the place, that is, when its declination becomes homonymous with the zone comprised between the equator and one of the tropics, the waters of the Amazon sink, while those of the Orinoco rise perceptibly. In a very judicious discussion on the origin of the Rio Congo, note, Voyage to the Zaire, page 17, end of note, the attention of philosophers has been already called to the modifications which the periods of the risings must undergo in the course of a river, the sources and the mouth of which are not on the same side of the equinoctial line. Note, among the rivers of America, this is the case with the Rio Negro, the Rio Branco, and the Jupura, end of note. The hydraulic systems of the Orinoco and the Amazon furnish a combination of circumstances still more extraordinary. They are united by the Rio Negro and the Cassiquiare, a branch of the Orinoco. It is a navigable line between two great basins of rivers that is crossed by the equator. The river Amazon, according to the information which I obtained on its banks, is much less regular in the periods of its oscillations than the Orinoco. It generally begins, however, to increase in December, and attains its maximum of height in March. Note, nearly 70 or 80 days after our winter solstice, which is the summer solstice of the southern hemisphere. End of note. It sinks from the month of May, and is at its minimum of height in the months of July and August, at the time when the lower Orinoco inundates all the surrounding land. As no river of America can cross the equator from south to north, on account of the general configuration of the ground, the risings of the Orinoco have an influence on the Amazon, but those of the Amazon do not alter the progress of the oscillations of the Orinoco. It results from these data that in the two basins of the Amazon and the Orinoco, the concave and convex summits of the curve of progressive increase and decrease corresponding very regularly with each other, since they exhibit the difference of 6 months, which results from the situation of the rivers in opposite hemispheres. The commencement of the risings only is less tardy in the Orinoco. This river increases sensibly as soon as the sun has crossed the equator. In the Amazon, on the contrary, the risings do not commence till 2 months after the equinox. It is known that in the forests north of the line the rains are earlier than in the less woody plains of the southern torrid zone. To this local cause is joined another, which acts perhaps equally on the tardy swellings of the Nile. The Amazon receives a great part of its waters from the Cordilleras of the Andes, where the seasons, as everywhere among mountains, follow a peculiar type, most frequently opposite to that of the low regions. The law of the increase and decrease of the Orinoco is more difficult to determine with respect to space, or to the magnitude of the oscillations, than with regard to time, or the period of the maxima and minima. Having been able to measure, but imperfectly, the risings of the river, I report, not without hesitation, estimates that differ much from each other. Note, Tuckey, Maritime Geogra, Volume 4, page 309. Hippisley, Expedition to the Orinoco, page 38. Gumilla, Volume 1, pages 56 to 59. Dupont, Volume 3, page 301. The greatest height of the rise of the Mississippi is at Natchez, 55 English feet. This river, the largest perhaps of the whole temperate zone, is at its maximum from February to May. At its minimum from August to September. Ellicott, Journal of an Expedition to the Ohio. End of note. Foreign pilots admit 90 feet for the ordinary rise in the lower Orinoco. M. Dupont, who has in general collected very accurate notions during his stay at Caracas, fixes it at 13 fathoms. The heights naturally vary according to the breadth of the bed and the number of tributary streams which the principal trunk receives. The people believe that every 5 years the Orinoco rises 3 feet higher than common, but the idea of this cycle does not rest on any precise measures. We know by the testimony of antiquity that the oscillations of the Nile have been sensibly the same with respect to their height and duration for thousands of years, which is a proof well worthy of attention that the mean state of the humidity and the temperature does not vary in that vast basin. Will this constancy in physical phenomena, this equilibrium of the elements, be preserved in the New World also after some ages of cultivation? I think we may reply in the affirmative, for the united efforts of man cannot fail to have an influence on the general causes on which the climate of Guyana depends. According to the barometric height of San Fernando de Apure, I find from that town to the Boca de Navios the slope of the Apure and the lower Orinoco to be 3 inches and a quarter to a nautical mile of 950 toises. Note. The Apure itself has a slope of 13 inches to the mile. End of note. We may be surprised at the strength of the current in a slope so little perceptible, but I shall remind the reader on this occasion that, according to measurements made by order of Mr. Hastings, the Ganges was found, in a course of 60 miles, comprising the windings, to have also only 4 inches fall to a mile, that the mean swiftness of this river is, in the seasons of drought, 3 miles an hour, and in those of rains 6 or 8 miles. The strength of the current, therefore, in the Ganges, as in the Orinoco, depends less on the slope of the bed than on the accumulation of the higher waters, caused by the abundance of the rains, and the number of tributary streams. European colonists have already been settled for 250 years on the banks of the Orinoco, and during this long period of time, according to a tradition which has been propagated from generation to generation, the periodical oscillations of the river, the time of the beginning of the rising and that when it attains its maximum, have never been retarded more than 12 or 15 days. When vessels that draw a great deal of water sail up towards Angostura in the months of January and February, by favour of the sea breeze and the tide, they run the risk of taking the ground. The navigable channel often changes its breadth and direction. No buoy, however, has yet been laid down to indicate any deposit of earth formed in the bed of the river, where the waters have lost their original velocity. There exists, on the south of Cape Barima, as well as by the river of this name as by the river Morocco, and several estuaries, esteres, a communication with the English colony of Essequibo. Small vessels can penetrate into the interior as far as the Rio Pumaron, on which are the ancient settlements of Zeeland and Middelburg. Heretofore, this communication interested the government of Caracas only on account of the facility it furnished to an illicit trade, but Sinberbis Demerara and Essequibo have fallen into the hands of a more powerful neighbour. It fixes the attention of the Spanish Americans as being connected with the security of their frontiers. Rivers which have a course parallel to the coast, and are nowhere farther distant from it than 5 or 6 nautical miles, characterize the whole of the shore between the Orinoco and the Amazon. 10 leagues distant from Cape Barima, the great bed of the Orinoco is divided for the first time into 2 branches of 2,000 toises in breadth. They are known by the Indian names of Zacupana and Imataca. The first, which is the northernmost, communicates on the west of the islands Congrejos and Del Burro with the Boca Chicas of Loran, Nuina, and Mariusas. As the Isla del Burro disappears in the time of great inundations, it is unhappily not suited to fortifications. The southern bank of the Brazo Imataca is cut by a labyrinth of little channels into which the Rio Imataca and the Rio Aquire flow. A long series of little granitic hills rises in the fertile savannas between the Imataca and the Cuyuni. It is a prolongation of the Cordilleras of Parima, which, bounding the horizon south of Angostura, forms the celebrated cataracts of the Rio Caroni, and approaches the Orinoco like a projecting cape near the little fort of Vieja Guyana. The populous missions of the Caribbee and Guyana Indians, governed by the Catalonian Capuchins, lie near the sources of the Imataca and the Aquire. The easternmost of these missions are those of Maiamu, Camumu, and Palmar, situate in a hilly country which extends towards Tupuquen, Santa Maria, and the Villa de Upata. Going up the Rio Aquire, and directing your course across the pastures towards the south, you reach the mission of Belém de Tumaremo, and thence the confluence of the Curumu with the Rio Cuyuni, where the Spanish post or destacamento of Cuyuni was formerly established. I enter into this topographical detail because the Rio Cuyuni, or Cuduvini, runs parallel to the Orinoco from west to east through an extent of 2.5 or 3 degrees of longitude, and furnishes an excellent natural boundary between the territory of Caracas and that of English Guyana. Note, including the Rio Juruam, one of the principal branches of the Cuyuni. The Dutch military post is 5 leagues west of the union of Cuyuni with the Essequibo, where the former river receives the Majoruni. End of note. The two great branches of the Orinoco, the Zacupana and the Imataca, remain separate for 14 leagues. On going up farther, the waters of the river are found united in a single channel extremely broad. Note: at this point of union are found two villages of Guariones. They also bear the names of Imataca and Zacupana. End of note. This channel is near 8 leagues long. At its western extremity a second bifurcation appears, and as the summit of the delta is in the northern branch of the bifurcated river, this part of the Orinoco is highly important for the military defense of the country. All the channels that terminate in the Bocas Chicas rise from the same point of the trunk of the Orinoco. Note: Caño de Manamo Grande, Caño de Manoma Chico, Caño Pedernales, Caño Masarillo, Caño Cutupiti, Caño Macuona, Caño Grande de Mariusas, etc. The last 3 branches form by their union the sinuous channel called the Vuelta del Torno. End of note. The branch, Caño Manamo, that separates from it near the village of San Rafael has no ramification till after the course of 3 or 4 leagues, and by placing a small fort above the island of Chaguanes, Angostura might be defended against an enemy that should attempt to penetrate by one of the Bocas Chicas. In my time, the station of the gunboats was east of San Rafael, near the northern bank of the Orinoco. This is the point which vessels must pass in sailing up towards Angostura by the northern channel, that of San Rafael, which is the broadest but the most shallow. 6 leagues above the point where the Orinoco sends off a branch to the Bocas Chicas is placed an ancient fort, Los Castillos de la Vieja, or Antigua Guyana, the first construction of which goes back to the 16th century. In this spot, the bed of the river is studded with rocky islands, and it is asserted that its breadth is nearly 650 toises. The town is almost destroyed, but the fortifications subsist, and are well worthy of the attention of the government of terra firma. There is a magnificent view from the battery established on a bluff northwest of the ancient town, which, at the period of great inundations, is entirely surrounded with water. Pools that communicate with the Orinoco form natural basins, adapted for the reception of vessels that want repairs. After having passed the little forts of Vieja Guyana, the bed of the Orinoco again widens. The state of cultivation of the country on the 2 banks affords a striking contrast. On the north is seen the desert part of the province of Cumaná, steppes, llanos, destitute of habitations, and extending beyond the sources of the Rio Mamo towards the tableland or mesa of Guanipa. On the south we find 3 populous villages belonging to the missions of Caroni, namely San Miguel de Uriala, San Felix, and San Joaquin. The last of these villages, situate on the banks of the Caroni, immediately below the Great Cataract, is considered as the embarcadero of the Catalonian missions. On navigating more to the east, between the mouth of the Caroni and Angostura, the pilot should avoid the rocks of Guarampo, the sandbank of Mamo, and the Piedra del Rosario. From the numerous materials which I brought home, and from astronomical discussions, the principal results of which I have indicated above, I have constructed a map of the country bounded by the delta of the Orinoco, the Caroni, and the Cuyuni. This part of Guyana, from its proximity to the coast, will someday offer the greatest attraction to European settlers. End of chapter 3.25, part 2. Chapter 3.25, Part 3, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.25, Part 3. The whole population of this vast province in its present state is, with the exception of a few Spanish parishes, scattered on the banks of the lower Orinoco, and subject to 2 monastic governments. Estimating the number of the inhabitants of Guyana, who do not live in savage independence, at 35,000, we find nearly 24,000 settled in the missions, and thus withdrawn, as it were, from the direct influence of the secular arm. At the period of my voyage, the territory of the Observantin monks of St. Francis contained 7,300 inhabitants, and that of the Capuchinos Catalanes 17,000, an astonishing disproportion when we reflect on the smallness of the latter territory compared to the vast banks of the upper Orinoco, the Atabapo, the Cassiquiare, and the Rio Negro. It results from these statements that nearly 2/3 of the population of a province of 16,800 square leagues are found concentrated between the Rio Imataca and the town of Santo Toma de Angostura, on a space of ground only 55 leagues in length and 30 in breadth. Both of these monastic governments are equally inaccessible to whites and form status in statu. The first, that of the Observantin, I have described from my own observations. It remains for me to record here the notions I could procure respecting the second of these governments, that of the Catalonian Capuchins. Fatal civil dissensions and epidemic fevers have of late years diminished the long increasing prosperity of the missions of the Caroni. But notwithstanding these losses, the region which we are going to examine is still highly interesting with respect to political economy. The missions of the Catalonian Capuchins, which in 1804 contained at least 60,000 head of cattle grazing in the savannas, extend from the eastern banks of the Caroni and the Paragua, as far as the banks of the Imataca, the Curumu, and the Cuyuni. At the southeast, they border on English Guyana or the colony of Essequibo, and toward the south, in going up the desert banks of the Paragua and the Paraguamasi, and crossing the Cordillera of Pacaraimo, they touch the Portuguese settlements on the Rio Branco. The whole of this country is open, full of fine savannas, and no way resembling that through which we passed on the upper Orinoco. The forests become impenetrable only on advancing toward the south. On the north are meadows intersected with woody hills. The most picturesque scenes lie near the falls of the Caroni, and in that chain of mountains, 250 toises high, which separates the tributary streams of the Orinoco from those of the Cuyuni. There are situate the Villa de Upata, the capital of the missions, Santa Maria and Cupapui. Note, founded in 1762, population in 1797, 657 souls. In 1803, 769 souls. The most populous villages of these missions, Altagracia, Cupapui, Santa Rosa de Cura, and Guri, had between 600 and 900 inhabitants in 1797. But in 1818, epidemic fevers diminished the population more than 1/3. In some missions, these diseases have swept away nearly half of the inhabitants. End of note. Small tablelands afford a healthy and temperate climate. Cacao, rice, cotton, indigo, and sugar grow in abundance wherever a virgin soil, covered with a thick coat of grasses, is subjected to cultivation. The first Christian settlements in those countries are not, I believe, of an earlier date than 1721. The elements of which the present population is composed are the 3 Indian races of the Guayanos, the Caribs, and the Guaycas. The last are a people of mountaineers, and are far from being so diminutive in size as the Guaycas whom we found at Esmeralda. It is difficult to fix them to the soil, and the 3 most modern missions in which they have been collected, those of Cura, Curucuy, and Arechica, are already destroyed. The Guayanos, who early in the 16th century gave their name to the whole of that vast province, are less intelligent but milder and more easy, if not to civilize, at least to subjugate, than the Caribs. Their language appears to belong to the great branch of the Caribbee and Tamanac tongues. It displays the same analogies of roots and grammatical forms, which are observed between the Sanskrit, the Persian, the Greek, and the German. It is not easy to fix the forms of what is indefinite by its nature, and to agree on the differences which should be admitted between dialects, derivative languages, and mother tongues. The Jesuits of Paraguay have made known to us another tribe of Guayanos in the southern hemisphere, living in the thick forests of Parana. Note, they are also called Guananas or Gualachas. End of note. Though it cannot be denied in general that in consequence of distant migrations, note, like the celebrated migrations of the Omaguas or Amaguas, end of note, the nations that are settled north and south of the Amazon have had communications with each other. I will not decide whether the Guayanos of Parana and of Uruguay exhibit any other relation to those of Caroni than that of a homonymy which is perhaps only accidental. The most considerable Christian settlements are now concentrated between the mountains of Santa Maria, the mission of San Miguel, and the eastern bank of the Caroni, from San Benaventura as far as Guri and the embarcadero of San Joaquim, a space of ground which is not more than 460 square leagues of surface. The savannas to the east and south are almost uninhabited. We find there only the solitary missions of Belém, Tumurimo, Tupuguen, Puedpa, and Santa Clara. It were to be wished that the spots preferred for cultivation were distant from the rivers, where the land is higher and the air more favorable to health. The Rio Caroni, the waters of which, of admirable clearness, are not well stocked with fish, is free from shoals from the Via de Barceloneta, a little above the confluence of the Paragua, as far as the village of Guri. Farther north, it winds between innumerable islands and rocks, and only the small boats of the Caribs venture to navigate amid these raudales, or rapids, of the Caroni. Happily, the river is often divided into several branches, and consequently that can be chosen which, according to the height of the waters, presents the fewest whirlpools and shoals. The Great Fall, celebrated for the picturesque beauty of its situation, is a little above the village of Aconcagua, or Caroni, which in my time had a population of 700 Indians. This cascade is said to be from 15 to 20 feet high, but the bar does not cross the whole bed of the river, which is more than 300 feet broad. When the population is more extended toward the east, it will avail itself of the course of the small rivers Imataca and Aguirre, the navigation of which is pretty free from danger. The monks, who like to keep themselves isolated in order to withdraw from the eye of the secular power, have been hitherto unwilling to settle on the banks of the Orinoco. It is, however, by this river only, or by the Cuyuni and the Essequibo, that the missions of Caroni can export their productions. The latter way has not yet been tried, though several Christian settlements are formed on one of the principal tributary streams of the Cuyuni, the Rio Juruario. Note: Guasipati, Tupuquen, Angel de la Custodia, and Cura, where the military post of the frontiers was stationed in 1800, which has been anciently placed at the confluence of the Cuyuni and the Curumu. End of note. This stream furnishes, at the period of the great swellings, the remarkable phenomenon of a bifurcation. It communicates by the Hurariquiuma and the Orapa with the Rio Caroni, so that the land comprised between the Orinoco, the sea, the Cuyuni, and the Caroni becomes a real island. Formidable rapids impede the navigation of the upper Cuyuni, and hence of late an attempt has been made to open a road to the colony of Essequibo, much more to the southeast, in order to fall in with the Cuyuni, much below the mouth of the Curumo. The whole of this southern territory is traversed by hordes of independent Caribs, the feeble remains of that warlike people who were so formidable to the missionaries till 1733 and 1735, at which period the respectable bishop Gervais de la Bride, consecrated a bishop for the 4 parts of the world, obispo para las 4 partes del mundo, by Pope Benedict VIII, canon of the Metropolitan Chapter of Lyon, Father Lopez, and several other ecclesiastics perished by the hands of the Caribs. These dangers, too frequent formerly, exist no longer, either in the missions of Caroni or in those of the Orinoco, but the independent Caribs continue, on account of their connection with the Dutch colonists of Essequibo, an object of mistrust and hatred to the government of Guyana. These tribes favor the contraband trade along the coast, and by the channels or estuaries that join the Rio Barima to the Rio Moroca. They carry off the cattle belonging to the missionaries, and excite the Indians recently converted and living within the sound of the bell to return to the forests. The free hordes have everywhere a powerful interest in opposing the progress of cultivation and the encroachments of the whites. The Caribs and Arahuacas procure firearms at Essequibo and Demerara, and when the traffic of American slaves, poitos, was most active, adventurers of Dutch origin took part in these incursions on the Paragua, the Erevato, and the Ventuario. Man-hunting took place on these banks, as heretofore, and probably still, on those of the Senegal and the Gambia. In both worlds, Europeans have employed the same artifices and committed the same atrocities to maintain a trade that dishonors humanity. The missions of the Caroni and the Orinoco attribute all the evils they suffer from the independent Caribs to the hatred of their neighbours, the Calvinist preachers of the Essequibo. Their works are therefore filled with complaints of the secta diabolica de Calvino y de Lutero, and against the heretics of Dutch Guiana, who also think fit sometimes to go on missions and spread the germs of social life among the savages. Of all the vegetable productions of those countries, that which the industry of the Catalonian Capuchins has rendered the most celebrated is the tree that furnishes the Cortex angosturae, which is erroneously designated by the name of cinchona of Caroni. We were fortunate enough to make it first known as a new genus, distinct from the cinchona, and belonging to the family of Meliaceae or Xanthoxylus. The salutary drug of South America was formerly attributed to the Brucea ferruginea, which grows in Abyssinia, and to the Magnolia glauca and to the Magnolia plumeri. During the dangerous disease of M. Bonpland, M. Ravago sent a confidential person to the missions of Caroni to procure for us, by favour of the Capuchins of Upata, branches of the tree in flower which we wished to be able to describe. We obtained very fine specimens, the leaves of which, 18 inches long, diffused an agreeable aromatic smell. We soon perceived that the cuspare, the indigenous name of the cascarilla, or Cortez del Angostura, forms a new genus, and on sending the plants of the Orinoco to M. Wildenau, I begged he would dedicate this plant to M. Bonpland. The tree, known at present by the name of Bonplandia trifoliata, grows at the distance of 5 or 6 leagues from the eastern bank of the Caroni, at the foot of the hills that surround the missions Capapui, Upata, and Alta Gracia. The Caribbee Indians make use of an infusion of the bark of the cuspare, which they consider as a strengthening remedy. M. Bonpland discovered the same tree west of Cumana, in the Gulf of Santa Fe, where it may become one of the articles of exportation from New Andalusia. The Catalonian monks prepare an extract of the Cortex angosturae, which they send to the convicts of their province, and which deserves to be better known in the north of Europe. It is hoped that the febrifuge and antidysenteric bark of the Bonplandia will continue to be employed, notwithstanding the introduction of another, described by the name of false angostura bark, and often confounded with the former. This false angostura, or Angostura pseudoferruginea, comes, it is said, from the Brucea antidysenterica. It acts powerfully on the nerves, produces violent attacks of tetanus, and contains, according to the experiments of Peltier and Caventon, a peculiar alkaline substance analogous to morphine and strychnine. Note: Brucine. M. Pelletier has widely avoided using the word angosturine because it might indicate a substance taken from the real Cortex angosturae or Bonplandia trifoliata. Annales de Chimie, Volume 12, page 117. We saw at Peru the barks of 2 new species of Weinmannia and Wintera mixed with those of cinchona, a mixture less dangerous but still injurious, on account of the superabundance of tannin and acrid matter contained in the false cascarilla. End of note. As the tree which yields the real Cortex angosturae does not grow in great abundance, it is to be wished that plantations of it were formed. The Catalonian monks are well fitted to spread this kind of cultivation. They are more economical, industrious, and active than the other missionaries. They have already established tan yards and cotton spinning in a few villages, and if they suffer the Indians henceforth to enjoy the fruit of their labours, they will find great resources in the native population. Concentred on a small space of land, these monks have the consciousness of their political importance, and have from time to time resisted the civil authority and that of their bishop. The governors who reside at Angostura have struggled against them with very unequal success, according as the ministry of Madrid showed a complacent deference for the ecclesiastical hierarchy, or sought to limit its power. In 1768, Don Miguel Centurion carried off 20,000 head of cattle from the missionaries, in order to distribute them among the indigent inhabitants. This liberality, exerted in a manner not very legal, produced very serious consequences. The governor was disgraced on the complaint of the Catalonian monks, though he had considerably extended the territory of the missions toward the south, and founded the Via de Barceloneta, above the confluence of the Caroni with the Rio Paragua, and the Ciudad de Guiriror, near the union of the Rio Paragua and the Paraguamusi. From that period, the civil administration has carefully avoided all intervention in the affairs of the Capuchins, whose opulence has been exaggerated, like that of the Jesuits of Paraguay. The missions of the Caroni, by the configuration of their soil and the mixture of savannas and arable lands, unite the advantages of the llanos of Calabozo and the valleys of Aragua. Note: it appears that the little tablelands between the mountains of Upata, Cumbanu, and Tupuquen are more than 150 toises above the level of the sea. End of note. The real wealth of this country is founded on the care of the herds and the cultivation of colonial produce. It were to be wished that here, as in the fine and fertile province of Venezuela, the inhabitants, faithful to the labours of the fields, would not addict themselves too hastily to the research of mines. The example of Germany and Mexico proves, no doubt, that the working of metals is not at all incompatible with the flourishing state of agriculture, but, according to popular traditions, the banks of the Caroni lead to the Lake Dorado and the palace of the Gilded Man. Note: El Dorado, that is, El Rey o Hombre Dorado, see volume 2.23. And this lake and this palace, being a local fable, it might be dangerous to waken remembrances which began gradually to be effaced. I was assured that in 1760 the independent Caribs went to Cerro de Pajarcima, a mountain to the south of Vieja Guayana, to submit the decomposed rock to the action of washing. The gold dust collected by this labour was put into calabashes of the Crescentia Cujete and sold to the Dutch at Essequibo. Still more recently, some Mexican miners, who abused the credulity of Don Jose Avalo, the intendant of Caracas, undertook a very considerable work in the centre of the missions of the Rio Caroni, near the town of Upata, in the Cerros de Potrero and de Chicrica. They declared that the whole rock was auriferous. Stamping mills, brocards, and smelting furnaces were constructed. After having expended very large sums, it was discovered that the pyrites contained no trace whatever of gold. These essays, though fruitless, served to renew the ancient idea that every shining rock in Guyana is teeming with gold, una madre del oro. Not contented with taking the mica slate to the furnace, strata of amphibolic slates were shown to me near Angostura, without any mixture of heterogeneous substances, which had been worked under the whimsical name of black ore of gold, oro negro. This is the place to make known, in order to complete the description of the Orinoco, the principal results of my researches on El Dorado, the White Sea, or Laguna Parima, and the sources of the Orinoco, as they are marked in the most recent maps. The idea of an auriferous earth eminently rich has been connected ever since the end of the 16th century with that of a great inland lake, which furnishes at the same time waters to the Orinoco, the Rio Branco, and the Rio Essequibo. I believe, from a more accurate knowledge of the country, a long and laborious study of the Spanish authors who treat of El Dorado, and, above all, from comparing a great number of ancient maps, arranged in chronological order, I have succeeded in discovering the source of these errors. All fables have some real foundation. That of El Dorado resembles those myths of antiquity which, travelling from country to country, have been successively adapted to different localities. In the sciences, in order to distinguish truth from error, it often suffices to retrace the history of opinions and to follow their successive developments. The discussion to which I shall devote the end of this chapter is important, not only because it throws light on the events of the conquest, and that long series of disastrous expeditions made in search of El Dorado, the last of which was in the year 1775. It also furnishes, in addition to this simply historical interest, another, more substantial and more generally felt, that of rectifying the geography of South America, and of disembarrassing the maps published in our days of those great lakes, and that strange labyrinth of rivers, placed as if by chance between 60 and 66 degrees of longitude. No man in Europe believes any longer in the wealth of Guyana, and the empire of the Grand Patiti. The town of Manoa, and its palaces covered with plates of massy gold, have long since disappeared, but the geographical apparatus serving to adorn the fable of El Dorado, the Lake Parima, which, similar to the Lake of Mexico, reflected the image of so many sumptuous edifices, has been religiously preserved by geographers. In the space of 3 centuries, the same traditions have been differently modified From ignorance of the American languages, rivers have been taken for lakes, and portages for branches of rivers. One lake, the Cassipa, has been made to advance 5 degrees of latitude toward the south, while another, the Parima or Dorado, has been transported the distance of 100 leagues from the western to the eastern bank of the Rio Branco. From these various changes, the problem we are going to solve has become much more complicated than is generally supposed. The number of geographers who discuss the basis of a map with regard to the 3 points of measures, of the comparison of descriptive works, and of the etymological study of names is extremely small. Note: I use this expression, perhaps an improper one, to mark a species of philological examination to which the names of rivers, lakes, mountains, and tribes must be subjected in order to discover their identity in a great number of maps. The apparent diversity of names arises partly from the difference of the dialects spoken by one and the same family of people, partly from the imperfection of our European orthography, and from the extreme negligence with which geographers copy one another. We recognize with difficulty the Rio Uaupe in the Guayupe or Guape, the Ji in the Guayaji, the Raudal de Atures in Athule, the Caribbees in the Calinas and Galibis, the Guaruanos or Uruau in the Oruauits, etc. It is, however, by similar mutations of letters that the Spaniards have made Hijo of Filius, Hambre of Fames, and Felipe de Ururi, and even Uturi, of the conquistador Philip von Hutten, that the Tamanacs in America have substituted choraro for soldado, and the Jews in China, Lale Miahong for Jeremiah. Analogy and a certain etymological tact must guide geographers in researches of this kind, in which they would be exposed to serious errors if they were not to study, at the same time, the respective situations of the upper and lower tributary streams of the same river. Our maps of America are overloaded with names for which rivers have been created. This desire of compiling, of filling up vacancies, and of employing, without investigation, heterogeneous materials, has given our maps of countries the least visited an appearance of exactness, the falseness of which is discovered when we arrive on the spot. End of note. Almost all the maps of South America, which have appeared since the year 1775, are, in what regards the interior of the country, comprised between the steppes of Venezuela and the river of the Amazons, between the eastern bank of the Andes and the coast of Cayenne, a simple copy of the great Spanish map of La Cruz Olmedilla, a line indicating the extent of country which Don Jose Solano boasted of having discovered and pacified by his troops and emissaries, was taken for the road followed by that officer, who never went beyond San Fernando de Atabapo, a village 160 leagues distant from the pretended Lake Parima. The study of the work of Father Caulin, who was the historiographer of the expedition of Solano, and who states very clearly, from the testimony of the Indians, how the name of the river Parima gave rise to the fable of El Dorado and of an inland sea, has been neglected. No use either has been made of the map of the Orinoco, 3 years posterior to that of La Cruz, and traced by Survey from the collection of truer hypothetical materials preserved in the archives of the Despacho Universal des Indias. The progress of geography, as manifested in our maps, is much slower than might be supposed from the number of useful results, which are found scattered in the works of different nations. Astronomical observations and topographic information accumulate during a long lapse of years, without being made use of, and from a principle of stability and preservation, in other respects praiseworthy, those who construct maps often choose rather to add nothing than to sacrifice a lake, a chain of mountains, or an interbranching of rivers, which have figured there during ages. The fabulous traditions of El Dorado and the Lake Parima, having been diversely modified according to the aspect of the countries to which they were to be adapted, we must distinguish what they contain that is real from what is merely imaginary. To avoid entering here into minute particulars, I shall begin first to call the attention of the reader to those spots which have been at various periods the theatre of the expeditions undertaken for the discovery of El Dorado. When we have learnt to know the aspect of the country and the local circumstances, such as they can now be described, it will be easy to conceive how the different hypotheses recorded on our maps have taken rise by degrees and have modified each other. To oppose an error it is sufficient to recall to mind the variable forms in which we have seen it appear at different periods. End of chapter 3.25, part 3. Chapter 3.25, part 4 of A Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.25, part 4. Till the middle of the 18th century, all that vast space of land, comprised between the mountains of French Guiana and the forests of the upper Orinoco, between the sources of the Caroni and the Rio Amazon, from 0 to 4 degrees of north latitude, and from 57 to 68 degrees of longitude, was so little known that geographers could place in it lakes where they pleased, create communications between rivers, and figure chains of mountains more or less lofty. They have made full use of this liberty, and the situation of lakes, as well as the course and branches of rivers, has been varied in so many ways that it would not be surprising if, among the great number of maps, some were found that trace the real state of things. The field of hypotheses is now singularly narrowed. I have determined the longitude of Esmeralda in the upper Orinoco, more to the east amid the plains of Parima, a land as unknown as Wangara and the Dar es Salaam in Africa. A band of 20 leagues broad has been travelled over from north to south along the banks of the Rio Caroni and the Rio Branco in the longitude of 63 degrees. This is the perilous road which was taken by Don Antonio Santos in going from Santo Tomé de Angostura to Rio Negro and the Amazon. By this road also the colonists of Suriname communicated very recently with the inhabitants of Grand Para. This road divides the terra incognita of Parima into 2 unequal portions, and fixes limits at the same time to the sources of the Orinoco, which it is no longer possible to carry back indefinitely toward the east, without supposing that the bed of the Rio Branco, which flows from north to south, is crossed by the bed of the upper Orinoco, which flows from east to west. If we follow the course of the Rio Branco, or that strip of cultivated land which is dependent on the Capitania General of Grand Para, we see lakes, partly imaginary and partly enlarged by geographers, forming 2 distinct groups. The first of these groups includes the lakes which they place between the Esmeralda and the Rio Branco, and to the second belong those that are supposed to lie between the Rio Branco and the mountains of Dutch and French Guiana. It results from this sketch that the question whether there exists a Lake Parima on the east of the Rio Branco is altogether foreign to the problem of the sources of the Orinoco. Beside the country which we have just noticed, the Dorado de la Parima, traversed by the Rio Branco, another part of America is found, 260 leagues toward the west, near the eastern back of the Cordillera of the Andes, equally celebrated in the expeditions to El Dorado. This is the Mesopotamia between the Caqueta, the Rio Negro, the Uaupes, and the Yurubesh, of which I have already given a particular account. It is the Dorado of the Omaguas, which contains Lake Manoa of Father Acunha, the Laguna de Oro of the Guanes, and the auriferous land whence Father Fritz received plates of beaten gold in his mission on the Amazon toward the end of the 17th century. The first, and above all the most celebrated enterprises attempted in search of El Dorado, were directed toward the eastern back of the Andes of New Granada. Fired with the ideas which an Indian of Tacangua had given of the wealth of the king, or Zaque, of Cundinamarca, Sebastian de Belalcazar, in 1535, sent his captains Anasco and Ampudia to discover the valley of El Dorado, 12 days' journey from Guayabamba, consequently in the mountains between Pasto and Popayan. Note: El Valle del El Dorado. Pineda relates que más adelante de la provincia de la Canela se hallan tierras muy ricas, adonde andaban los hombres armados de piezas y joya de oro, y que no había sierra ni montana. Beyond the province of Canela, there are found very rich countries, though without mountains, in which the natives are adorned with trinkets and plates of gold. Herrera Dec 5 lib 10 cap 14, and Dec 6 lib 8 cap. 6 Geogra Blavania, volume 11, page 261. Southey tome 1, pages 78 and 378. End of note. The information which Pedro de Anasco had obtained from the natives, joined to that which was received subsequently, 1536, by Diaz de la Pineda, who had discovered the provinces of Quijos and Canela between the Rio Napo and the Rio Pastaca, gave birth to the idea that on the east coast of the Nevados of Tunguragua, Cayembe, and Popayan were vast plains abounding in precious metals, and where the inhabitants were covered with armor of massy gold. Gonzalez Pizarro, in searching for these treasures, discovered accidentally in 1539 the cinnamon trees of America, Laurus cinnamomoides, Mut. And Francisco de Orellana went down the Napo to reach the river Amazon. Since that period, expeditions were undertaken at the same time from Venezuela, New Granada, Quito, Peru, and even from Brazil and the Rio de la Plata for the conquest of El Dorado. Note: Nuno de Chaves went from the Ciudad de la Asunción, situate on the Rio Paragua, to discover, in the latitude of 24 degrees south, the vast empire of El Dorado, which was everywhere supposed to lie on the eastern bank of the Andes. End of note. Those of which the remembrance have been best preserved, and which have most contributed to spread the fable of the riches of the Manaos, the Omaguas, and the Guaypes, as well as the existence of the Lagunas de Oro, and the town of the Gilded King, Grand Patiti, Grand Mojo, Grand Paru, or Enim, are the incursions made to the south of the Guaviare, the Rio Fragua, and the Caqueta. Orellana, having found idols of massy gold, had fixed men's ideas on an auriferous land between the Papamini and the Guaviare. His narrative, and those of the voyages of Jorge de Espira, George von Speer, Hernan Perez de Quesada, and Philippe de Ure, Philip von Houten, undertaken in 1536, 1542, and 1545, furnish, amid much exaggeration, proofs of very exact local knowledge. Note: we may be surprised to see that the expedition of Houten is passed over in absolute silence by Herrera, Dec. 7 lib 10 cap 7 volume 4, 238. Fray Pedro Simon gives the whole particulars of it, true or fabulous, but he composed his work from materials that were unknown to Herrera. End of note. When these are examined merely in a geographical point of view, we perceive the constant desire of the first conquistadors to reach the land comprised between the sources of the Rio Negro, of the Uaupes, Guape, and of the Jupura or Caqueta. This is the land which, in order to distinguish it from El Dorado de la Parima, we have called El Dorado des Omaguas. Note: in 1560, Pedro de Ursua even took the title of Gobernador del Dorado y de Omagua. Fray Pedro Simon, volume 6, chapter 10, page 430, end of note. No doubt the whole country between the Amazon and the Orinoco was vaguely known by the name of Los Provincias del Dorado, but in this vast extent of forests, savannas, and mountains, the progress of those who sought the great lake with auriferous banks and the town of the Gilded King was directed toward 2 points only, on the northeast and the southwest of the Rio Negro, that is, to Parima, or the isthmus between the Caroni, the Essequibo, and the Rio Branco, and to the ancient abode of the Manaos, the inhabitants of the banks of the Yurubesh. I have just mentioned the situation of the latter spot, which is celebrated in the history of the conquest from 1535 to 1560, and it remains for me to speak of the configuration of the country between the Spanish missions of the Rio Caroni and the Portuguese missions of the Rio Branco, or Parima. This is the country lying near the lower Orinoco, the Esmeralda, and French and Dutch Guiana, on which, since the end of the 16th century, the enterprises and exaggerated narratives of Raleigh have shed so bright a splendor. From the general disposition of the course of the Orinoco, directed successively toward the west, the north, and the east, its mouth lies almost in the same meridian as its sources, so that by proceeding from Vieja Guyana to the south, the traveller passes through the whole of the country in which geographers have successively placed an inland sea, Mar Blanco, and the different lakes which are connected with the El Dorado de la Parima. We find first the Rio Caroni, which is formed by the union of two branches of almost equal magnitude, the Caroni properly so called, and the Rio Paragua. The missionaries of Piritu call the latter river a lake, laguna. It is full of shoals and little cascades, but passing through a country entirely flat, it is subject at the same time to great inundations, and its real bed, su verdadera caja, can be scarcely discovered. The natives have given it the name of Paragua or Parava, which means in the Caribbean language sea or great lake. These local circumstances and this denomination no doubt have given rise to the idea of transforming the Rio Paragua, a tributary stream of the Caroni, into a lake called Cassipa, on account of the Cassipa-Gotos who lived in those countries. Note: Raleigh, pages 64 and 69. I always quote, when the contrary is not expressly said, the original edition of 1596. Have these tribes of Cassipa-Gotos, Epurimai, Orinoco-Poni, so often mentioned by Raleigh, disappeared? Or did some misapprehension give rise to these denominations? I am surprised to find the Indian words of one of the different Carib dialects, as Rabeta Cassipuna Aquariwana, translated by Raleigh, the great princes or great commander. Since Akarwana certainly signifies a chief, or any person who commands, Raleigh, pages 6 and 7. Cassipuna perhaps means great, and Lake Cassipa is synonymous with Great Lake. In the same manner, Cas Iquiare may be a great river, for Iquiare, like Veni, is, on the north of the Amazon, a termination common to all rivers. Goto, however, in Cassipa-Goto, is a Caribbee term denoting a tribe. End of note. Raleigh gives this basin 40 miles in breadth, and as all the lakes of Parima must have auriferous sands, he does not fail to assert that in summer, when the waters retire, pieces of gold of considerable weight are found there. The sources of the tributary streams of the Caroni, the Arui, and the Caura, Caroli, Arriva, and Caora, of the ancient geographers, note: D'Anville names the Rio Caura, Coari, and the Rio Arui, Aroe. I have not been able hitherto to guess what is meant by the Aloica, Atoica of Raleigh, which issues from the lake Cassipa, between the Caura and the Arui. End of note. Being very near each other, this suggested the idea of making all these rivers take their rise from the pretended lake Cassipa. Note: Raleigh makes only the Caroni and the Arui issue from it. Hondius, Nueva Carte, hat van wunderbare Land Guyana, bezocht door Walter Raleigh, 1594 to 1596. But in later maps, for instance that of Sanson, the Rio Caura issues from Lake Cassipa. End of note. Sanson has so much enlarged this lake that he gives it 42 leagues in length and 15 in breadth. The ancient geographers placed opposite to each other, with very little hesitation, the tributary streams of the two banks of a river, and they placed the mouth of the Caroni and Lake Cassipa, which communicates by the Caroni with the Orinoco, sometimes above the confluence of the Meta. Note: Sanson, map for the voyage of Acunha, 1680, LD South America, 1659, Coronelli Indes Occidentales, 1689, end of note. Thus it is carried back by Hondius as far as the latitudes of 2 and 3 degrees, giving it the form of a rectangle, the longest sides of which run from north to south. This circumstance is worthy of remark, because, in assigning gradually a more southern latitude to Lake Cassipa, it has been detached from the Caroni and the Arui, and has taken the name of Parima. To follow this metamorphosis in its progressive development, we must compare the maps which have appeared since the voyage of Raleigh till now. La Cruz, who has been copied by all the modern geographers, has preserved the oblong form of the Lake Cassipa for his Lake Parima, although this form is entirely different from that of the ancient Lake Parima, or Rupunuwini, of which the great axis was directed from east to west. The ancient lake, that of Hondius, Sanson, and Coronelli, was also surrounded by mountains, and gave birth to no river, while the Lake Parima of La Cruz and the modern geographers communicates with the upper Orinoco, as the Cassipa with the lower Orinoco. I have stated the origin of the fable of the lake Cassipa and the influence it has had on the opinion that the lake Parima is the source of the Orinoco. Let us now examine what relates to this latter basin, this pretended interior sea, called Rupunuwini by the geographers of the 16th century. In the latitude of 4 degrees, or 4 degrees and a half, in which direction, unfortunately, south of Santo Tomás Angostura, to the extent of 8 degrees, no astronomical observation has been made, is a long and narrow cordillera, that of Pacaraimo, Quimiropaqui, and Ucucuamo, which, stretching from east to southwest, unites the group of mountains of Parima to the mountains of Dutch and French Guiana. It divides its waters between the Caroni, the Rupunuri or Rupunuwini, and the Rio Branco, and consequently between the valleys of the lower Orinoco, the Essequibo, and the Rio Negro. On the northwest of the Cordillera de Pacaraimo, which has been traversed but by a small number of Europeans, by the German surgeon Nicholas Horstmann in 1739, by a Spanish officer, Don Antonio Santos, in 1775, by the Portuguese colonel Barata in 1791, and by several English settlers in 1811, descend the Nioapra, the Paraguamusi, the Paragua, which fall into the Rio Caroni. On the northeast, the Rupunuwini, a tributary stream of the Rio Essequibo. Toward the south, the Tacutu and the Uraricuera form together the famous Rio Parima or Rio Branco. This isthmus between the branches of the Rio Essequibo and the Rio Branco, that is, between the Rupunuwini on one side and the Pirara, the Mahu, and the Uraricuera or Rio Parima on the other, may be considered as the classical soil of the Dorado of Parima. The rivers at the foot of the mountains of Pacaraimo are subject to frequent overflowings. Above Santa Rosa, the right bank of the Urariapara, a tributary stream of the Uraricuera, is called El Valle de la Inundación. Great pools are also found between the Rio Parima and the Jurumu. These are marked on the maps recently constructed in Brazil, which furnish the most ample details of those countries. More to the west, the Caño Pirara, a tributary stream of the Mahu, issues from a lake covered with rushes. This is the lake Acumu, described by Nicholas Horstmann, and respecting which some Portuguese of Barcelos, who had visited the Rio Branco, or Rio Paravigiana, gave me precise notions during my stay at San Carlos del Rio Negro. The lake Acumu is several leagues broad, and contains 2 small islands, which Santos called Islas Ipomucena. The Rupunuwini, Rupunuri, on the banks of which Horstmann discovered rocks covered with hieroglyphical figures, approaches very near this lake, but does not communicate with it. The portage between the Rupunuwini and the Mahu is farther north, where the mountain of Ucucuamo rises. The natives still call the mountain of gold. Note: I follow the orthography of the manuscript journal of Rodriguez. It is the Cerro Acuguamo of Caulin, or rather, of his commentator, Hist. Coragra, page 176, end of note. They advised Horstmann to seek round the Rio Mahu for a mine of silver, no doubt mica with large plates, of diamonds and emeralds. He found nothing but rocky crystals. His account seems to prove that the whole length of the mountains of the upper Orinoco, Sierra Parima, toward the east is composed of granitic rocks, full of drusas and open veins, the peak of Duida. Near these lands, which still enjoy a great celebrity for their riches, on the western limits of Dutch Guiana, live the Macusis, Aturajos, and Acuvajos. The traveller Santos found them stationed between the Rupunuwini, the Mahu, and the chain of Pacaraimo. It is the appearance of the micaceous rocks of the Ucucuamo, the name of the Rio Parima, the inundations of the river Uraripara, Parima, and Jurumu, and more especially the existence of the lake Acumu, near the Rio Rupunuwini, and regarded as the principal source of the Rio Parima, which have given rise to the fable of the White Sea and the Dorado of Parima. All these circumstances, which have served on this very account to corroborate the general opinion, are found united on a space of ground which is 8 or 9 leagues broad from north to south, and 40 long from east to west. This direction, too, was always assigned to the White Sea by lengthening it in the direction of the latitude till the beginning of the 16th century. Now, this White Sea is nothing but the Rio Parima, which is called the White River, Rio Branco, or Rio de Aguas Blancas, and runs through and inundates the whole of this land. The name of Rupunuwini is given to the White Sea on the most ancient maps, which identifies the place of the fable, since of all the tributary streams of the Rio Essequibo, the Rio Punuwini is the nearest to the lake Amucu. Raleigh, in his first voyage, 1595, had formed no precise idea of the situation of El Dorado and the lake Parima, which he believed to be salt, and which he calls another Caspian Sea. It was not till the second voyage, 1596, performed equally at the expense of Raleigh, that Lawrence Keymis fixed so well the localities of El Dorado that he appears to me to have no doubt of the identity of the Parima de Manao with the lake Amucu, and with the isthmus between the Rupunuwini, a tributary stream of the Essequibo, and the Rio Parima or Rio Branco. Quote, the Indians, end quote, said Keymis, quote, go up the Dessekebe, Essequibo, in 20 days, towards the south. To mark the greatness of this river, they call it the brother of the Orinoco. After 20 days navigating, they convey their canoes by a portage of 1 day from the river Dessekebe to a lake, which the Haus call Rupunuwini and the Caribbees Parima. This lake is as large as a sea. It is covered with an infinite number of canoes, and I suppose, end quote, the Indians then had told him nothing of this, quote, that this lake is no other than that which contains the town of Manao, end quote. Cayley's Life of Raleigh, Volume 1, pages 159, 236, and 283. Masham, in the third voyage of Raleigh, 1596, repeats these accounts of the lake Rupunuwini, end of note. Hondius has given a curious plate of this portage, and, as the mouth of the Caroni was then supposed to be in latitude 4 degrees, instead of 8 degrees 8 minutes, the portage of Parima was placed close to the equator. At the same period, the Vaipoco, Oyapoc, and the Rio Cayenne, Moroni, were made to issue from this lake Parima. The same name being given by the Caribs to the western branch of the Rio Branco has perhaps contributed as much to the imaginary enlargement of the lake Amucu as the inundations of the various tributary streams of the Uraricuera from the confluence of the Tacutu to the Valle de la Inundacion. We have shown above that the Spaniards took the Rio Paragua or Parava, which falls into the Caroni, for a lake, because the word Parava signifies sea, lake, river. Parima seems also to note vaguely great water, for the root par is found in the Carib words that designate rivers, pools, lakes, and the ocean. Note: in Persian, the root water, ab, is also found in lake, Abdan. For other etymologies of the words Parima and Manawa, see Gilly, Volume 1, pages 81 and 141, and Gumia, Volume 1, page 403, end of note. In Arabic and Persian, bar and daria are also applied at the same time to the sea, to lakes, and to rivers. And this practice, common to many nations in both worlds, has, on our ancient maps, converted lakes into rivers and rivers into lakes. In support of what I here advance, I shall appeal to very respected testimony, that of Father Cowlin. Quote, when I required of the Indians, end quote, says this missionary, who sojourned longer than I on the banks of the lower Orinoco, quote, what Parima was, they answered that it was nothing more than a river that issued from a chain of mountains, the opposite side of which furnished waters to the Essequibo, end quote. Cowlin, knowing nothing of Lake Amucu, attributes the erroneous opinion of the existence of an inland sea solely to the inundation of the plains, a las inundaciones dilatadas por los bajos del país. According to him, the mistakes of geographers arise from the vexatious circumstance of all the rivers of Guyana having different names at their mouths and near their sources. Quote, I have no doubt, end quote, he adds, quote, that one of the upper branches of the Rio Branco is that very Rio Parima, which the Spaniards have taken for a lake, Aquien Soponian Laguna, end quote. Such are the opinions which the historiographer of the expedition of the boundaries had formed on the spot. He could not expect that La Cruz and Survilla, mingling old hypotheses with accurate ideas, would reproduce on their maps the Mar Dorado or Mar Blanco. Thus, notwithstanding the numerous proofs which I have furnished since my return from America, of the non-existence of an inland sea, the origin of the Orinoco, a map has now been published in my name, on which the Laguna Parima figures anew. Note: Carte de l'Amérique, dressée sur les observations de M. de Humboldt, par Fried, Vienna, 1818. End of note. From the whole of these statements, it follows, first, that the Laguna Rupunuwini, or Parima, of the voyage of Raleigh and of the maps of Hondius, is an imaginary lake, formed by the lake Amucu. Note: this is the lake Amaca of Surville and La Cruz. By a singular mistake, the name of this lake is transformed to a village on Arrowsmith's map. End of note. And the tributary streams of the Uraricuera, which often overflow their banks. Secondly, that the Laguna Parima of Surville's map is the lake Amucu, which gives rise to the Rio Purara, and, conjointly with the Mahu, the Tacutu, the Uraricuera, or Rio Parima, properly so called, to the Rio Branco. Thirdly, that the Laguna Parima of Las Cruz is an imaginary swelling of the Rio Parima, confounded with the Orinoco, below the junction of the Mahu and the Jurumu. The distance from the mouth of the Mahu to that of the Tacuta is scarcely 0 degrees 40 minutes. La Cruz enlarges it to 7 degrees of latitude. He calls the upper part of the Rio Branco that which receives the Mahu, Orinoco, or Purumu. There can be no doubt of its being the Jurumu, one of the tributary streams of the Tacutu, which is well known to the inhabitants of the neighbouring fort of San Joaquin. All the names that figure in the fable of El Dorado are found in the tributary streams of the Rio Branco. Slight local circumstances, joined to the remembrances of the Salt Lake of Mexico, more especially of the celebrated Lake Manoa in the Dorado de Zamaguas, have served to complete a picture created by the imagination of Raleigh and his two lieutenants, Keymis and Masham. The inundations of the Rio Branco, I conceive, may be compared at the utmost to those of the Red River of Louisiana, between Natchitoches and Cayos, but not to the Lagunas de los Jareyas, which is a temporary swelling of the Rio Paraguay. Note: Southey, Volume 1, page 130. These periodical overflowings of the Rio Paraguay have long acted the same part in the southern hemisphere as Lake Parima has been made to perform in the northern. Hondius and Sanson have made the Rio de la Plata, the Rio Topajos, a tributary stream of the Amazon, the Rio Tocantins, and the Rio de San Francisco issue from the Laguna de los Jareyas. End of note. End of chapter 2.25, part 4. Chapter 3.25, part 5 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.25, Part 5. We have now examined a White Sea, note, that of D'Anville and La Cruz, and of the greater part of the modern maps, end of note, which the principle of the Rio Branco is made to traverse, and another, note, the Lake of Surville, which takes the place of Lake Amucu, end of note, which is placed on the east of this river, and communicates with it by the Caño Perara. A third lake, note, the lake which Surville calls Laguna Tenida hasta ahora, or La Una Parima, end of note, is figured on the west of the Rio Branco, respecting which I found recently some curious details in the manuscript journal of the surgeon Hortsman. Quote, at the distance of 2 days' journey below the confluence of the Mahu, Tacutu, with the Rio Parima, Uraricuera, a lake is found on top of a mountain. This lake is stocked with the same fish as the Rio Parima, but the waters of the former are black, and those of the latter white. End quote. May not Surville form a vague notion of this basin, have imagined, in his map prefixed to Father Cowlin's work, an alpine lake of 10 leagues in length, near which towards the east rise at the same time the Orinoco and the Rio Idapa, a tributary stream of the Rio Negro? However vague may be the account of the surgeon of Hildesheim, it is impossible to admit that the mountain, which has a lake at its summit, is to the north of the parallel of 2 degrees 30 minutes, and this latitude coincides nearly with that of the Cerro Unturan. Hence it follows that the alpine lake of Hortsman, which has escaped the attention of D'Anville, and which is perhaps situate amid a group of mountains, lies northeast of the portage from the Idapa to the Mavaca, and southeast of the Orinoco, where it goes up above the Esmeralda. Most of the historians who have treated of the first ages of the conquest seem persuaded that the name Provincias, or País del Dorado, denoted originally every region abounding in gold. Forgetting the precise etymology of the word El Dorado, the gilded, they have not perceived that this tradition is a local fable, as were almost all ancient fables of the Greeks, the Hindus, and the Persians. The history of the gilded man belongs originally to the Andes of New Granada, and particularly to the plains in the vicinity of their eastern side. We see it progressively advance, as I observed above, 300 leagues toward the east-northeast, from the sources of the Caqueta to those of the Rio Branco and the Essequibo. Gold was sought in different parts of South America before 1536, without the word El Dorado having been ever pronounced, and without the belief of the existence of any other center of civilization and wealth than the empire of the Inca of Cuzco. Countries which now do not furnish commerce with the smaller quantities of the precious metals, the coast of Paria, Terra Firma, Castillo del Oro, the mountains of Santa Marta, and the Isthmus of Darien, then enjoyed the same celebrity, which has been more recently acquired by the auriferous lands of Sonora, Choco, and Brazil. Diego de Ordaz, 1531, and Alonso de Herrera, 1535, directed their journeys of discovery along the banks of the lower Orinoco. The former is the famous conquistador of Mexico, who boasted that he had taken sulphur out of the peak of Popocatépetl, and whom the Emperor Charles V permitted to wear a burning volcano on his armorial bearings. Ordaz named Adelantado of all the country which he could conquer between Brazil and the coast of Venezuela, which was then called the country of the German Company of Belisares of Augsburg, began his expedition by the mouth of the Maranon. He there saw in the hands of natives, quote, emeralds as big as a man's fist, end quote. They were no doubt pieces of that saussurite jade, or compact feldspar, which we brought home from the Orinoco, and which La Condamine found in abundance at the mouth of the Rio Topayos. The Indians related to Diego de Ordaz that on going up during a certain number of suns towards the west, he would find a large rock, peña, of green stone. But before they reached this pretended mountain of emerald, rocks of euphotide, a shipwreck put an end to all further discovery. The Spaniards saved themselves with difficulty in 2 small vessels. They hastened to get out of the mouth of the Amazon, and the currents which in those parts run with violence to the northwest led Ordaz to the coast of Paria, where, in the territory of the Saquic Uiripari, Vapari, Sedino had constructed the Casa Fuerte de Paria. This post, being very near the mouth of the Orinoco, the Mexican conquistador resolved to attempt an expedition on this great river. He sojourned first at Carao, Carora, a large Indian village, which appears to me to have been a little to the east of the confluence of the Caroni. He then went up the Cabruta, Cabritu, and to the mouth of the Metacuyu, where he found great difficulty in passing his boats through the raudal of Cariven. The Aruacas, whom Ordaz employed as guides, advised him to go up the Meta, where on advancing towards the west they asserted he would find men clothed, and gold in abundance. Ordaz pursued in preference the navigation of the Orinoco, but the cataracts of Tabaji, perhaps even those of the Atures, compelled him to terminate his discoveries. It is worthy of remark that in this voyage, far anterior to that of Orellana, and consequently the greatest which the Spaniards had then performed, on a river of the New World, the name of Orinoco was for the first time heard. Ordaz, the leader of the expedition, affirms that the river, from its mouth as far as the confluence of the Meta, is called Urayaparia, but that above this confluence it bears the name of Orinuku. This word, formed analogously with the words Tamanuku, Otomaku, Sanaruku, is, in fact, of the Tamanac tongue, and as the Tamanacs dwell southeast of Encaramada, it is natural that the conquistadors heard the actual name of the river only on drawing near the Rio Meta. Note. Gili, Volume 3, page 381. The following are the most ancient names of the Orinoco, known to the natives near its mouth, and which historians give us altered by the double fault of pronunciation and orthography. Uyapari, Upari, Huriapari, Urapari, Vipari, Rio de Paria. The Tamanac word Orinuku was disfigured by the Dutch pilots into Warionok. The Otomacs say Yoha Apurura, Great River. The Cabres and Guaypunabis, Paragua, Bazagua, Parava, 3 words signifying great water, river, sea. That part of the Orinoco between the Apure and the Guaviare is often denoted by the name of Paraguan. A famous strait, which we have described above, bears also this name, which is no doubt a corruption of the word Paragua. Great rivers in every zone are called by the dwellers on their banks the river, without any particular denominations. If other names be added, they change in every province. Thus, the Rio Turiva, near Encaramada, has 5 names in the different parts of its course. The Upper Orinoco, or Paragua, is called by the Maquiritares, near Esmeralda, Maragua, on account of the lofty mountains of this name near the Duida. Gili, Volume 1, pages 22 and 364. Cowlin, page 75. In most of the names of the rivers of America, we recognize the root water. Thus, Yacu in the Peruvian and Veni in the Maypuri tongues signify water and river. In the Luli dialect, I find fo, water, foyavolto, a river, foisi, a lake, as in Persian ab is water, abifrat, the river Euphrates, abdan, a lake. The root water is preserved in the derivatives. End of note. On this last tributary stream, Diego de Ordaz received from the natives the first idea of civilized nations who inhabited the tablelands of the Andes of New Granada, and of a very powerful prince with one eye, Indio Tuerto, and of animals less than stags, but fit for riding like Spanish horses. Ordaz had no idea that these animals were llamas, ovejas del Peru. Must we admit that the llamas, which were used in the Andes to draw the plough and as beasts of burden, but not for riding, were already common on the north and east of Quito? I find that Orellana saw these animals at the river Amazon above the confluence of the Rio Negro, consequently in a climate very different from that of the tableland of the Andes. The tale of an army of Amaguas mounted on llamas served to embellish the account given by the fellow travellers of Felipe de Urre of their adventurous expedition to the Upper Caqueta. We cannot be sufficiently attentive to these traditions, which seem to prove that the domestic animals of Quito and Peru had already begun to descend the Cordilleras and spread themselves by degrees in the eastern regions of South America. Herrera, the treasurer of the expedition of Ordaz, was sent in 1553 by the governor Geronimo de Ortal to pursue the discovery of the Orinoco and the Meta. He lost nearly 13 months between Punta Barina and the confluence of the Caroni in constructing flat-bottom boats and making the preparations indispensable for a long voyage. We cannot read without astonishment the narrative of those daring enterprises in which 300 or 400 horses were embarked to be put ashore whenever cavalry could act on one of the banks. We find in the expedition of Herrera the same stations which we already knew, the fortress of Paria, the Indian village of Uraya Paria, no doubt below Imitaca on a point where the inundations of the delta prevented the Spaniards from being able to procure firewood, Caroa in the province of Carora, the rivers Caranaca, Caura, and Cahavana, Cuchivero, the village of Cabruta, and the Raudal near the mouth of the Meta, probably the Raudal of Carivan, and the Piedra de la Paciencia. As the Rio Meta, on account of the proximity of its sources and of its tributary streams to the auriferous Cordilleras of New Granada, Cundinamarca, enjoyed great celebrity, Herrera attempted to go up this river. He there found nations more civilized than those of the Orinoco, but that fed on the flesh of mute dogs. Herrera was killed in battle by an arrow poisoned with the juice of curare, hierba, and when dying named Alvaro de Ordaz, his lieutenant, who led the remains of the expedition, 1535, to the fortress of Paria, after having lost the few horses which had resisted a campaign of 18 months. Confused reports which were circulated of the wealth of the inhabitants of the Meta and the other tributary streams that descend from the eastern side of the Cordilleras of New Granada, engaged successively Geronimo de Ortal, Nicholas Federman, and Jorge de Espira, George von Speyr, in 1535 and 1536, to undertake expeditions by land towards the south and southwest. From the promontory of Paria as far as the Cabo de la Vela, little figures of molten gold had been found in the hands of the natives as early as the years 1498 and 1500. The principal markets for these amulets, which the women used as ornaments, were the villages of Curiana, Coro, and Cauchieto, near the Rio de la Hacha. The metal employed by the founders of Cauchieto came from a mountainous country more to the south. It may be conceived that the expeditions of Ordaz and Herrera served to increase the desire of drawing nearer to those auriferous countries. George von Speyr left Coro, 1535, and penetrated by the mountains of Merida to the banks of the Apure and the Meta. He passed these two rivers near their sources, where they have but little breadth. The Indians told him that, farther on, white men wandered about the plains. Speyr, who imagined that he was not far from the banks of the Amazon, had no doubt that these wandering Spaniards were men unfortunately shipwrecked in the expedition of Ordaz. He crossed the savannas of San Juan de los Llanos, which were said to abound in gold, and made a long stay at an Indian village called Pueblo de Nuestra Senora, and afterwards La Fragua, southeast of Paramo de la Suma Paz. I have been on the western back of this group of mountains, the Fusagasugá, and there heard that the plains by which they are skirted toward the east still enjoy some celebrity for wealth among the natives. Speyr found in the populous village of La Fragua a Casa del Sol, Temple of the Sun, a convent of virgins, similar to those of Peru and New Granada. Were these the consequence of a migration of religious rites toward the east, or must we admit that the plains of San Juan were their first cradle? Tradition indeed records that Bochica, the legislator of New Granada and high priest of Iraca, had gone up from the plains of the east to the tableland of Bogota. But Bochica, being at once the offspring and the symbol of the sun, his history may contain allegories that are merely astrological. Speyr, pursuing his way toward the south, and crossing the two branches of the Guaviare, which are the Ariari and the Guayavero, Guayari, or Canacamere, arrived on the banks of the great Rio Papamene, or Caqueta. The resistance he met with during a whole year in the province of Los Choques put an end in 1537 to this memorable expedition. Nicholas Federman and Geronimo de Ortal, 1536, who went from Macarapana and the mouth of the Rio Neveri, followed, 1535, the traces of Jorge de Espira. The former sought for gold in the Rio Grande de la Magdalena. The latter endeavored to discover a temple of the sun, Casa del Sol, on the banks of the Meta. Ignorant of the idiom of the natives, they seemed to see everywhere at the foot of the Cordilleras the reflection of the greatness of the temples of Iraca, Sogamozo, which was then the center of the civilization of Cundinamarca. I have now examined in a geographical point of view the expeditions on the Orinoco, and in a western and southern direction on the eastern bank of the Andes, before the tradition of El Dorado was spread among the conquistadors. This tradition, as we have noticed above, had its origin in the kingdom of Quito, where Luis Daza, 1535, met with an Indian of New Granada, who had been sent by his prince, no doubt the Zipa of Bogota or the Zacue of Tunja, to demand assistance from Atahualpa, Inca of Peru. This ambassador boasted, as is usual, the wealth of his country, but what particularly fixed the attention of the Spaniards, who were assembled with Daza in the town of Tacunga, Yactacunga, was the history of a lord who, his body covered with powdered gold, went into a lake amid the mountains. This lake may have been the Laguna de Tota, a little to the east of Sogamozo, Iraca, and of Tunja, Junca, the town of Juncahua, where the two chiefs, ecclesiastical and secular, of the empire of Cundinamarca resided, but no historical remembrance being attached to this mountain lake, I rather suppose that it was the sacred lake of Guatavita, on the east of the mines of rock salt of Zabiquiri, into which the gilded lord was made to enter. I saw on its banks the remains of a staircase hewn in the rock, and serving for the ceremonies of ablution. The Indians said that the powder of gold and golden vessels were thrown into this lake as a sacrifice to the adoratorio of Guatavita. vestiges are still found of a breach which was made by the Spaniards for the purpose of draining the lake. The Temple of the Sun of Sogamozo being pretty near the northern coasts of terra firma, the notions of the gilded man were soon applied to a high priest of the sect of Bochica, or Indacanzas, who every morning before he performed his sacrifice caused powder of gold to be struck upon his hands and face after they had been smeared with grease. Other accounts, preserved in a letter of Oviedo addressed to the celebrated Cardinal Bembo, say that Gonzalo Pizarro, when he discovered the province of cinnamon trees, quote, sought at the same time a great prince, noised in those countries, who was always covered with powdered gold, so that from head to foot he resembled an image of gold fashioned by the hand of a skilful workman. A una figuera d'oro lavatoro di mano d'un buonice orifice. The powdered gold is fixed to the body by means of an odoriferous resin. But as this kind of garment would be uneasy to him while he slept, the prince washes himself every evening and is gilded anew in the morning, which proves that the empire of El Dorado is infinitely rich in mines." End quote. It seems probable that there was something in the ceremonies of the worship introduced by Bochica, which gave rise to a tradition so generally spread. The strangest customs are found in the New World. In Mexico, the sacrificers painted their bodies and wore a kind of cape with hanging sleeves of tanned human skin. On the banks of the Caura, and in other wild parts of Guyana where painting the body is used instead of tattooing, the nations anoint themselves with turtle fat and stick spangles of mica with a metallic luster, white as silver and red as copper, on their skin, so that at a distance they seem to be wearing laced clothes. The fable of the gilded man is perhaps founded on a similar custom, and as there were two sovereign princes in New Granada, the Lama of Iraca and the secular chief or Zacque of Tunisia, we cannot be surprised that the same ceremony was attributed sometimes to the prince and sometimes to the high priest. It is more extraordinary that, as early as the year 1535, the country of El Dorado was sought for on the east of the Andes. Robertson is mistaken in admitting that Orellana received the first notions of it, 1540, on the banks of the Amazon. The history of Fray Pedro Simon, founded on the memoirs of Quesada, the conqueror of Cundinamarca, proves directly the contrary, and Gonzalo Diaz de Pineda, as early as 1536, sought for the gilded man beyond the plains of the province of Quijos. The ambassador of Bogota, whom Daza met with in the kingdom of Quito, had spoken of a country situate towards the east. Was this because the tableland of New Granada is not on the north, but on the northeast of Quito? We may venture to say that the tradition of a naked man covered with powdered gold must have belonged originally to a hot region, and not to the cold tablelands of Cundinamarca, where I often saw the thermometer sink below 4 or 5 degrees. However, on account of the extraordinary configuration of the country, the climate differs greatly at Guatavita, Tunja, Iraca, and on the banks of the Sogamozo. Sometimes also religious ceremonies are preserved which took rise in another zone, and the Muiscas, according to ancient traditions, made Bochica their first legislator and the founder of their worship, arrived from the plains situate to the east of the Cordilleras. I shall not decide whether these traditions expressed an historical fact, or merely indicated, as we have already observed in another place, that the first Lama, who was the offspring and the symbol of the sun, must necessarily have come from the countries to the east. Be it as it may, it is not less certain that the celebrity which the expeditions of Ordaz, Herrera, and Speyer had already given to the Orinoco, the Meta, and the province of Papamene, situate between the sources of the Guaviare and the Caqueta, contributed to fix the fable of El Dorado near to the eastern back of the Cordilleras. End of chapter 2.25, part 5. Chapter 3.25, part 6 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.25, Part 6. The junction of 3 bodies of troops on the tableland of New Granada spread through all that part of America occupied by the Spaniards, the news of an immensely rich and populous country which remained to be conquered. Sebastian de Belalcazar marched from Quito by way of Popayan, 1536, to Bogota. Nicholas Federman, coming from Venezuela, arrived from the east by the plains of Meta. These two captains found already settled on the tableland of Cundinamarca the famous Adelantado Gonzalez Jimenez de Quesada, one of whose descendants I saw near Zipaquira with bare feet, attending cattle. The fortuitous meeting of the three conquistadors, one of the most extraordinary and dramatic events of the history of the conquest, took place in 1538. Belalcazar's narratives inflamed the imagination of warriors eager for adventurous enterprises, and the notions communicated to Luis Daza by the Indian of Tacunga were compared with the confused ideas which Ordaz had collected on the Meta respecting the treasures of a great king with one eye, Indio Tuerto, and a people clothed who rode upon llamas. An old soldier, Pedro de Limpias, who had accompanied Federman to the tableland of Bogota, carried the first news of El Dorado to Coro, where the remembrance of the expedition of Speyer, 1535 to 1537, to the Rio Papamene was still fresh. It was from this same town of Coro that Philippe van Houten, Utre, undertook his celebrated voyage to the province of the Omaguas, while Pizarro, Orellana, and Hernan Perez de Quesada, brother of the Adelantado, sought for the gold country at the Rio Napo, along the river of the Amazons, and on the eastern chain of the Andes of New Granada. The natives, in order to get rid of their troublesome guests, continually described Dorado as easy to be reached and situate at no considerable distance. It was like a phantom that seemed to flee before the Spaniards and to call on them unceasingly. It is in the nature of man, wandering on the earth, to figure to himself happiness beyond the region which he knows. El Dorado, similar to Atlas and the islands of the Hesperides, disappeared by degrees from the domain of geography and entered that of mythological fictions. I shall not here relate the numerous enterprises which were undertaken for the conquest of this imaginary country. Unquestionably, we are indebted to them in great part for our knowledge of the interior of America. They have been useful to geography, as errors and daring hypotheses are often to the search for the truth. In the discussion on which we are employed, it is incumbent on me to rest only upon those facts which have had the most direct influence on the construction of ancient and modern maps. Hernan Perez de Quesada, after the departure of his brother the Adelantado for Europe, sought anew 1539, but this time in the mountainous land north-east of Bogota, the Temple of the Sun, Casa del Sol, of which Geronimo de Ortal had heard spoken in 1536 on the banks of the Meta. The worship of the sun introduced by Bochica and the celebrity of the sanctuary of Iraca, or Sogamozo, gave rise to those confused reports of temples and idols of massy gold. But on the mountains as in the plains, the traveller believed himself to be always at a distance from them, because the reality never corresponded with the chimerical dreams of the imagination. Francisco de Orellana, after having vainly sought El Dorado with Pizarro in the Provincia de los Canalos, and on the auriferous banks of the Napo, went down, 1540, the great river of the Amazon. He found there, between the mouths of the Javari and the Rio de la Trinidad, Yupura, a province rich in gold, called Muchifaro, in the vicinity of that of the Aumaguas or Omaguas. These notions contributed to carry El Dorado toward the southeast, for the names Omaguas, Aguas, de Taguas, and Papamene designated the same country, that which Jorge de Espira had discovered in his expedition to the Caqueta. The Omaguas, the Manoas or Manaus, and the Huaypes or Guaypes, lived on the plain on the north of the Amazon. They are three powerful nations, the latter of which, stretching toward the west along the banks of the Guape or Uape, had been already mentioned in the voyages of Quesada and Houten. These two conquistadors, alike celebrated in the history of America, reached by different roads the Llanos of San Juan, then called Valle de Nuestra Senora. Hernan Perez de Quesada, 1541, passed the Cordilleras of Cundinamarca, probably between the paramos of Chingasa and Sumapaz, while Philippe de Houten, accompanied by Pedro de Limpias, the same who had carried to Venezuela the first news of Dorado from the land of Bogota, directed his course from north to south by the road which Speyer had taken to the eastern side of the mountains. Houghton left Coro, the principal seat of the German factory or company of Welser, when Henry Remboldt was its director. After having traversed 1541 the plains of Casanare, the Meta, and the Caguan, he arrived at the banks of the upper Guaviare, a river which was long believed to be the source of the Orinoco, and the mouth of which I saw in passing by San Fernando de Atabapo to the Rio Negro. Not far from the right bank of the Guaviare, Houghton entered Macatoa, the city of the Guapes. The people there were clothed, the fields appeared well cultivated. Everything denoted a degree of civilization unknown in the hot region of America which extends to the east of the Cordilleras. Speyer, in his expedition to the Rio Caqueta and the province of Papamene, had probably crossed the Guaviare far above Macatoa, before the junction of the two branches of this river, the Ariari and the Guayavero. Houghton was told that on advancing more to the southeast, he would enter the territory of the great nation of the Omaguas, the priest-king of which was called Quareca, and which possessed numerous herds of llamas. These traces of cultivation, these ancient resemblances to the tableland of Quito, appear to be very remarkable. It has already been said above that Orellana saw llamas at the dwelling of an Indian chief on the banks of the Amazon, and that Ordaz had heard mention of them made in the plains of Meta. I pause where ends the domain of geography, and shall not follow Houghton in the description either of that town of immense extent, which he saw from afar, or of the battle of the Omaguas, where 39 Spaniards, the names of 14 are recorded in the annals of time, fought against 15,000 Indians. These false reports contributed greatly to embellish the fable of El Dorado. The name of the town of the Omaguas is not found in the narrative of Houghton, but the Manoas, from whom Father Fritz received, in the 17th century, plates of beaten gold, in his mission of Yurim Aguas, are neighbors of the Omaguas. The name Manoa subsequently passed from the country of the Amazons to an imaginary town placed in El Dorado de la Parima. The celebrity attached to those countries between the Caqueta, Papamene, and the Guaupe, one of the tributary streams of the Rio Negro, excited Pedro de Ursua in 1560 to that fatal expedition which ended by the revolt of the tyrant Aguirre. Ursua, in going down the Caqueta to enter the river of the Amazons, heard of the province of Caricuri. This denomination clearly indicates the country of gold, for I find that this metal is called Caricuri in the Tamanac and Carucaru in the Caribbee. Is it a foreign word that denotes gold among the nations of the Orinoco, as the words sugar and cotton are in our European languages? This would prove that these nations learned to know the precious metals among the foreign products which came to them from the Cordilleras, or from the plains at the eastern back of the Andes. Note: in Peruvian or Quechua, lengua del Inca, gold is called cori, whence are derived chichicori, golden powder, and coricoya, gold ore. End of note. We now arrive at the period when the fable of El Dorado was fixed in the eastern part of Guyana, first at the pretended lake Cassipa on the banks of the Paragua, a tributary stream of the Coroni, and afterwards between the sources of the Rio Essequibo and the Rio Branco. The circumstances had the greatest influence on the state of geography in those countries. Antonio de Berrio, son-in-law, note, properly casado con una sobrino, Fray Pedro Simon, pages 597 and 608. Harris, Call, Volume 2, page 212. Late, page 652. Cowlin, page 175. Raleigh calls Quesada, Seminis de Quesada. He also confounds the periods of the voyages of Ordaz, Ordace, Oriana, Orelano, and Ursua. See Empire of Guyana, pages 13 to 20, end of note. And sole heir of the great Adelantado, Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada, past the Cordilleras to the east of Tunja. Note: no doubt between the paramos of Chita and of Zoraca, taking the road of Chire and Pore. Berrio told Raleigh that he came from the Casanare to the Pato, from the Pato to the Meta, and from the Meta to the Baraguan, Orinoco. We must not confound this Rio Pato, a name connected no doubt with that of the ancient mission of Patuto, with the Rio Pauta. End of note. Embarked on the Rio Casanare and went down by this river, the Meta and the Orinoco, to the island of Trinidad. We scarcely know this voyage except by the narrative of Raleigh. It appears to have preceded a few years the first foundation of the Vieja Guyana, which was in the year 1591. A few years later, 1595, Berreo caused his Mesa de Campo, Dominique de Vera, to prepare in Europe an expedition of 2,000 men to go up the Orinoco and conquer El Dorado, which then began to be called the country of the Manoa, and even the Laguna de la Gran Manoa. Rich landholders sold their farms to take part in a crusade to which 12 Observantin monks and 10 secular ecclesiastics were annexed. The tales related by one Martinez, Juan Martin de Albujar, who said he had been abandoned by the expedition of Diego de Ordaz and led from town to town till he reached the capital of El Dorado, had inflamed the imagination of Berreo. Note: I believe I can demonstrate that the fable of Juan Martinez, spread abroad by the narrative of Raleigh, was founded on the adventures of Juan Martin de Albujar, well known to the Spanish historians of the conquest, and who in the expedition of Pedro de Silva, 1570, fell into the hands of the Caribs of the lower Orinoco. This Albujar married an Indian woman, and became a savage himself, as happens sometimes in our own days on the western limits of Canada and of the United States. After having long wandered with the Caribs, the desire of rejoining the whites led him by the Rio Essequibo to the island of Trinidad. He made several excursions to Santa Fe de Bogota, and at length settled at Carora. Simon, page 591. I know not whether he died at Puerto Rico, but it cannot be doubted that it was he who learned from the Carib traders the name of the Manoas of Jurubesh. As he lived on the banks of the upper Caroni and reappeared at the Rio Essequibo, he may have contributed also to place the Lake Manoa at the isthmus of Rupunuwini. Raleigh makes his Juan Martinez embark below Moriquito, a village at the east of that confluence of the Caroni with the Orinoco. Thence he makes him dragged by the Caribs from town to town, till he finds at Manoa a relation of the Inca Atahualpa, whom he had known before at Cajamarca, and who had fled before the Spaniards. It appears that Raleigh had forgotten that the voyage of Ordaz, 1531, was 2 years anterior to the death of Atahualpa and the entire destruction of the Empire of Peru. He must have confounded the expedition of Ordaz with that of Silva, 1570, in which Juan Martin de Albujar took part. The latter, who related his tales at Santa Fe, at Venezuela, and perhaps at Puerto Rico, must have combined what he had heard from the Caribs with what he had learned from the Spaniards respecting the town of the Omaguas seen by Houghton, of the gilded man who sacrificed in a lake, and of the flight of the family of Atahualpa into the forest of Vilcabamba and the eastern cordillera of the Andes. Garcilaso, Volume 2, page 194. End of note. It is difficult to distinguish what this conquistador had himself observed in going down the Orinoco from what he said he had collected in a pretended journal of Martinez deposited at Puerto Rico. It appears that in general, at that period, the same ideas prevailed respecting America as those which we had long entertained in regard to Africa. It was imagined that more civilization would be found towards the center of the continent than on the coasts. Already Juan Gonzalez, whom Diego de Ordaz had sent in 1531 to explore the banks of the Orinoco, announced that, quote, "The farther you went up this river, the more you saw the population increase." End quote. Berreo mentions the often inundated province of Amapaja, between the confluence of the Meta and the Cuchivero, where he found many little idols of molten gold, similar to those which were fabricated at Cauchieto, east of Coro. He believed this gold to be a product of the granitic soil that covers the mountainous country between the Carichana, Uruana, and Cuchivero. In fact, the natives have recently found a mass of native gold in the Quebrada del Tigre, near the mission of Encaramada. Berreo mentions on the east of the province of Amapaja the Rio Caroni, Caroli, which was said to issue from a great lake, because one of the tributary streams of the Caroni, the Rio Paragua, river of the great water, had been taken for an inland sea from ignorance of the Indian languages. Several of the Spanish historians believed that this lake, the source of the Caroni, was the Grand Manoa of Berrio, but the notions he communicated to Raleigh show that the Laguna de Manoa, del Dorado, or de Parima, was supposed to be to the south of the Rio Paragua, transformed into Laguna Cassipa. Quote, both these basins had auriferous sands, but on the banks of the Cassipa was situate Macureguari, the capital of the cacique of Aromaja, and the first city of the imaginary empire of Guyana. End quote. As these often inundated lands have been at all times inhabited by nations of Carib race, who carried on a very active inland trade with the most distant regions, we must not be surprised that more gold was found here in the hands of the Indians than elsewhere. The natives of the coast did not employ this metal in the form of ornaments or amulets only, but also as a medium of exchange. It is not extraordinary, therefore, that gold has disappeared on the coast of Paria and among the nations of the Orinoco. Their inland communications have been impeded by the Europeans. The natives who have remained independent are in our days, no doubt, more wretched, more indolent, and in a ruder state than they were before the conquest. The king of Morequito, whose son Raleigh took to England, had visited Cumana in 1594 to exchange a great quantity of images of massy gold for iron tools and European merchandise. The unexpected appearance of an Indian chief augmented the celebrity of the riches of the Orinoco. It was supposed that El Dorado must be near the country from which the king of Morequito came, and as this country was often inundated, and rivers vaguely called great seas or great basins of water, El Dorado must be on the banks of a lake. It was forgotten that the gold brought by the Caribs and other trading people was as little the produce of the soil as the diamonds of Brazil and India are the produce of the regions of Europe where they are most abundant. The expedition of Berrio, which had increased in number during the stay of the vessels at Cumana, La Margareta, and the island of Trinidad, proceeded by Morequito near Vieja Guyana towards the Rio Paragua, a tributary stream of the Caroni. But sickness, the ferocity of the natives, and the want of subsistence opposed invincible obstacles to the progress of the Spaniards. They all perished, except about 30, who returned in a deplorable state to the post of Santo Tomé. These disasters did not calm the ardor displayed during the first half of the 17th century in the search of El Dorado. The governor of the island of Trinidad, Antonio de Berrio, became the prisoner of Sir Walter Raleigh in the celebrated incursion of that navigator in 1595 on the coast of Venezuela and at the mouth of the Orinoco. Raleigh collected from Berrio and from other prisoners made by Captain Preston at the taking of Caracas all the information which had been obtained at that period on the countries situate to the south of the Vieja Guyana. Note: these prisoners belonged to the expedition of Berrio and of Hernandez de Serpa. The English landed at Macuto, then Guaycamacuto, whence a white man, Villalpando, led them by a mountain path between Cumbra and the Silla, perhaps passing over the edge of Galipano to the town of Caracas. Simon, page 594, Raleigh, page 19. Those only who are acquainted with the situation can be sensible how difficult and daring this enterprise was. End of note. He lent faith to the fables invented by Juan Martin de Albujar, and entertained no doubt either of the existence of the two lakes Cassipa and Rupunuwini, or of that of the great empire of the Inca, which after the death of Atahualpa, the fugitive princes were supposed to have founded near the sources of the Essequibo. We are not in possession of a map that was constructed by Raleigh, and which he recommended to Lord Charles Howard to keep secret. The geographer Hondius has filled up this void, and has even added to his map a table of longitudes and latitudes, among which figure the Laguna del Dorado and the Via Imperial de Manoas. Raleigh, when at anchor near the Punta del Gallo, in the island of Trinidad, made his lieutenants explore the mouths of the Orinoco, principally those of the Cupuri, Grand Amana, Manamo Grande, and the Mercurio, Macario. Note: the northern part of La Punta de Icacos, which is the southeast cape of the island of Trinidad. Christopher Columbus cast anchor there on August 3rd, 1498. A great confusion exists in the denomination of the different capes of the island of Trinidad, and as recently, since the expedition of Fidalgo and Churuca, the Spaniards reckon the longitudes in South America, west of La Punta de la Galera, latitude 10 degrees 50 minutes, longitude 63 degrees 20 minutes. It is important to fix the attention of geographers on this point. Columbus called the southeast cape of the island Punta Galera on account of the form of a rock. From the Punta de la Galera, he sailed to the west and landed at a low cape, which he calls Punta de Arenal. This is our Punta de Icacos. In this passage, near a place, Punta de la Playa, where he stopped to take in water, perhaps at the mouth of the Rio Erin, he saw to the south, for the first time, the continent of America, which he called Isla Santa. It was, therefore, the eastern coast of the province of Cumaná, to the east of Caño Macarillo, near Punta Redonda, and not the mountainous coast of Paria, Isla de Gracia of Columbus, which was first discovered. End of note. As his ships drew a great deal of water, he found it difficult to enter the Bocas Chicas, and was obliged to construct flat-bottomed barks. He remarked the fires of the Tivitivas, of the race of Guaraon Indians, on the tops of the Mauritia palm trees, and appears to have first brought the fruit to Europe, fructum squamosum, similum palmi pinni. I am surprised that he scarcely mentioned the settlement which had been made by Berrio under the name of Santo Tome, La Vieja Guyana. This settlement, however, dates from 1591, and though, according to Fray Pedro Simon, quote, religion and policy prohibited all mercantile connections between the Christians, Spaniards, and heretics, the Dutch and English, end quote, there was then carried on at the end of the 16th century, as in our days, an active contraband trade by the mouths of the Orinoco. Raleigh passed the river Europa, Guarapo, and, quote, the plains of Semas, Chemas, which extend, keeping the same level, as far as Cumaná and Caracas, end quote. He stopped at Morequito, perhaps a little to the north of the site of the Villa de Upata, in the missions of the Caroni, where an old cacique confirmed to him all the reveries of Berrio on the eruption of foreign nations, Orejones and Epurimai, into Guyana. The raudals or cataracts of the Caroni, a river which was at that period considered as the shortest way for reaching the towns of Macureguare and Manoa, situate on the banks of Lake Cassipa and of Lake Rupunuwini or Dorado, put an end to this expedition. Raleigh went scarcely the distance of 60 leagues along the Orinoco, but he names the upper tributary streams according to the vague notions he had collected: the Cari, the Pau, the Apure, Capuri, the Guarico, Vaori, the Meta, and even, quote, in the province of Baraguan, the great cataract of Athule, Atures, which prevents all further navigation, end quote. Note: Raleigh distinguishes the Meta from the Beta, which flows into the Baraguan, the Orinoco, conjointly with the Dauna, near Athule, as he distinguishes the Casanare, a tributary stream of the Meta, and the Casnero, which comes from the south and appears to be the Rio Cuchivero. All above the confluence of the Apure was then very confusedly known, and streams that flow into the tributary streams of the Orinoco were considered as flowing into this river itself. The Apure, Capuri, and Meta appeared long to be the same river on account of their proximity and the numerous branches by which the Arauca and the Apure join each other. Is the name of Beta perchance connected with that of the nation of Betoyas on the plains of the Casanare and the Meta? Hondius, and the geographers who have followed him, with the exception of Delisle, 1700, and of Samson, 1656, place the province of Amapaja erroneously to the east of the Orinoco. We see clearly by the narrative of Raleigh, pages 26 and 72, that Amapaja is the inundated country between the Meta and the Guarico. Where are the rivers Daune and Umbaro? The Guaviare appears to me to be the Goavare of Raleigh. End of note. Notwithstanding Raleigh's exaggeration, so little worthy of a statesman, his narrative contains important materials for the history of geography. The Orinoco above the confluence of the Apure was at that period as little known to Europeans as in our time the course of the Niger below Sego. The names of several very remote tributary streams were known, but not their situation, and when the same name differently pronounced, or not properly apprehended by the ear, furnished different sounds, their number was multiplied. Other errors had perhaps their source in the little interest which Antonio de Berrio, the Spanish governor, felt in communicating true and precise notions to Raleigh, who indeed complains of his prisoner, quote, as being utterly unlearned and not knowing the East from the West. End quote. I shall not here discuss the point how far the belief of Raleigh in all he relates of inland seas similar to the Caspian Sea on, quote, the imperial and golden city of Manoa, end quote, and on the magnificent palaces built by the Emperor Inga of Guyana, in imitation of those of his ancestors at Peru, was real or pretended. The learned historian of Brazil, Mr. Southey, and the biographer of Raleigh, Sir G. Cayley, have recently thrown much light on this subject. It seems to me difficult to doubt of the extreme credulity of the chief of the expedition and of his lieutenants. We see Raleigh adapted everything to the hypotheses he had previously formed. He was certainly deceived himself when he sought to influence the imagination of Queen Elizabeth and execute the projects of his own ambitious policy. He neglected none of the artifices of flattery. He described to the Queen, quote, the transports of those barbarous nations at the sight of her picture, end quote. He would have, quote, the name of the august Virgin, who knows how to conquer empires, reach as far as the country of the warlike women of the Orinoco and the Amazon. And, quote, he asserts that, quote, at the period when the Spaniards overthrew the throne of Cusco, an ancient prophecy was found which predicted that the dynasty of the Incas would one day owe its restoration to Great Britain, end quote. He advises that, quote, on pretext of defending the territory against external enemies, garrisons of 3,000 or 4,000 English should be placed in the towns of the Inca, obliging this prince to pay a contribution annually to Queen Elizabeth of 300,000 pounds sterling, end quote. Finally, he adds, like a man who foresees the future, that, quote, all the vast countries of South America will one day belong to the English nation, end quote. Note. I showed them Her Majesty's picture, which the Casagui so admired and honoured, as it had been easy to have brought them idolatrous thereof. And I further remember that Berrio confessed to me and others, which I protest before the majesty of God to be true, that there was found among prophecies at Peru, at such a time as the empire was reduced to the Spanish obedience, in their chiefest temple, among divers others which foreshadowed the loss of the said empire, that from Inglaterra those Ingas should be again in time to come restored. The Inga would yield to Her Majesty by composition many 100,000 pounds yearly, as to defend him against all enemies abroad, and defray the expenses of a garrison of 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers. It seemeth to me that this empire of Guyana is reserved for the English nation. End quote. Raleigh, pages 7, 17, 51, and 100. End of note. The 4 voyages of Raleigh to the lower Orinoco succeeded each other, from 1595 to 1617. After all these useless attempts, the ardor of research after El Dorado has greatly diminished. No expeditions have since been formed by a numerous band of colonists, but some solitary enterprises have been encouraged by the governors of the provinces. The notions spread by the journeys of Father Acunha in 1688 and Father Fritz in 1637 to the auriferous land of the Manoas of Jurubesh and to the Laguna del Oro contributed to renew the ideas of El Dorado in the Portuguese and Spanish colonies north and south of the equator. At Cuenza, in the kingdom of Quito, I met with some men who were employed by the Bishop Marfil to seek at the east of the Cordilleras, in the plains of the Macas, the ruins of the town Logorono, which was believed to be situate in a country rich in gold. We learn by the Journal of Hortsman, which I have often quoted, that it was supposed in 1740 El Dorado might be reached from Dutch Guiana by going up the Rio Essequibo. Don Miguel Centurion, the governor of Santo Tomé de Angostura displayed an extreme ardor for reaching the imaginary lake of Manoa. Arimuicapa, an Indian of the nations of the Ipurocotos, went down the Rio Caroni, and by his false narrations inflamed the imagination of the Spanish colonists. He showed them in the southern sky the clouds of Magellan, the whitish light of which he said was the reflection of the argentiferous rocks situate in the middle of the Laguna Parima. This was describing in a very poetical manner the splendor of the micaceous and talky slates of this country. Another Indian chief, known among the Caribs of Essequibo by the name El Capitan Jurado, vainly attempted to undeceive the governor centurion. Fruitless attempts were made by the Caura and the Rio Paragua, and several hundred persons perished miserably in these rash enterprises, from which, however, geography has derived some advantages. Nicolas Rodriguez and Antonio Santos, 1775 to 1780, were employed by the Spanish governor. Santos proceeded by the Caroni, the Paragua, the Paraguamusi, the Anacarpa, and the mountains of Pacaraimo and Quimiropaca, reached the Uraricuera and the Rio Branco. I have found some valuable information in the journals of these perilous expeditions. End of chapter 3.25, part 6. Chapter 3.25, part 7, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.25, part 7. The maritime charts which the Florentine traveller Amerigo Vespucci constructed in the early years of the 16th century as Piloto Mayor de la Casa de Contratacion of Seville, and in which he placed, perhaps artfully, the words Tierra de Amerigo, have not reached our times. Note: he died in 1512, as Mr. Munoz has proved by the documents of the archives of Simancas. Hist del Nuevo Mundo, Volume 1, page 17. Tiraboschi, Storia della Literatura. End of note. The most ancient monument we possess of the geography of the new continent is the Map of the World by John Reich, annexed to a Roman edition of Ptolemy in 1508. Note: see the learned researches of M. Walkener in the Bibliographie Universelle, Volume 6, page 209, article Bucking. On the maps added to Ptolemy in 1506, we find no trace of the discoveries of Columbus. End of note. We there find Yucatan and Honduras, the most southern part of Mexico, figured as an island by the name of Culicar. Note: no doubt the lands between Yucatan, Cape Gracias a Dios, and Veraga, discovered by Columbus, 1502 and 1503, by Soltis and by Pincon, 1506. End of note. There is no Isthmus of Panama, but a passage which permits of a direct navigation from Europe to India. The great southern island, South America, bears the name of Terra de Parillas, bounded by two rivers, the Rio Larino and the Rio Formosa. These Parillas are no doubt the inhabitants of Paria, a name which Christopher Columbus had already heard in 1498, and which was long applied to a great part of America. Bishop Geraldini says clearly, in a letter addressed to Pope Leo X in 1516, Insula illa, quae Europe et Asia est major, quam indocti continentum Asia appellant, et ali America vel Pariam nuncupant. That island, larger than Europe and Asia joined together, which the unlearned call the continent of Asia, and others America, or Paria. Note: Alexandri Geraldini, Itinerarium, page 250. End of note. I find in the Map of the World of 1508 no trace whatever of the Orinoco. This river appears for the first time by the name of Rio Dolce on the celebrated map constructed in 1529 by Diego Rubiero, cosmographer of the Emperor Charles V, which was published, with a learned commentary, by M. Sprengel in 1795. Neither Columbus, 1498, nor Alonso de Ojeda, accompanied by Amerigo Vespucci, 1499, had seen the real mouth of the Orinoco. They confounded it with the northern opening of the Gulf of Paria, to which they attributed, by an exaggeration so common to the navigators of that time, an immense volume of fresh water. It was Vicente Yanez Pincon who, after having discovered the mouth of the Rio Maranon, first saw in 1500 that of the Orinoco. Note: the name of Maranon was known 59 years before the expedition of Lopez de Aguirre. The denomination of the river is therefore erroneously attributed to the nickname of Moranos, hogs, which this adventurer gave his companions in going down the river Amazon. Was not this vulgar jest rather an allusion to the Indian name of the river? End of note. He called this river Rio Dolce, a name which, since Ribeiro, was long preserved on our maps, and which has sometimes been given erroneously to the Moroni and to the Essequibo. The great lake Parima did not appear on our maps till after the first voyage of Raleigh. Note: I find no trace of it on a very rare map, dedicated to Richard Hakluyt, and constructed on the meridian of Toledo, Novus Orbis, Paris, 1587. In this map, published before the voyage of Quiros, a group of islands is marked in Fortunati Insulae, where the Friendly Islands actually are. Ortelius, 1570, already knew them. Were these islands seen by Magellan? End of note. It was Jodocus Hondius who, as early as 1599, fixed the ideas of geographers and figured the interior of Spanish Guiana as a country well known. He transformed the isthmus between the Rio Branco and the Rio Runapuini, one of the tributary streams of the Essequibo, into the lake Runapuini, Parima, or Dorado, 200 leagues long and 40 broad, and bounded by the latitudes of 1 degree 45 minutes south and 2 degrees north. This inland sea, larger than the Caspian, is sometimes traced in the midst of a mountainous country, without communication with any river. Note: see for instance Hondius, Neue Karte von het Godrechtland, Guyana, 1599, and Sanson's Map of America, in 1656 and 1669, end of note. And sometimes the Rio Oyapoc, Wayapago, Yapoc, Viapoco, and the Rio de Cayana are made to issue from it. Note: Brasilia et Carabao, Act Hondio et Helsen, 1599, end of note. The first of these rivers, confounded in the 8th article of the Treaty of Utrecht with the Rio de Vicente Pincon, Rio Calsoene of Danville, has been, even down to the late Congress of Vienna, the subject of interminable discussions between the French and Portuguese diplomatists. Note: I have treated this question in a Mémoire sur la fixation des limites de la Guyane française, written at the desire of the Portuguese government during the negotiations of Paris in 1817. See Scholl, Archives Pollet, or Pièces Inédites, Volume 1, pages 48 to 58. Ribeiro, in his celebrated Map of the World of 1529, places the Rio de Vicente Pincon south of the Amazon, near the Gulf of Maranhão. This navigator landed at this spot after having been at Cape St. Augustin, and before he reached the mouth of the Amazon. Herrera, Dec 1, page 107. The narrative of Gomara Hist Nat, 1553, page 48, is very confused in a geographical point of view. End of note. The second is an imaginary prolongation either of the Tona Grande or of the Oyac. Huia? The inland sea, Laguna Parima, was at first placed in such a manner that its western extremity coincided with the meridian of the confluence of the Apure and the Orinoco. By degrees it was advanced towards the east, the western extremity being found to the south of the mouth of the Orinoco. Note: compare the maps of 1599 with those of Sanson, 1656, and of Blau, 1633. End of note. This change produced others in the respective situations of the lakes Parima and Cassipa, as well as in the direction of the course of the Orinoco. This great river is represented as running from its delta as far as beyond the Meta from south to north, like the river Magdalena. The tributary streams, therefore, which were made to issue from the lake Cassipa, the Caroni, the Arui, and the Caura, then took the direction of the latitude, while in nature they follow that of the meridian. Besides the lakes Parima and Cassipa, a third was traced upon the maps, from which the Aproague, Apurwaca, was made to issue. It was then a general practice among geographers to attach all rivers to great lakes. By this means, Ortelius joined the Nile to the Zaire, or River Congo, and the Vistula to the Wolga and the Dnieper. North of Mexico, in the pretended kingdoms of Quivira and Cibola, rendered celebrated by the falsehoods of the monk Marcos de Niza, a great inland sea was imagined, from which the Rio Colorado of California was made to issue. Note, this is the Mexican Dorado, where it was pretended that vessels had been found on the coasts of New Albion, loaded with merchandise of Quito and China, Gomara, Hist. Gen., page 117, and where Fray Marcos, like Houghton, in the country of the Omaguas, had seen from afar the gilded roofs of a great town, one of the Siete Ciudades. The inhabitants have great dogs, on los cuales cuando se mudan cargan se menage. Herrera, Deck 6, pages 157 and 206. Later discoveries, however, leave no doubt that there existed a center of civilization in those countries. End of note. A branch of the Rio Magdalena flowed to the Laguna de Maracaibo and the Lake of Jareyas, near which a southern Dorado was placed, communicated with the Amazon, the Miri. Note. As this river flows into the Gulf of Maranhão, so named because some French colonists, Riffaut, Deveau, and Ravadière, believed they were opposite to the mouth of the Maranon, or Amazon, end of note. The ancient maps called the Miri Maranon, or Maranham. See the maps of Hondius and Paula de Forlani. Perhaps the idea that Pincon, to whom the discovery of the real Maranon is due, had landed in these parts, since become celebrated by the shipwreck of Ayres de Cunha, has also contributed to this confusion. The Miri appears to me identical with the Rio de Vicente Pincon of Diego Ribeiro, which is more than 140 leagues from that of the modern geographers. At present, the name of Maranon has remained at the same time to the river of the Amazons, and to a province which, farther eastwards, the capital of which is Maranhão, or San Luis de Maranon, end of note, and the Rio de San Francisco. These hydrographic reveries have for the most part disappeared, but the lakes Cassipa and Dorado have been long simultaneously preserved on our maps. In following the history of geography, we see the Cassipa figured as a rectangular parallelogram, enlarged by degrees at the expense of El Dorado. While the latter is sometimes suppressed, no one ventures to touch the former, which is the Rio Paragua, a tributary stream of the Caroni, enlarged by temporary inundations. Note, Sanson, Course of the Amazon, 1680. De L'Isle, Amérique Méride, 1700. D'Anville, first edition of his America, 1748. End of note. When D'Anville learned from the expedition of Solano that the sources of the Orinoco, far from lying to the west, on the back of the Andes of Pasto, came from the east, from the mountains of Parima, he restored in the second edition of his fine map of America, 1760, the Laguna Parima, and very arbitrarily made it to communicate with three rivers, the Orinoco, the Rio Branco, and the Essequibo, by the Mazaruni and the Cajoni, assigning to it the latitude from 3 to 4 degrees north, which had till then been given to the lake Cassipa. I have now stated, as I announced above, the variable forms which geographical errors have assumed at different periods. I have explained what in the configuration of the soil, the course of the rivers, the names of the tributary streams, and the multiplicity of the portages may have given rise to the hypothesis of an inland sea in the center of Guyana. However dry discussions of this nature may appear, they ought not to be regarded as sterile and fruitless. They show travelers what remains to be discovered, and make known the degree of certainty which long-repeated assertions may claim. It is with maps, as with those tables of astronomical positions which are contained in our ephemerides, designed for the use of navigators. The most heterogeneous materials have been employed in their construction during a long space of time, and without the aid of the history of geography, we could scarcely hope to discover at some future day on what authority every partial statement rests. Before I resume the thread of my narrative, it remains for me to add a few general reflections on the auriferous lands situate between the Amazon and the Orinoco. We have just shown that the fable of El Dorado, like the most celebrated fables of the nations of the ancient world, has been applied progressively to different spots. We have seen it advance from the southwest to the northeast, from the oriental declivity of the Andes toward the plains of the Rio Branco and the Essequibo, an identical direction with that in which the Caribs for ages conducted their warlike and mercantile expeditions. It may be conceived that the gold of the Cordilleras might be conveyed from hand to hand through an infinite number of tribes as far as the shore of Guyana, since, long before the fur trade had attracted English, American, and Russian vessels to the northwest coast of America, iron tools had been carried from New Mexico and Canada beyond the Rocky Mountains. From an error in longitude, the traces of which we find in all maps of the 16th century, the auriferous mountains of Peru and New Granada were supposed to be much nearer the mouths of the Orinoco and the Amazon than they are in fact. Geographers have the habit of augmenting and extending beyond measure countries that are recently discovered. In the map of Peru, published at Verona by Paulo di Forlani, the town of Quito is placed at a distance of 400 leagues from the coast of the South Sea, on the meridian of Cumana, and the Cordillera of the Andes there fills almost the whole surface of Spanish, French, and Dutch Guiana. This erroneous opinion of the breadth of the Andes has no doubt contributed to give so much importance to the granitic plains that extend on their eastern side, unceasingly confounding the tributary streams of the Amazon with those of the Orinoco, or, as the lieutenants of Raleigh called it to flatter their chief, the Rio Raleana. To the latter were attributed all the traditions which had been collected respecting the Dorado of Quijos, the Omaguas, and the Manauas. Note: the flight of Manco Inca, brother of Atahualpa, to the east of the Cordilleras no doubt gave rise to the tradition of the new empire of the Incas in Dorado. It was forgotten that Cajamarca and Cuzco, two towns where the princes of that unfortunate family were at the time of their emigration, are situate to the south of the Amazon, in the latitudes 7 degrees 8 minutes and 13 degrees 21 minutes south, and consequently 400 leagues southwest of the pretended town of Manoa on the Lake Parima, 3 degrees and a half north latitude. It is probable that, from the extreme difficulty of penetration into the plains east of the Andes, covered with forests, the fugitive princes never went beyond the banks of the Beni. The following is what I learnt with certainty respecting the emigration of the family of the Inca, some sad vestiges of which I saw on passing by Cajamarca. Manco Inca, acknowledged as the legitimate successor of Atahualpa, made war without success against the Spaniards. He retired at length into the mountains and thick forests of Vilcabamba, which are either accessible by Huamanga or Otanhuayla, or by the valley of Yucay north of Cuzco. Of the two sons of Manco Inca, the eldest, Sayri Tupac, surrendered himself to the Spaniards upon the invitation of the Viceroy of Peru, Hurtado de Mendoza. He was received with great pomp at Lima, was baptized there, and died peaceably in the fine valley of Yucay. The youngest son of Manco Inca, Tupac Amaru, was carried off by stratagem from the forests of Vilcabamba, and beheaded on pretext of a conspiracy formed against the Spanish usurpers. At the same period, 35 distant relations of the Inca Atahualpa were seized and conveyed to Lima, in order to remain under the inspection of the Audiencia. Garcilaso, Volume 2, pages 194, 480, and 501. It is interesting to inquire whether any other princes of the family of Manco Capac have remained in the forests of Vilcabamba, and if there still exist any descendants of the Incas of Peru between the Apurimac and the Beni. This supposition gave rise in 1741 to the famous rebellion of the Chuncos, and to that of the Amajes and Campos, led on by their chief, Juan Santos, under the false Atahualpa. The late political events of Spain have liberated from prison the remains of the family of José Gabriel Condorcanqui, an artful and intrepid man who, under the name of Inca Tupac Amaru, attempted in 1781 that restoration of the ancient dynasty which Raleigh had projected in the time of Queen Elizabeth. End of note. The geographer Hondius supposed that the Andes of Loja, celebrated for their forests of cinchona, were only 20 leagues distant from the Lake Parima or the banks of the Rio Branco. This proximity procured credit to the tidings of the flight of the Inca into the forests of Guyana and the removal of the treasures of Cusco to the easternmost parts of that country. No doubt, in going up towards the east, either by the Meta or by the Amazon, the civilization of the natives between the Purus, the Jupura, and the Iquiare was observed to increase. They possessed amulets, little idols of molten gold, and chairs elegantly carved. But these traces of dawning civilization are far distant from those cities and houses of stone described by Raleigh and those who followed him. We have made drawings of some ruins of great edifices east of the Cordilleras, when going down from Loja towards the Amazon, in the province of Jaen de Bracamoros, and thus far the Incas had carried their arms, their religion, and their arts. The inhabitants of the Orinoco were also before the conquest, when abandoned to themselves, somewhat more civilized than the independent hordes of our days. They had populous villages along the river, and a regular trade with more southern nations, but nothing indicates that they ever constructed an edifice of stone. We saw no vestige of any during the course of our journey. Though the celebrity of the riches of Spanish Guiana is chiefly assignable to the geographical situation of the country and the errors of the old maps, we are not justified in denying the existence of any auriferous land in the tract of country of 82,000 square leagues, which stretches between the Orinoco and the Amazon, on the east of the Andes of Quito and New Granada. What I saw of this country between the 2nd and 8th degrees of latitude and the 66th and 71st degrees of longitude is entirely composed of granite, and of a nice passing into micaceous and talcous slate. These rocks appear naked in the lofty mountains of Parima, as well as in the plains of the Atabapo and the Cassiquiare. Granite predominates there over the other rocks, and though in both continents the granite of ancient formation is pretty generally destitute of gold ore, we cannot thence conclude that the granite of Parima contains no vein, no stratum of auriferous quartz. On the east of the Cassiquiare, towards the sources of the Orinoco, we observed that the number of these strata and these veins increased. The granite of these countries, by its structure, its mixture of hornblende, and other geological features alike important, appears to me to belong to a more recent formation, perhaps posterior to the gneiss, and analogous to the steniferous granites, the hyalomites, and the pegmatites. Now, the least ancient granites are also the least destitute of metals, and several auriferous rivers and torrents in the Andes, in the Salzburg, Fichtelgebirge, and the tableland of the two Castiles lead us to believe that these granites sometimes contain native gold, and portions of auriferous pyrites and galena disseminated through the whole rock, as is the case with tin and magnetic and micaceous iron. The group of the mountains of Parima, several summits of which attain the height of 1,300 toises, was almost entirely unknown before our visit to the Orinoco. This group, however, is 100 leagues long and 80 broad, and though wherever M. Bonpland and I traversed this vast group of mountains, its structure seemed to us extremely uniform, it would be wrong to affirm that it may not contain very metalliferous transition rocks and mica slates superimposed on the granite. I have already observed that the silvery luster and frequency of mica have contributed to give Guyana great celebrity for metallic wealth. The peak of Calitamini, glowing every evening at sunset with a reddish fire, still attracts the attention of the inhabitants of Maypures. According to the fabulous stories of the natives, the islets of mica slate, situate in Lake Amucu, augment by their reflection the luster of the nebulae of the southern sky. Quote, "Every mountain," end quote, says Raleigh, quote, "every stone in the forests of the Orinoco shines like the precious metals. If it be not gold, it is madre de oro, mother of gold," end quote. Raleigh asserts that he brought back gangs of auriferous white quartz, quote, "hard white spar," end quote. And to prove the richness of this ore, he gives an account of the assays that were made by the officers of the Mint at London. Note, Messrs. Westwood, Dimmock, and Bulmer. End of note. I have no reason to believe that the chemists of the time sought to lead Queen Elizabeth into error, and I will not insult the memory of Raleigh by supposing, like his contemporaries, that the auriferous quartz which he brought home had not been collected in America. Note, see the defense of Raleigh in the preface to the Discovery of Guyana, 1596, pages 2 to 4, end of note. We cannot judge of things from which we are separated by so long an interval of time. The gneiss of the littoral chain contains traces of the precious metals. Note, in the southern branch of this chain, which passes by Usma, Villaducura, and Ocumare, particularly near Buria, Los Teques, and Los Marietas, end of note. And some grains of gold have been found in the mountains of Parima, near the mission of Encaramada. How can we infer the absolute sterility of the primitive rocks of Guyana from testimony merely negative, from the circumstance that during a journey of 3 months we saw no auriferous vein appearing above the soil? In order to bring together whatever may enlighten the government of this country on a subject so long disputed, I will enter upon a few more geological considerations. The mountains of Brazil, notwithstanding the numerous traces of embedded ore which they display between St. Paul and Villarica, have furnished only stream works of gold. More than 6/7 of the 78,000 marks, 52,000 pounds, of this metal, with which at the beginning of the 19th century America annually supplied the commerce of Europe, have come not from the lofty Cordilleras of the Andes, but from the alluvial lands on the east and west of the Cordilleras. These lands are raised but little above the level of the sea, like those of Sonora in Mexico and of Choco and Barbacoas in New Granada, or they stretch along the tablelands as in the interior of Brazil. Note, the height of Villarica is 630 toises, but the great tableland of the Capitania de Minas Gerais is only 300 toises in height. See the profile which Colonel Deschwege has published at Weimar, with an indication of the rocks, in imitation of my profile of the Mexican tableland. End of note. Is it not probable that some other depositions of auriferous earth extend toward the northern hemisphere, as far as the banks of the upper Orinoco and the Rio Negro, 2 rivers which form but one basin with that of the Amazon? I observed, when speaking of El Dorado de Canelas, the Amaguas, and the Iquiare, that almost all the rivers which flow from the west wash down gold in abundance, and very far from the Cordilleras. From Loja to Popayan, these Cordilleras are composed alternately of trachytes and primitive rocks. The plains of Ramora, of Logrono, and of Macas, Sevilla del Oro, the great Rio Napo with its tributary streams, the Ansupi and the Coca in the province of Quijos. Note, the little rivers Cosanga, Quijos, and Papalacta or Maspa, which form the Coca, rise on the eastern slope of the Nevado del Antisana. The Rio Ansupi brings down the largest grains of gold. It flows into the Napo, south of the Archidona, above the mouth of the Misaguali. Between the Misaguali and the Rio Coca, in the province of Avila, 5 other northern tributary streams of the Napo, the Siguna, Munino, Suno, Guataracu, and Pucono, are known as being singularly auriferous. These local details are taken from several manuscript reports of the governor of Quijos, from which I traced the map of the countries east of the Antisana. End of note. The Caqueta de Moca, as far as the mouth of the Fragua. In fine, all the country comprised between Jaen de Bracamoros and the Guaviare. Note. From Santiago, a tributary of the Upper Maranon, to the Llanos of Caguan and of San Juan, end of note, preserve their ancient celebrity for metallic wealth. More to the east, between the sources of the Guaiania, Rio Negro, the Uaupes, the Iquiare, and the Urubesh, we find a soil incontestably auriferous. There Acunha and Father Fritz placed their Laguna del Oro, and various accounts which I obtained at San Carlos from Portuguese Americans explain perfectly what La Condamine has related of the plates of beaten gold found in the hands of the natives. If we pass from the Iquiare to the left bank of the Rio Negro, we enter a country entirely unknown, between the Rio Branco, the sources of the Essequibo, and the mountains of Portuguese Guiana. Acunha speaks of the gold washed down by the northern tributary streams of the lower Maranon, such as the Rio Trombetas, Orejimina, Curupatuba, and the Ginipape, Rio de Paru. It appears to me a circumstance worthy of attention that all these rivers descend from the same tableland, the northern slope of which contains the lake Amucu, the Dorado of Raleigh and the Dutch, and the isthmus between the Rupunuri, Rupunuwini, and the Rio Mahu. There is no reason for denying the existence of auriferous alluvial lands far from the Cordilleras of the Andes on the north of the Amazon, as there are on the south in the mountains of Brazil. The Caribs of the Caroni, the Cuyuni, and the Essequibo have practiced on a small scale the washing of alluvial earth from the remotest times. Note, quote, on the north of the confluence of the Curupatuba and the Amazon, end quote, says Acunha, quote, is the mountain of Paraguajo, which, when illumined by the sun, glows with the most beautiful colours, and thence from time to time issues a horrible noise, revienta con grandes strenuos, end quote. Is there a volcanic phenomenon in this eastern part of the new continent? Or is it the love of the marvellous which has given rise to the tradition of the bellowings, bramidos, of Paraguajo? The lustre emitted from the sides of the mountain recalls to mind what we have mentioned above of the miraculous rocks of Calitamini and the island Ipomucina in the imaginary Lake Dorado. In one of the Spanish letters, intercepted at sea by Captain George Popham in 1594, it is said, quote, having inquired of the natives whence they obtained the spangles and powder of gold, which we found in their huts, and which they stick on their skin by means of some greasy substances, they told us that in a certain plain they tore up the grass and gathered the earth in baskets to subject it to the process of washing. End quote. Raleigh, page 109. Can this passage be explained by supposing that the Indians sought thus laboriously not for gold, but for spangles of mica, which the natives of Rio Caura still employ as ornaments when they paint their bodies? End of note. When we examine the structure of mountains and embrace in one point of view an extensive surface of the globe, distances disappear, and places the most remote insensibly draw near each other. The basin of the upper Orinoco, the Rio Negro, and the Amazon is bounded by the mountains of Parima on the north, and those of Minas Gerais and Mato Grosso on the south. The opposite slopes of the same valley often display an analogy in their geological relations. I have described in this and the preceding volume the vast provinces of Venezuela and Spanish Guyana. While examining their natural limits, their climate, and their productions, I have discussed the influence produced by the configuration of the soil on agriculture, commerce, and the more or less rapid progress of society. I have successively passed over the three regions that succeed each other from north to south, from the Mediterranean of the West Indies to the forests of the upper Orinoco and the Amazon. The fertile land of the shore, the center of agricultural riches, is succeeded by the llanos, inhabited by pastoral tribes. These llanos are in their turn bordered by the region of forests, the inhabitants of which enjoy, I will not say liberty, which is always the result of civilization, but a sort of savage independence. On the limit of these two latter zones, the struggle now exists which will decide the emancipation and future prosperity of America. The changes which are preparing cannot efface the individual character of each region, but the manners and condition of the inhabitants will assume a more uniform color. This consideration, perhaps, adds interest to a tour made in the beginning of the 19th century. We like to see, traced in the same picture, the civilized nations of the seashore, and the feeble remains of the natives of the Orinoco, who know no other worship than that of the powers of nature, and who, like the ancient Germans, deify the mysterious object which excites their simple admiration. Note, Deorum nominibus appellant secretum illid, quod sola reverentia vident. Tacitus Germania 9. End of chapter 3.25. Chapter 3.26, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.26, Part 1. The Llanos del Pao, or eastern part of the plains of Venezuela. Missions of the Caribs. Last visit to the coast of Nueva Barcelona, Cumaná, and Araya. Night had set in when we crossed for the last time the bed of the Orinoco. We purposed to rest near the little Fort San Rafael, and on the following morning at daybreak to set out on our journey through the plains of Venezuela. Nearly 6 weeks had elapsed since our arrival at Angostura, and we earnestly wished to reach the coast, with the view of finding, at Cumana or at Nueva Barcelona, a vessel in which we might embark for the island of Cuba. After the sufferings to which we had been exposed during several months, while sailing in small boats on rivers infested by mosquitoes, the idea of a sea voyage was not without its charms. We had no idea of ever again returning to South America. Sacrificing the Andes of Peru to the archipelago of the Philippines, of which so little is known, we adhered to our old plan of remaining a year in New Spain, then proceeding in a galleon from Acapulco to Manila, and returning to Europe by way of Basora and Aleppo. We imagined that, when we had once left the Spanish possessions in America, the fall of that ministry which had procured for us so many advantages could not be prejudicial to the execution of our enterprise. Our mules were waiting for us on the left bank of the Orinoco. The collection of plants and the different geological series which we had brought from the Esmeralda and Rio Negro had greatly augmented our baggage, and, as it would have been dangerous to lose sight of our herbals, we expected to make a very slow journey across the Llanos. The heat was excessive, owing to the reverberation of the soil, which was almost everywhere destitute of vegetation, yet the centigrade thermometer during the day, in the shade, was only from 30 to 34 degrees, and during the night from 27 to 28 degrees. Here, therefore, as almost everywhere within the tropics, it was less the absolute degree of heat than its duration that affected our sensations. We spent 13 days in crossing the plains, resting a little in the Caraibas missions, and in the little town of Pau. The eastern part of the Llanos through which we passed, between Angostura and Nueva Barcelona, presents the same wild aspect as the western part, through which we had passed from the valleys of Aragua to San Fernando de Apure. In the season of drought, which is here called summer, though the sun is in the southern hemisphere, the breeze is felt with greater force in the Llanos of Cumaná than in those of Caracas, because those vast plains, like the cultivated fields of Lombardy, form an inland basin, open to the east and closed on the north, south, and west by high chains of primitive mountains. Unfortunately, we could not avail ourselves of this refreshing breeze, of which the llaneros, or the inhabitants of the plains, speak with rapture. It was now the rainy season north of the equator, and though it did not rain in the plains, the change in the declination of the sun had for some time caused the action of the polar currents to cease. In the equatorial regions, where the traveller may direct his course by observing the direction of the clouds, and where the oscillations of the mercury in the barometer indicate the hour almost as well as the clock, everything is subject to a regular and uniform rule. The cessation of the breezes, the setting in of the rainy season, and the frequency of electric explosions are phenomena which are found to be connected together by immutable laws. On entering the Llanos of Nueva Barcelona, we met with a Frenchman, at whose house we passed the first night, and who received us with the kindest hospitality. He was a native of Lyon, and he had left his country at a very early age. He appeared extremely indifferent to all that was passing beyond the Atlantic, or, as they say here, disdainfully enough when speaking of Europe, on the other side of the great pool, al otro lado del charco. Our host was employed in joining large pieces of wood by means of a kind of glue called guaica. The substance, which is used by the carpenters of Angostura, resembles the best animal glue. It is found perfectly prepared between the bark and the alburnum of a creeper of the family of Combretaceae. Note: Combretum guaica. End of note. It probably resembles in its chemical properties birdlime, the vegetable principle obtained from the berries of the mistletoe and the internal bark of the holly. An astonishing abundance of this glutinous matter issues from the twining branches of the bejuco de guaica when they are cut. Thus we find within the tropics a substance in a state of purity and deposited in peculiar organs, which in the temperate zone can be procured only by artificial means. We did not arrive until the third day at the Caribbee missions of Cari. We observed that the ground was less cracked by the drought in this country than in the Llanos of Calabozo. Some showers had revived the vegetation. Small gramina, and especially those herbaceous sensitive plants, so useful in fattening wild cattle, formed a thick turf. At great distances one from another, there arose a few fan palms, Corypha tectorum, rhopalas, chaparro. Note: the Proteaceae are not, like the Araucaria, an exclusively southern form, We found the Rhopala complicata and the R. obovata in 2 degrees 30 minutes and in 10 degrees of north latitude, and Malpighias with coriaceous and glossy leaves. A neighbouring genus, Brysonima coccolobeifolia, B. laurifolia, near Matagorda, and B. rhopalifolia. The humid spots are recognized at a distance by groups of Mauritia, which are the sago trees of those countries. Near the coast, this palm tree constitutes the whole wealth of the Guarayón Indians, and it is somewhat remarkable that we also found it 160 leagues farther south, in the midst of the forests of the upper Orinoco, in the savannas that surround the granitic peak of Duida. The moriche, like the Sagus rumphii, is a palm tree of the marshes, not a palm tree of the coast, like the Chamaerops humilis, the common cocoa tree, and the lodiceae. It was loaded at this season with enormous clusters of red fruit, resembling fir cones. Our monkeys were extremely fond of this fruit, which has the taste of an overripe apple. The monkeys were placed with our baggage on the backs of the mules, and they made great efforts to reach the clusters that hung over their heads. The plain was undulating from the effects of the mirage, and when, after travelling for an hour, we reached the trunks of the palm trees, which appeared like masts in the horizon, we observed with astonishment how many things are connected with the existence of a single plant. The winds, losing their velocity when in contact with the foliage and the branches, accumulate sand around the trunk. The smell of the fruit and the brightness of the verdure attract from afar the birds of passage, which love to perch on the slender, arrow-like branches of the palm tree. A soft murmuring is heard around, and, overpowered by the heat and accustomed to the melancholy silence of the plains, the traveller imagines he enjoys some degree of coolness on hearing the slightest sound of the foliage. If we examine the soil on the side opposite to the wind, we find it remains humid long after the rainy season. Insects and worms, everywhere else so rare in the llanos, here assemble and multiply. This one solitary and often stunted tree, which would not claim the notice of the traveller amid the forests of the Orinoco, spreads life around it in the desert. On the 13th of July, we arrived at the village of Cari, the first of the Caribbean missions that are under the Observantin monks of the College of Piritu. We lodged as usual at the convent, that is, with the clergyman. Our host could scarcely comprehend how natives of the north of Europe could arrive at his dwelling from the frontiers of Brazil by the Rio Negro and not by way of the coast of Cumana. He behaved to us in the most affable manner, at the same time manifesting that somewhat importunate curiosity which the appearance of a stranger, not a Spaniard, always excites in South America. He expressed his belief that the minerals we had collected must contain gold, and that the plants, dried with so much care, must be medicinal. Here, as in many parts of Europe, the sciences are thought worthy to occupy the mind only so far as they confer some immediate and practical benefit on society. We found more than 500 Caribs in the village of Cari, and saw many others in the surrounding missions. It is curious to observe this nomad people, recently attached to the soil, and differing from all the other Indians in their physical and intellectual powers. They are a very tall race of men, their height being from 5 feet 6 inches to 5 feet 10 inches. According to a practice common in America, the women are more sparingly clothed than the men. The former wear only the guajuco or perizoma in the form of a band. The men have the lower part of the body wrapped in a piece of blue cloth, so dark as to be almost black. This drapery is so ample that on the lowering of the temperature towards evening, the Caribs throw it over their shoulders. Their bodies tinged with onoto, roku, obtained from the Biha Orellana. This paint is called in the Carib tongue bichet. Their tall figures, of a reddish copper colour, and their picturesque drapery, when seen from a distance, relieved against the sky as a background, resemble antique statues of bronze. The men cut their hair in a very peculiar manner, very much in the style of the monks. A part of the forehead is shaved, which makes it appear extremely high, and a circular tuft of hair is left near the crown of the head. This resemblance between the Caribs and the monks is not the result of mission life. It is not caused, as has been erroneously supposed, by the desire of the natives to imitate their masters, the Franciscan monks. The tribes that preserved their wild independence between the sources of the Caroni and the Rio Branco are distinguished by the same cerquillo de frailes, circular tonsure of the friars, which the early Spanish historians, at the time of the discovery of America, attributed to the nations of the Carib race. All the men of this race whom we saw, either during our voyage on the lower Orinoco or in the missions of Piritu, differ from the other Indians, not only in the tallness of their stature, but also in the regularity of their features. Their noses are smaller and less flattened, the cheekbones are not so high, and their physiognomy has less of the Mongol character. Their eyes, which are darker than those of the other hordes of Guyana, denote intelligence, and it may even be said, the habit of reflection. The Caribs have a gravity of manner, and a certain look of sadness, which is observable among most of the primitive inhabitants of the New World. The expression of severity in their features is heightened by the practice of dyeing their eyebrows with the juice of caruto. They also lengthen their eyebrows, thereby giving them the appearance of being joined together. And they often mark their faces all over with black spots to give themselves a more fierce appearance. The Carib women are less robust and good-looking than the men. On them devolves almost the whole burden of domestic work, as well as much of the outdoor labor. They asked us eagerly for pins, which they stuck under their lower lip, making the head of the pin penetrate deeply into the skin. The young girls are painted red and are almost naked. Among the different nations of the Old and the New Worlds, the idea of nudity is altogether relative. A woman in some parts of Asia is not permitted to show the tips of her fingers, while an Indian of the Carib race is far from considering herself unclothed if she wear round her waist a guajuco 2 inches broad. Even this band is regarded as less essential than the pigment which covers the skin. To go out of the hut without being painted would be to transgress all the rules of Carib decency. The Indians of the missions of Piritu especially attracted our attention, because they belong to a nation which, by its daring, its warlike enterprises, and its mercantile spirit, has exercised great influence over the vast country extending from the equator towards the northern coast. Everywhere on the Orinoco we beheld traces of the hostile incursions of the Caribs, incursions which heretofore extended from the sources of the Caroni and the Erevato as far as the banks of the Ventuari, the Atacave, and the Rio Negro. The Carib language is consequently the most general in this part of the world. It has even passed, like the language of the Lenape or Algonquins, and the Natchez or Muskogees on the west of the Allegheny Mountains, to tribes which have not a common origin. When we survey that multitude of nations spread over North and South America, eastward of the Cordilleras of the Andes, we fix our attention particularly on those who, having long held dominion over their neighbors, have acted an important part on the stage of the world. It is the business of the historian to group facts, to distinguish masses, to ascend to the common sources of many migrations and popular movements. Great empires, the regular organization of a sacerdotal hierarchy, and the culture which that organization favors in the first stages of society, have existed only on the high mountains of the Western world. In Mexico, we see a vast monarchy enclosing small republics. At Cundinamarca and Peru, we find pure theocracies, fortified towns, highways, and large edifices of stone, an extraordinary development of the feudal system, the separation of castes, convents of men and women, religious congregations regulated by discipline more or less severe, complicated divisions of time connected with the calendars, the zodiacs, and the astrology of the enlightened nations of Asia. All these phenomena in America belong to one region only, the long and narrow alpine band, extending from the 30th degree of north latitude to the 25th degree of south. The migration of nations in the ancient world was from east to west. The Basques or Iberians, the Celts, the Germans, and the Pelasgi appeared in succession. In the New World, similar migrations flowed from north to south. Among the nations that inhabit the two hemispheres, the direction of this movement followed that of the mountains, but in the torrid zone, the temperate tablelands of the Cordilleras had greater influence on the destiny of mankind than the mountains of Asia and Central Europe. As, properly speaking, only civilized nations have a history, the history of the Americans is necessarily no more than that of a small portion of the inhabitants of the mountains. Profound obscurity envelops the vast country which stretches from the eastern slope of the Cordilleras towards the Atlantic, and for this very reason, whatever in that country relates to a preponderance of one nation over others, to distant migrations, to the physiognomical features which denote a foreign race, excite our deepest interest. Amidst the plains of North America, some powerful nation, which has disappeared, constructed circular, square, and octagonal fortifications, walls 6,000 toises in length, tumuli from 700 to 800 feet in diameter, and 140 feet in height, sometimes round, sometimes with several stories and containing thousands of skeletons. These skeletons are the remains of men less slender and more squat than the present inhabitants of those countries. Other bones wrapped in fabrics resembling those of the Sandwich and Fiji Islands are found in the natural grottos of Kentucky. What has become of those nations of Louisiana, anterior to the Lenni Lenapes, the Shawanese, and perhaps even to the Sioux, Nadowesses, Nakotas of the Missouri, who are strongly Mongolized, and who, it is believed, according to their own traditions, came from the coast of Asia? In the plains of South America we find only a very few hillocks of that kind called cerros hechos a mano, hills made by the hand, or artificial hills, and nowhere any works of fortification analogous to those of the Ohio. However, on a vast space of ground, at the lower Orinoco, as well as on the banks of the Cassiquiare, and between the sources of the Essequibo and the Rio Branco, there are rocks of granite covered with symbolic figures. These sculptures denote that the extinct generations belong to nations different from those which now inhabit the same regions. There seems to be no connection between the history of Mexico and that of Cundinamarca and of Peru, but in the plains of the East a warlike and long dominant nation betrays in its features and its physical constitution traces of a foreign origin. The Caribs preserve traditions that seem to indicate ancient communications between North and South America. Such a phenomenon deserves particular attention. If it be true that savages are for the most part degenerate races, remnants escaped from a common wreck, as their languages, their cosmogonic fables, and numerous other indications seem to prove, it becomes doubly important to examine the course by which these remnants have been driven from one hemisphere to the other. That fine race of people, the Caribs, now occupy only a small part of the country which they inhabited at the time of the discovery of America. The cruelties exercised by Europeans have entirely exterminated them from the West Indian Islands and the coasts of Darien, while under the government of the missions they have formed populous villages in the provinces of New Barcelona and Spanish Guyana. The Caribs who inhabit the Llanos of Piritu and the banks of the Caroni and the Cuyuni may be established at more than 35,000. If we add to this number the independent Caribs who live westward of the mountains of Cayenne and Pacaraimo, between the sources of the Essequibo and the Rio Branco, we shall no doubt obtain a total of 40,000 individuals of pure race, unmixed with any other tribes of natives. Prior to my travels, the Caribs were mentioned in many geographical works as an extinct race. Writers unacquainted with the interior of the Spanish colonies of the continent supposed that the small islands of Dominica, Guadeloupe, and St. Vincent had been the principal abodes of that nation, of which the only vestiges now remaining throughout the whole of the eastern West India Islands are skeletons petrified, or rather enveloped in a limestone containing madrepores. Note: these skeletons were discovered in 1805 by M. Cortes. They are encased in a formation of madrepore breccia, which the Negroes call God's masonry, and which, like the travertin of Italy, envelops fragments of vases or other fragments created by human skill. M. Daucian Lavez and Dr. Koenig first made known in Europe this phenomenon, which has greatly interested geologists. End of note. The name of Caribs, which I find for the first time in a letter of Peter Martyr d'Anguira, is derived from Kalina and Caripuna, the I and P being transferred into R and B. It is very remarkable that this name, which Columbus heard pronounced by the people of Haiti, was known to exist at the same time among the Caribs of the islands and those of the continent. From the word Carina or Kalina has formed Galibi, Caribi. This is the distinctive denomination of a tribe in French Guiana, who are of a much more diminutive stature than the inhabitants of Cari, but speaking one of the numerous dialects of the Carib tongue. Note: the Galibis, Calibitis, the Palicures, and the Acoquoas also cut their hair in the style of the monks, and apply bandages to the legs of their children for the purpose of swelling the muscles. They have the same predilection for green stones, saussurite, which we observed among the Carib nations of the Orinoco. There exist, besides, in French Guiana, 20 Indian tribes, which are distinguished from the Galibis, though their language proves that they have a common origin. End of note. The inhabitants of the islands are called Kalinago in the language of the men, and in that of the women, Kalapinan. The difference in the language between the two sexes is more striking among the people of the Carib race than among other American nations, the Omaguas, the Guaranis, and the Chiquitos, where it applies only to a limited number of ideas. For instance, the words mother and child. It may be conceived that women, from their separate way of life, frame particular terms which men do not adopt. Cicero observes that old forms of language are best preserved by women, because by their position in society they are less exposed to those vicissitudes of life, changes of place and occupation, which tend to corrupt the primitive purity of language among men. Note: Cicero, De Orat Lib. 3 Cap. 12 paragraph. 45 ed. Verberg. Facilius enim mulieris in corruptum antiquitatem conservant, quod matorum sermonis expertis ea tenent semper, quae prima didicerunt. End of note. But in the Carib nations, the contrast between the dialect of the two sexes is so great that to explain it satisfactorily we must refer to another cause, and this may perhaps be found in the barbarous custom practised by those nations of killing their male prisoners and carrying the wives of the vanquished into captivity. When the Caribs made an irruption into the archipelago of the West India Islands, they arrived there as a band of warriors, not as colonists, accompanied by their families. The language of the female sex was formed by degrees, as the conquerors contracted alliances with the foreign women. It was composed of new elements, words distinct from the Carib words, which in the interior of the gyneciums were transmitted from generation to generation, but on which the structure, the combinations, the grammatical forms of the language of the men exercised an influence. Note: the following are examples of the difference between the language of the men, M, and the women, W. Isle, Ubau, M, Asira, W. Man, Uakili, M, Airi, W. But, Irhen, M, Attica, W. End of note. There was then manifested in a small community the peculiarity which we now find in the whole group of the nations of the new continent. The American languages, from Hudson's Bay to the Straits of Magellan, are in general characterized by a total disparity of words, combined with a great analogy in their structure. They are like different substances invested with analogous forms. If we recollect that this phenomenon extends over 1/2 of our planet, almost from pole to pole, if we consider the shades in the grammatical forms, the genders applied to the 3 persons of the verb, the reduplications, the frequentatives, the duals, it appears highly astonishing to find a uniform tendency in the development of intelligence and language among so considerable a portion of the human race. End of chapter 3.26, part 1. Chapter 2.26, Part 2, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.26, Part 2. We have just seen that the dialect of the Carib women in the West India Islands contains the vestiges of a language that was extinct. Some writers have imagined that this extinct language might be that of the Ñeres, or primitive inhabitants of the Caribbean Islands. Others have traced in it some resemblance to the idiom of Cuba, or to those of the Arawaks and the Apalachites in Florida. But these hypotheses are all founded on a very imperfect knowledge of the idioms which it has been attempted to compare with one another. The Spanish writers of the 16th century inform us that the Carib nations then extended over 18 or 19 degrees of latitude from the Virgin Islands east of Puerto Rico to the mouths of the Amazon. Another prolongation toward the west, along the coast chain of Santa Marta and Venezuela, appears less certain. Gomara, however, and the most ancient historians give the name of Caribana, not, as it has been applied, to the country between the sources of the Orinoco and the mountains of French Guiana. Note: this name is found in the map of Hondius of 1599, which accompanies the Latin edition of the narrative of Raleigh's voyage. In the Dutch edition, Neue Karte van het Grootreichland Guyana, the Llanos of Caracas, between the mountains of Merida and the Rio Pao, bear the name of Caribana. We may remark here what we observe so often in the history of geography, that the same denomination has spread by degrees from west to east. End of note. But to the marshy plains between the mouths of the Rio Atrato and the Rio Sinu. I have visited those coasts in going from the Havana to Portobello, and I there learned that the cape which bounds the Gulf of Darien, or Uraba, on the east, still bears the name of Punta Caribana. An opinion heretofore prevailed pretty generally that the Caribs of the West India Islands derived their origin and even their name from these warlike people of Darien. Quote, "From the eastern shore springs Cape Uraba, which the natives call Caribana, whence the Caribs of the island are said to have received their present name." End quote. Note: Inde Vrabam ab orientali prehendit ora, quam appellant indigenea Caribana, unde Caribus insularis originum habere, nomenque retenere dicentur. End of note. Thus Anghiera expresses himself in his Oceanica. He had been told by a nephew of Amerigo Vespucci that thence, as far as the snowy mountains of Santa Marta, all the natives were e genere Caribium vel cannibalium. I do not deny that Caribs may have had a settlement near the Gulf of Darien, and that they may have been driven thither by the easterly currents. But it also may have happened that the Spanish navigators, little attentive to languages, gave the names Carib and cannibal to every race of people of tall stature and ferocious character. Still, it is by no means probable that the Caribs of the islands and of Parima took to themselves the name of the region which they had originally inhabited. On the east of the Andes, and wherever civilization has not yet penetrated, it is the people who have given names to the places where they have settled. Note: these names of places can be perpetuated only where the nations succeed immediately to each other, and where the tradition is interrupted. Thus in the province of Quito, many of the summits of the Andes bear names which belong neither to the Quichua, the language of the Inca, nor to the ancient language of the Paraguayas, governed by the Conchocando of Lican. End of note. The words Caribs and cannibals appear significant. They are epithets referring to valor, strength, and even superior intelligence. Note: Vespucci says, "Chara ibi magnae sapientiae viri." End of note. It is worthy of remark that, at the arrival of the Portuguese, the Brazilians gave to their magicians the name of Caraibas. We know that the Caribs of Parima were the most wandering people of America. Possibly some wily individuals of that nation played the same part as the Chaldeans of the ancient continent. The names of nations readily become affixed to particular professions, and when in the time of the Caesars the superstitions of the East were introduced into Italy, the Chaldeans no more came from the banks of the Euphrates than our gypsies, Egyptians or Bohemians, came from the banks of the Nile or the Elbe. When a continent and its adjacent islands are peopled by one and the same race, we may choose between two hypotheses, supposing the emigration to have taken place either from the islands to the continent, or from the continent to the islands. The Iberians, Basques, who were settled at the same time in Spain and in the islands of the Mediterranean, afford an instance of this problem, as do also the Malays, who appear to be indigenous in the peninsula of Malacca and in the district of Minangkabau in the island of Sumatra. Note: Crawford, Indian Archipelago, Volume 2, page 371. I make use of the word indigenous, autochthony, not to indicate a fact of creation which does not belong to history, but simply to denote that we are ignorant of the autochthony having been preceded by any other people. End of note. The archipelago of the large and small West India Islands forms a narrow and broken neck of land, parallel with the Isthmus of Panama, and supposed by some geographers to join the peninsula of Florida to the northeast extremity of South America. It is the eastern shore of an inland sea, which may be considered as a basin with several outlets. This peculiar configuration of the land has served to support the different systems of migration by which it has been attempted to explain the settlement of the nations of the Carib race in the islands and on the neighbouring continent. The Caribs of the continent admit that the small West India islands were anciently inhabited by the Arawaks, a warlike nation, the great mass of which still inhabit the insalubrious shores of Surinam and Berbice. Note: Arakwes, the missionary Quant, Nachricht van Surinam, 1807, page 47, calls them Arawakis. End of note. They assert that the Arawaks, with the exception of the women, were all exterminated by Caribs, who came from the mouths of the Orinoco. In support of this tradition, they refer to the traces of analogy existing between the language of the Arawaks and that of the Carib women. But it must be recollected that the Arawaks, though the enemies of the Caribs, belonged to the same branch of people, and that the same analogy exists between the Arawak and Carib languages as between the Greek and the Persian, the German and the Sanskrit. According to another tradition, the Caribs of the islands came from the south, not as conquerors, but because they were expelled from Guyana by the Arawaks, who originally ruled over all the neighbouring nations. Finally, a third tradition, much more general and more probable, represents the Caribs as having come from Florida in North America. Mr. Bristock, a traveller who has collected every particular relating to these migrations from north to south, asserts that a tribe of Confachites, Confachique, note: the province of Confachique, which in 1541 became subject to a woman, is celebrated by the expedition of Hernando de Soto to Florida. Among the natives of the Huron language and the Atacapas, the supreme authority was also often exercised by women. End of note. Had long waged war against the Apalachites. That the latter, having yielded to that tribe the fertile district of Amana, called their new confederates Caribes, that is, valiant strangers. But that, owing to a dispute respecting their religious rights, the Confachite Caribs were driven from Florida. They went first to the Ucayas or Lucayas Islands, to Sigatio and the neighbouring islands, thence to Aié, Hei, now Santa Cruz, and to the Lesser Caribbee Islands, and lastly to the continent of South America. Note: Rochefort, Hist des Antilles, Volume 1, pages 326 to 356. Garcia, page 322. Robertson, Book 3, Note 69. The conjecture of Father Gilly that the Caribs of the continent may have come from the islands at the time of the first conquest of the Spaniards, Saggio, Volume 3, page 204, is at variance with all the statements of the early historians. End of note. It is supposed that this event took place toward the year 1100 of our era. In the course of this long migration, the Caribs had not touched at the larger islands, the inhabitants of which, however, also believed that they came originally from Florida. The islanders of Cuba, Haiti, and Boriken, Puerto Rico, were, according to the uniform testimony of the first conquistadors, entirely different from the Caribs. And at the time period of the discovery of America, the latter had already abandoned the group of the Lesser Lucayas Islands, an archipelago in which there prevailed that variety of languages always found in lands peopled by shipwrecked men and fugitives. Note: La gente de las Islas Lucayas era, 1492, más blanca y de mayor policia que de la Cuba y Haiti. Había mucha diversidad de lenguas. The people of the Lucayas were, 1492, of fairer complexion and of more civilized manners than those of Cuba and Haiti. They had a greater diversity of languages. Gomera, Hist. Ind. Full, 22. End of note. The dominion so long exercised by the Caribs over a great part of the continent, joined to the remembrance of their ancient greatness, has inspired them with a sentiment of dignity and national superiority, which is manifest in their manners and their discourse. Quote, "We alone are a nation," end quote. They say proverbially, quote, "The rest of mankind, Oquili, are made to serve us," end quote. This contempt of the Caribs for their enemies is so strong that I saw a child of 10 years of age foam with rage on being called a cabre or cavere, though he had never in his life seen an individual of that unfortunate race of people who gave their name to the town of Cabruta, Cabritu, and who, after long resistance, were almost entirely exterminated by the Caribs. Thus, we find, among half-savage hordes, as in the most civilized part of Europe, those inveterate animosities which have caused the names of hostile nations to pass into their respective languages as insulting appellations. The missionary of the village of Cari led us into several Indian huts, where extreme neatness and order prevailed. We observed with pain the torments which the Carib mothers inflict on their infants for the purpose not only of enlarging the calf of the leg, but also of raising the flesh in alternate stripes from the ankle to the top of the thigh. Narrow ligatures, consisting of bands of leather or of woven cotton, are fixed 2 or 3 inches apart from each other, and being tightened more and more, the muscles between the bands become swollen. The monks of the missions, though ignorant of the works or even of the name Rousseau, attempt to oppose this ancient system of physical education, but in vain. Man, when just issued from the woods and supposed to be so simple in his manners, is far from being tractable in his ideas of beauty and propriety. I observe, however, with surprise, that the manner in which these poor children are bound, and which seems to obstruct the circulation of the blood, does not operate injuriously on their muscular movements. There is no race of men more robust and swifter in running than the Caribs. If the women labour to form the legs and thighs of their children, so as to produce what painters call undulating outlines, they abstain, at least in the llanos, from flattening the head by compressing it between cushions and planks from the most tender age. This practice, so common heretofore in the islands and among several tribes of Caribs of Parima and French Guiana, is not observed in the missions which we visited. The men there have foreheads rounder than those of the Chemas, the Otomacs, the Macos, the Maravitans, and most of the inhabitants of the Orinoco. A systematizer would say that the form is such as their intellectual faculties require. We were so much the more struck by this fact, as some of the skulls of Caribs engraved in Europe for works on anatomy are distinguished from all other human skulls by the extremely depressed forehead and acute facial angle. In some osteological collections, skulls supposed to be those of Caribs of the island of St. Vincent are in fact skulls shaped by having been pressed between planks. They have belonged to Zambos, black Caribs, who are descended from Negroes and true Caribs. Note: these unfortunate remnants of a nation heretofore powerful were banished in 1795 to the island of Ratam in the Bay of Honduras, because they were accused by the English government of having connections with the French. In 1760, an able minister, M. Lescalier, proposed to the court of Versailles to invite the red and black Caribs from St. Vincent to Guyana, and to employ them as freemen in the cultivation of the land. I doubt whether their number at that period amounted to 6,000, as the island of St. Vincent contained in 1787 not more than 14,000 inhabitants of all colours. End of note. The barbarous habit of flattening the forehead is practised by several nations of people not of the same race, and it has been observed recently in North America. But nothing is more vague than the conclusion that some degree of conformity in customs and manners proves identity of origin. Note: for instance, the Tapueramas of Guyana, Barrère, page 239, the Soliques of Upper Louisiana, Volcanaire, Cosmos, page 583. Los indios de Cumana, says Gomara, his de Ind, aprietan a los niños la cabeza muy blando, pero mucho, entre dos almohadillas de algodón para ensancharlos la cara, que lo tienen por hermosura. Las doncellas traen cenogías muy apretados por debajo y encima de las rodillas, para que los muslos y pantorrillas engorden mucho. The Indians of Cumana press down the heads of the young infants tightly between cushions stuffed with cotton for the purpose of giving width to their faces, which they regard as a beauty. The young girls wear very tight bandages round their knees in order to give thickness to the thighs and calves of the legs. End of note. On observing the spirit of order and submission which prevails in the Carib missions, the traveller can scarcely persuade himself that he is among cannibals. This American word, of somewhat doubtful signification, is probably derived from the language of Haiti or that of Puerto Rico, and it has passed into the languages of Europe since the end of the 15th century as synonymous with that of anthropophagy. Quote, These newly discovered man-eaters, so greedy of human flesh, are called Caribs, or cannibals," says Anghiera in the 3rd decade of his Oceanica, dedicated to Pope Leo X. Note: Edasis humanarum, carnium novi heliones, anthropophagi, Caribus alias cannibales, appellati. End of note. There can be little doubt that the Caribs of the islands, when a conquering people, exercised cruelties upon the Neres, or ancient inhabitants of the West Indies, who were weak and not very warlike. But we must also admit that these cruelties were exaggerated by the early travellers, who heard only the narratives of the old enemies of the Caribs. It is not always the vanquished solely who are calumniated by their contemporaries. The insolence of the conquerors is punished by the catalogue of their crimes being augmented. All the missionaries of the Caroni, the lower Orinoco, and the Llanos del Cari, whom we had an opportunity of consulting, assured us that the Caribs are perhaps the least anthropophagous nations of the new continent. They extend this remark even to the independent hordes who wander on the east of the Esmeralda, between the sources of the Rio Branco and the Essequibo. It may be conceived that the fury and despair with which the unhappy Caribs defended themselves against the Spaniards when, in 1504, a royal decree declared them slaves, may have contributed to acquire for them a reputation for ferocity. The first idea of attacking this nation and depriving it of liberty and of its natural rights originated with Christopher Columbus, who was not, in all instances, so humane as he is represented to have been. Subsequently, the Licenciado Rodrigo de Figueroa was appointed by the court in 1520 to determine the tribes of South America who were to be regarded as of Carib race, or as cannibals, and those who are Guatiaos, that is, Indians of peace and friends of the Castilians. Note: I had some trouble in discovering the origin of this denomination, which has become so important from the fatal decrees of Figueroa. The Spanish historians often employ the word Guatiao to designate a branch of nations. To become a Guatiao of anyone seems to have signified in the language of Haiti to conclude a treaty of friendship. In the West India Islands, as well as in the archipelago of the South Sea, names were exchanged in token of alliance. Juan de Esquivel, 1502, se his Guatayo del Carcic Cotobanama, el cual desde adelante se llamó Juan de Esquivel, porque era liga de perpetua amistad entre los indios trocarse los nombres, y trocaros quedaban Guatayos, que era tanto como confederados y hermanos en armas. Ponce de León se has Guatayo con el poderoso cacique Aguayanija. Herrera, Dec 1, pages 129, 159, and 181. Juan de Esquivel, 1502, became the Guatayo of the cacique Cotobanama, and thenceforth the latter called himself Juan de Esquivel, for among the Indians the exchange of names was a bond of perpetual friendship. Those who exchanged names became Guatayos, which meant the same as confederates or brethren in arms. Ponce de León became Guatayo with the powerful cacique Aguayanaja. One of the Lucayes Islands, inhabited by a mild and pacific people, was heretofore called Guatao, but we will not insist on the etymology of this word, because the languages of the Lucayes Islands differed from those of Haiti. End of note. The ethnographic document, called El Auto de Figueroa, is one of the most curious records of the barbarism of the first conquistadors. Without any attention to the analogy of languages, every nation that could be accused of having devoured a prisoner after a battle was arbitrarily declared of Carib race. The inhabitants of Yuriapari on the peninsula of Paria were named Caribs. The Urinacos settled on the banks of the lower Orinoco, or Urinuku, Guatayos. All tribes designated by Figueroa as Caribs were condemned to slavery, and might at will be sold, or exterminated by war. In these sanguinary struggles, the Carib women, after the death of their husbands, defended themselves with such desperation that Anghiera says they were taken for tribes of Amazons. But amidst the cruelties exercised on the Caribs, it is consolatory to find that there existed some courageous men who raised the voice of humanity and justice. Some of the monks embraced an opinion different from that which they had at first adopted. In an age when there could be no hope of founding public liberty on civil institutions, an attempt was at least made to defend individual liberty. Quote, "That is a most holy law, ley sanctissima," says Gomorrah in 1551, quote, "by which our emperor has prohibited the reducing of the Indians to slavery. It is just that men who are all born free should not become the slaves of one another." End quote. During our abode in the Carib missions, we observed with surprise the facility with which young Indians of 18 years of age, when appointed to the post of alguazil, would harangue the municipality for whole hours in succession. Their tone of voice, their gravity of deportment, the gestures which accompanied their speech, all denoted an intelligent people capable of a high degree of civilization. A Franciscan monk, who knew enough of the Carib language to preach in it occasionally, pointed out to us that the long and harmonious periods which occur in the discourses of the Indians are never confused or obscure. Particular inflections of the verb indicate beforehand the nature of the object, whether it be animate or inanimate, singular or plural. Little annexed forms, suffixes, mark the gradations of sentiment, and here, as in every language formed by a free development, clearness is the result of that regulating instinct which characterizes human intelligence in the various stages of barbarism and cultivation. On holidays, after the celebration of Mass, all the inhabitants of the village assemble in front of the church. The young girls place at the feet of the missionary faggots of wood, bunches of plantains, and other provisions of which he stands in need for his household. At the same time, the gobernador, the alguazil, and other municipal officers, all of whom are Indians, exhort the natives to labor, proclaim the occupation of the ensuing week, reprimand the idle, and flog the untractable. Strokes of the cane are received with the same insensibility as that with which they are given. It were better if the priest did not impose these corporal punishments at the instant of quitting the altar, and, if he were not, in his sacerdotal habits, the spectator of this chastisement of men and women. But this abuse is inherent in the principle on which the strange government of the missions is founded. The most arbitrary civil power is combined with the authority exercised by the priest over the little community. And although the Caribs are not cannibals, and we would wish to see them treated with mildness and indulgence, it may be conceived that energetic measures are sometimes necessary to maintain tranquillity in this rising society. The difficulty of fixing the Caribs to the soil is the greater, as they have been for ages in the habit of trading on the rivers. We have already described this active people, at once commercial and warlike, occupied in the traffic of slaves, and carrying merchandise from the coasts of Dutch Guiana to the basin of the Amazon. The travelling Caribs were the Bokharians of Equinoctial America. The necessity of counting the objects of their little trade and transmitting intelligence led them to extend and improve the use of the quipos, or, as they are called in the missions, the cordoncillos con necos, cords with knots. Those quipos or knotted cords are found in Canada, in Mexico, where Botirini procured some from the Tlaxtecs, in Peru, in the plains of Guyana, in Central Asia, in China, and in India. As rosary, they have become objects of devotion in the hands of the Christians of the East. As swampans, they have been employed in the operations of manual arithmetic by the Chinese, the Tartars, and the Russians. The independent Caribs, who inhabit the little-known country situated between the sources of the Orinoco and those of the rivers Essequibo, Caroni, and Parima, are divided into tribes, and like the nations of the Missouri, of Chile, and of ancient Germany, form a political confederation. This system is most in accordance with the spirit of liberty prevailing amongst the warlike hordes who see no advantage in the ties of society but for common defence. The pride of the Caribs leads them to withdraw themselves from every other tribe, even from those to whom by their language they have some affinity. They claim the same separation in the missions, which seldom prosper when any attempt is made to associate them with other mixed communities, that is, with villages where every hut is inhabited by a family belonging to another nation and speaking another language. The authority of the chiefs of the independent Caribs is hereditary in the male line only, the children of sisters being excluded from the succession. This law of succession, which is founded on a system of mistrust, denoting no great purity of manners, prevails in India, among the Ashantis in Africa, and among several tribes of the savages of North America. Note: among the Hurons, Wyandots, and the Natchez, the succession to the magistracy is continued by the women. It is not the son who succeeds, but the son of the sister, or of the nearest relation in the female line. This mode of succession is said to be the most certain because the supreme power remains attached to the blood of the last chief. It is a practice that ensures legitimacy. Ancient traces of this strange mode of succession, so common in Africa and in the East Indies, exist in the dynasty of the kings of the West India Islands. End of note. The young chiefs and other youths who are desirous of marrying are subject to the most extraordinary fasts and penances, and are required to take medicines prepared by the mariris or piaches, called in the Trans-Alleghanian countries war physic. The Caribbee mariris are at once priests, jugglers, and physicians. They transmit to their successors their doctrine, their artifices, and the remedies they employ. The latter are accompanied by imposition of hands, and certain gestures and mysterious practices, apparently connected with the most anciently known processes of animal magnetism. Though I had opportunities of seeing many persons who had closely observed the Confederated Caribs, I could not learn whether the mariris belonged to a particular caste. It is observed in North America that, among the Shawanese, note, people that came from Florida or from the south, Shawanu, to the north, end of note. Divided into several tribes, the priests, who preside at the sacrifices, must be, as among the Hebrews, of one particular tribe, that of the Mequachakes. Any facts that may be hereafter discovered in America respecting the remains of a sacerdotal caste appears to me calculated to excite great interest, on account of those priest-kings of Peru, who styled themselves the children of the sun, and of those sun-kings among the Natchez, who recall to mind the Heliades of the first eastern colony of Rhodes. End of chapter 3.26, part 2. Chapter 3.26, Part 3, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.26, Part 3. On quitting the mission of Kari, we had some difficulties to settle with our Indian muleteers. They had discovered that we had brought skeletons with us from the cavern of Ataruipe, and they were fully persuaded that the beasts of burden which carried the bodies of their old relations would perish on the journey. Note: see volume 2.24, end of note. Every precaution we had taken was useless. Nothing escapes a Carib's penetration and keen sense of smell, and it required all the authority of the missionary to forward our passage. We had to cross the Rio Cari in a boat, and the Rio de Agua Clara by fording, or it may almost be said by swimming. The quicksands of the bed of this river render the passage very difficult at the season when the waters are high. The strength of the current seems surprising in so flat a country, but the rivers of the plain are precipitated, to quote a correct observation of Pliny the Younger, quote, less by the declivity of their course than by their abundance, and as it were by their own weight, end quote. Note: Epist. Lib. 8. Ep. 8. Clitumnus non loci devexetate, sed ipsa sui copia et quasi pondere impellitur. End of note. We had 2 bad stations, one at Matagorda and the other at Los Recitos, before we reached the little town of Pau. We beheld everywhere the same objects: small huts constructed of reeds and roofed with leather, men on horseback, armed with lances, guarding the herds of cattle, half wild, remarkable for their uniform color, and disputing the pasturage with horses and mules. No sheep or goats are found on these immense plains. Sheep do not thrive well in equinoctial America, except on the tablelands above 1,000 toises high, where their fleece is long and sometimes very fine. In the burning climate of the plains, where the wolves give place to jaguars, these small ruminating animals, destitute of means of defense and slow in their movements, cannot be preserved in any considerable numbers. We arrived on the 15th of July at the Fundación or Villa del Pao, founded in 1744, and situated very favourably for a commercial station between Nueva Barcelona and Angostura. Its real name is El Concepción del Pao. Arcedo, La Cruz, Olmedilla, and many other geographers have mistaken the situation of this town of the Llanos of Barcelona, confounding it either with San Juan Bautista del Pao of the Llanos of Caracas or with El Valle del Pao de Zarate. Though the weather was cloudy, I succeeded in obtaining some heights of Alpha Centauri, serving to determine the latitude of the place, which is 8 degrees 37 minutes, 57 seconds. Some altitudes of the sun gave me 36 degrees 8 minutes 12 seconds for the longitude, supposing Angostura to be 66 degrees 15 minutes 21 seconds. The astronomical determinations of Calabozo and Concepción del Pao are very important to the geography of this country, where, in the midst of savannas, fixed points are altogether wanting. Some fruit trees grow in the vicinity of Pao. They are rarely seen in the Llanos. We even found some cocoa trees, which appeared very vigorous, notwithstanding the great distance of the sea. I was the more struck with this fact because doubts have recently been stated respecting the veracity of travellers who assert that they have seen the cocoa tree, which is a palm of the shore at Timbuktu in the centre of Africa. We several times saw cocoa trees amid the cultivated spots on the banks of the Rio Magdalena, more than 100 leagues from the coast. 5 days, which to us appeared very tedious, brought us from Villa del Pao to the port of Nueva Barcelona. As we advanced, the sky became more serene, the soil more dusty, and the atmosphere more hot. The heat from which we suffered is not entirely owing to the temperature of the air, but is produced by the fine sand mingled with it. This sand strikes against the face of the traveller, as it does against the ball of the thermometer. I never observed the mercury rise in America amid a wind of sand above 45.8 degrees centigrade. Captain Lyon, with whom I had the pleasure of conversing on his return from Morzuk, appeared to me also inclined to think that the temperature of 52 degrees, so often felt in Vaughan, is produced in great part by the grains of quartz suspended in the atmosphere. Between Pao and the village of Santa Cruz de Cachipo, founded in 1749 and inhabited by 500 Caribs, we passed the western elongation of the little tableland, known by the name of Mesa de Amana. This tableland forms a point of partition between the Orinoco, the Guarapiche, and the coast of New Andalusia. Its height is so inconsiderable that it would scarcely be an obstacle to the establishment of inland navigation in this part of the Llanos. The Rio Mano, however, which flows into the Orinoco above the confluence of the Caroni, and which D'Anville, I know not on what authority, has marked in the first edition of his great map as issuing from the lake of Valencia, and receiving the waters of the Guaira, could never have served as a natural canal between two basins of rivers. No bifurcation of this kind exists in the Llano. A great number of Carib Indians, who now inhabit the missions of Piritu, were formerly on the north and east of the tableland of Amana, between Maturin, the mouth of the Rio Arco, and the Guarapiche. The incursions of Don Joseph Carino, one of the most enterprising governors of the province of Cumana, occasioned a general migration of independent Caribs towards the banks of the lower Orinoco in 1720. The whole of this vast plain consists of secondary formations, which to the southward rest immediately on the granitic mountains of the Orinoco. On the northwest, they are separated by a narrow band of transition rocks from the primitive mountains of the shore of Caracas. This abundance of secondary rocks, covering without interruption a space of more than 7,000 square leagues, is a phenomenon the more remarkable in that region of the globe, because in the whole of the Sierra de la Parima, between the right bank of the Orinoco and the Rio Negro, there is, as in Scandinavia, a total absence of secondary formations. Note: reckoning only that part of the Llanos which is bounded by the Rio Apure on the south, and by the Sierra Nevada de Merida and the Parima de las Rosas on the west. End of note. The red sandstone, containing some vestiges of fossil wood of the family of monocotyledons, is seen everywhere in the plains of Calabozo. Farther east, it is overlaid by calcareous and gypseous rocks, which conceal it from the research of the geologist. The marly gypsum, of which we collected specimens near the Carib mission of Cachipo, appeared to me to belong to the same formation as the gypsum of Ortiz. To class it according to the type of European formations, I would range it among the gypsums, often muriatiferous, that cover the alpine limestones or zechstein. Farther north, in the direction of the mission of San Jose de Curataquiche, M. Bonpland picked up in the plain some fine pieces of riban jasper or Egyptian pebbles. We did not see them in their native place, encased in the rock, and cannot determine whether they belong to a very recent conglomerate, or to that limestone which we saw in the Morro of Nueva Barcelona, and which is not transition limestone, though it contains beds of schistose jasper, Kieselschiefer. We rested on the night of the 16th of July in the Indian village of Santa Cruz de Cachipo. This mission, founded in 1749 by several Carib families who inhabited the inundated and unhealthy banks of the Lagunetas de Ahuachi, is opposite the confluence of the Zir Paraguay with the Orinoco. We lodged at the house of the missionary, Fray José de las Piedras, and on examining the registers of the parish, we saw how rapidly the prosperity of the community had been advanced by his zeal and intelligence. Since we had reached the middle of the plains, the heat had increased to such a degree that we should have preferred travelling no more during the day, but we were without arms, and the llanos were then infested by large numbers of robbers who attacked and murdered the whites who fell into their hands. Nothing can be worse than the administration of justice in these colonies. We everywhere found the prisons filled with malefactors on whom sentence is not passed till after the lapse of 7 or 8 years. Nearly a third of the prisoners succeed in making their escape, and the unpeopled plains, filled with herds, furnish them with booty. They commit their depredations on horseback, in the manner of the Bedouins. The insalubrity of the prisons would be attended with fatal results, but that these receptacles are cleared from time to time by the flight of the prisoners. It also frequently happens that sentences of death, tardily pronounced by the Audiencia of Caracas, cannot be executed for want of a hangman. In these cases, the barbarous custom is observed of pardoning one criminal on condition of his hanging the others. Our guides related to us that, a short time before our arrival on the coast of Cumana, a Zambo, known for the great ferocity of his manners, determined to screen himself from punishment by turning executioner. The preparations for the execution, however, shook his resolve. He felt a horror of himself, and preferring death to the disgrace of thus saving his life, he called again for his irons, which had been struck off. He did not long remain in prison, and he underwent his sentence through the baseness of one of his accomplices. This awakening of a sentiment of honor in the soul of a murderer is a psychologic phenomenon worthy of reflection. The man who had so often shed the blood of travellers in the plains recoiled at the idea of becoming the passive instrument of justice in inflicting upon others a punishment which he felt that he himself deserved. If, even in the peaceful times when M. Bonpland and myself had the good fortune to travel through North and South America, the llanos were the refuge of malefactors who had committed crimes in the missions of the Orinoco, or who had escaped from the prisons on the coast, how much worse must that state of things have been rendered by discord during the continuance of that sanguinary struggle which has terminated in conferring freedom and independence on those vast regions. Our European wastes and heaths are but a feeble image of the savannas of the new continent, which for the space of 8,000 or 10,000 square leagues are smooth as the surface of the sea. The immensity of their extent ensures impunity to robbers, who conceal themselves more effectually in the savannas than in our mountains and forests. And it is easy to conceive that even a European police would not be very effective in regions where there are travellers and no roads, herds and no herdsmen, and farms so solitary that, notwithstanding the powerful action of the mirage, a journey of several days may be made without seeing one appear within the horizon. Whilst traversing the llanos of Caracas, New Barcelona, and Cumana, which succeed each other from the west to the east, from the snowy mountains of Merida to the delta of the Orinoco, we feel anxious to know whether these vast tracts of land are destined by nature to serve essentially for pasture, or whether they will at some future time be subject to the plough and the spade. This question is the more important as the llanos, situated at the two extremities of South America, are obstacles to the political union of the provinces they separate. They prevent the agriculture of the coast of Venezuela from extending towards Guyana, and they impede that of Potosi from advancing in the direction of the mouth of the Rio de la Plata. The intermediate llanos preserve, together with pastoral life, somewhat of a rude and wild character, which separates and keeps them remote from the civilization of countries anciently cultivated. Thus it has happened that in the War of Independence they have been the scene of struggle between the hostile parties, and that the inhabitants of Calabozo have almost seen the fate of the Confederate provinces of Venezuela and Cundinamarca decided before their walls. In assigning limits to the new states and to their subdivisions, it is to be hoped that there may not be cause hereafter to repent having lost sight of the importance of the llanos, and the influence they may have on the disunion of communities which important common interests should really bring together. These plains would serve as natural boundaries, like the seas or the virgin forests of the tropics, were it not that armies can cross them with great facility, as their innumerable troops of horses and mules and herds of oxen furnish every means of conveyance and subsistence. What we have seen of the power of man struggling against the force of nature in Gaul, in Germany, and recently, but still beyond the tropics, in the United States, scarcely affords any just measure of what we may expect from the progress of civilization in the torrid zone. Forests disappear but very slowly by fire and the axe, when the trunks of trees are from 8 to 10 feet in diameter. When in falling, they rest one upon another, and the wood, moistened by almost continual rains, is excessively hard. The planters who inhabit the llanos or pampas do not generally admit the possibility of subjecting the soil to cultivation. It is a problem not yet solved. Most of the savannas of Venezuela have not the same advantage as those of North America. The latter are traversed longitudinally by 3 great rivers, the Missouri, the Arkansas, and the Red River of the Natchitoches. The savannas of Araura, Calabozo, and Pau are crossed in a transverse direction only by the tributary streams of the Orinoco, the most westerly of which, the Cari, the Pau, the Acaru, and the Manapiri, have very little water in the season of drought. These streams scarcely flow at all toward the north, so that in the centre of the llanos there remain vast tracts of land called bancos and mesas, frequently parched. Note: the Spanish words banco and mesa signify literally bench and table. In the llanos of South America, little elevations rising slightly above the general elevation of the plain are called bancos and mesas, from their supposed resemblance to benches and tables. End of note. The eastern parts, fertilized by the Portuguesa, the Masparo, and the Orivante, and by the tributary streams of those 3 rivers, are most susceptible of cultivation. The soil is sand mixed with clay, covered with a bed of quartz pebbles. The vegetable mold, the principal source of the nutrition of plants, is everywhere extremely thin. It is scarcely augmented by the fall of leaves, which, in the forests of the torrid zone, is less periodically regular than in the temperate climates. During thousands of years, the llanos have been destitute of trees and brushwood. A few scattered palms in the savannah add little to that hydruret of carbon, that extractive matter which, according to the experiments of Saussure, Davy, and Braconnot, gives fertility to the soil. The social plants, which almost exclusively predominate in the steppes, are monocotyledons, and it is known how much grasses impoverish the soil into which their fibrous roots penetrate. This action of the killingias, paspalums, and century, which form the turf, is everywhere the same, but where the rock is ready to pierce the earth, this varies according as it rests on red sandstone or on compact limestone and gypsum. It varies according as periodical inundations accumulate mud on the lower grounds, or as the shock of the waters carries away from the small elevations the little soil that has covered them. Many solitary cultivated spots already exist in the midst of the pastures where running water and tufts of the Mauritia palm have been found. These farms, sown with maize and planted with cassava, will multiply considerably if trees and shrubs be augmented. The aridity and excessive heat of the mesas do not depend solely on the nature of their surface and the local reverberation of the soil. Their climate is modified by the adjacent regions, by the whole of the llano of which they form a part. In the deserts of Africa or Arabia, in the llanos of South America, in the vast heaths extending from the extremity of Jutland to the mouth of the Scheldt, The stability of the limits of the desert, the savannas, and the downs depends chiefly on their immense extent, and the nakedness these plains have acquired from some revolution destructive of the ancient vegetation of our planet. By their extent, their continuity, and their mass, they oppose the inroads of cultivation, and preserve, like island gulfs, the stability of their boundaries. I will not enter upon the great question whether in the Sahara, that Mediterranean of moving sands, the germs of organic life are increased in our days. In proportion as our geographical knowledge has extended, we have discovered in the eastern part of the desert islets of verdure. Oases covered with date trees crowd together in more numerous archipelagos, and open their ports to the caravans. But we are ignorant whether the form of the oases have not remained constantly the same since the time of Herodotus. Our annals are too incomplete to enable us to follow nature in her slow and gradual progress. From these spaces entirely bare, whence some violent catastrophe has swept away the vegetable covering and the mould from those deserts of Syria and Africa which, by their petrified wood, attest the changes they have undergone, let us turn to the grass-covered llanos, and to the consideration of phenomena that come nearer the circle of our daily observations. Respecting the possibility of a more general cultivation of the steppes of America, the colonists settled there concur in the opinions I have deduced from the climatic action of these steppes considered as surfaces or continuous masses. They have observed that downs enclosed within cultivated and wooded land sooner yield to the labours of the husbandman than soils alike circumscribed, but forming a part of a vast surface of the same nature. This observation is extremely just, whether in reference to soil covered with heath, as in the north of Europe, with cistuses, mastic trees, or palmettos, as in Spain, or with cactuses, argemones, or brathies, as in equinoctial America. The more space the association occupies, the more resistance do the social plants oppose to the labourer. With this general cause, others are combined in the llanos of Venezuela, namely the action of the small grasses which impoverish the soil, the total absence of trees and brushwood, the sandy winds, the heat of which is increased by contact with the surface absorbing the rays of the sun during 12 hours, and unshaded except by the stalks of the aristides, chanchuzas, and paspalums. The progress observable on the vegetation of large trees and the cultivation of dicotyledonous plants in the vicinity of towns, for instance, around Calabozo and Pau, prove what might be gained upon the llano by attacking it in small portions, enclosing it by degrees, and dividing it by coppices and canals of irrigation. Possibly the influence of the winds, which render the soil sterile, might be diminished by sowing on a large scale, for example, over 15 or 20 acres, the seeds of the psidium, the croton, the cassia, or the tamarind, which prefer dry open spots. I am far from believing that the savannas will ever disappear entirely, or that the llanos, so useful for pasturage and the trade in cattle, will ever be cultivated like the valleys of Aragua or other parts near the coast of Caracas and Cumana. But I am persuaded that in the lapse of ages a considerable portion of these plains, under a government favourable to industry, will lose the wild aspect which has characterized them since the first conquest by Europeans. End of chapter 3.26, part 3. Chapter 3.26, Part 4, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.26, Part 4. After 3 days' journey, we began to perceive the chain of the mountains of Cumana, which separates the llanos, or as they are often called here, the Great Sea of Verdure, from the coast of the Caribbean Sea. Note: Los llanos son como un mar de hierbas. The llanos are like a vast sea of grass, is an observation often repeated in these regions. End of note. If the Bergantin be more than 800 toises high, it may be seen, supposing only an ordinary refraction of 1/14 of the arc, at the distance of 27 nautical leagues. But the state of the atmosphere long concealed from us the majestic view of this curtain of mountains. It appeared at first like a fog bank, which hid the stars near the pole at their rising and setting. Gradually this body of vapour seemed to augment and condense, to assume a bluish tint, and become bounded by sinuous and fixed outlines. The same effects which the mariner observes on approaching a new land present themselves to the traveller on the borders of the llano. The horizon began to enlarge in some part, and the vault of heaven seemed no longer to rest at an equal distance on the grass-covered soil. A llanero, or inhabitant of the llanos, is happy only when, as expressed in the simple phraseology of the country, he can see everywhere well around him. What appears to European eyes a covered country, slightly undulated by a few scattered hills, is to him a rugged region bristled with mountains. After having passed several months in the thick forests of the Orinoco, in places where one is accustomed, when at any distance from the river, to see the stars only in the zenith, as through the mouth of a well, a journey in the llanos is peculiarly agreeable and attractive. The traveller experiences new sensations, and, like the llanero, he enjoys the happiness of seeing well around him. But this enjoyment, as we ourselves experienced, is not of long duration. There is doubtless something solemn and imposing in the aspect of a boundless horizon, whether viewed from the summits of the Andes or the highest Alps, amid the expanse of the ocean, or in the vast plains of Venezuela and Tucumán. Infinity of space, as poets in every language say, is reflected within ourselves. It is associated with ideas of a superior order. It elevates the mind, which delights in the calm of solitary meditation. It is true also that every view of unbounded space bears a peculiar character. The prospect surveyed from a solitary peak varies according as the clouds reposing on the plain extend in layers, are conglomerated in groups, or present to the astonished eye, through broad openings, the habitations of man, the labour of agriculture, or the verdant tint of the aerial ocean. An immense sheet of water, animated by 1,000 various beings, even to its utmost depths, changing perpetually in colour and aspect, movable at its surface, like the element that agitates it, all charm the imagination during long voyages by sea. But the dusty and creviced llano, throughout a great part of the year, has a depressing influence on the mind by its unchanging monotony. When, after 8 or 10 days' journey, the traveller becomes accustomed to the mirage and the brilliant verdure of a few tufts of mauritia, note, the fan palm or sago tree of Guyana, end of note, scattered from league to league, he feels the want of more varied impressions. He loves again to behold the great tropical trees, the wild rush of torrents, or hills and valleys, cultivated by the hand of the labourer. If the deserts of Africa and of the llanos or savannas of the new continent filled a still greater space than they actually occupy, nature would be deprived of many of the beautiful products peculiar to the torrid zone. Note. In calculating from maps on a very large scale, I found the llanos of Cumaná, Barcelona, and Caracas, from the delta of the Orinoco to the northern bank of the Apure, 7,200 square leagues. The llanos between the Apure and Putumayo, 21,000 leagues. The Pampas on the northwest of Buenos Aires, 40,000 square leagues. The Pampas south of the parallel of Buenos Aires, 37,000 square leagues. The total area of the llanos of South America, covered with gramina, is consequently 105,200 square leagues, 20 leagues to an equatorial degree. End of note. The heaths of the north, the steppes of the Volga and the Don, are scarcely poorer in species of plants and animals than are the 28,000 square leagues of savannas, extending in a semicircle from northeast to southwest, from the mouths of the Orinoco to the banks of the Caqueta and the Putumayo, beneath the finest sky in the world, and in the land of plantains and breadfruit trees. The influence of the equinoctial climate, everywhere else so vivifying, is not felt in places where the great associations of gramina almost exclude every other plant. Judging from the aspect of the soil, we might have believed ourselves to be in the temperate zone, and even still farther northward, but that a few scattered palms, and at nightfall the fine constellations of the southern sky, the Centaur, Canopus, and the innumerable nebulae with which the ship is resplendent, reminded us that we were only 8 degrees distant from the equator. a phenomenon which fixed the attention of de Luc, and which in these latter years has furnished a subject of speculation to geologists, occupied us much during our journey across the Llanos. I allude not to those blocks of primitive rock which occur, as in the Jura, on the slope of limestone mountains, but to those enormous blocks of granite and syenite which, in limits very distinctly marked by nature, are found scattered on the north of Holland, Germany, and the countries of the Baltic. It seems to be now proved that, distributed as in radii, they came at the time of the ancient revolutions of our globe from the Scandinavian peninsula southward, and that they did not primitively belong to the granitic chains of the Harz and the Erzgebirge, which they approach without, however, reaching their foot. Note: Leopold von Buch, Voyage en Norvège, Volume 1, page 30, end of note. I was surprised at not seeing one of these blocks in the Llanos of Venezuela, though these immense plains are bounded on the south by the Sierra Parima, a group of mountains entirely granitic, and exhibiting, in its denticulated and often columnar peaks, traces of the most violent destruction. Northward, the granitic chain of the Silla de Caracas and Porto Cabello are separated from the Llanos by a screen of mountains that are schistose between Villa de Cura and Parapara, and calcareous between the Bergantin and Caripe. I was no less struck by this absence of blocks on the banks of the Amazon. La Condamine affirms that from the Pongo de Manseriche to the Strait of Pauxis, not the smallest stone is to be found. Now, the basin of the Rio Negro and of the Amazon is also a llano, a plain like those of Venezuela and Buenos Aires. The difference consists only in the state of vegetation. The two llanos situated in the northern and southern extremities of South America are covered with gramina. They are treeless savannas, but the intermediate llano, that of the Amazon, exposed to almost continuous equatorial rains, is a thick forest. I do not remember having heard that the pampas of Buenos Aires or the savannas of the Missouri and New Mexico contain granitic blocks. Note: are there any isolated blocks in North America northward of the Great Lakes? End of note. The absence of this phenomenon appears general in the New World, as it probably also is in Sahara in Africa, for we must not confound the rocky masses that pierce the soil in the midst of the desert, and of which travellers often make mention, with mere scattered fragments. These facts seem to prove that the blocks of Scandinavian granite, which cover the sandy countries on the south of the Baltic, and those of Westphalia and Holland, must be traced to some local revolution. The ancient conglomerate, red sandstone, which covers a great part of the Llanos of Venezuela and of the basin of the Amazon, contains no doubt fragments of the same primitive rocks which constitute the neighbouring mountains. But the convulsions of which these mountains exhibit evident marks do not appear to have been attended with circumstances favourable to the removal of great blocks. This geognostic phenomenon was to me the more unexpected, since there exists nowhere in the world so smooth a plain entirely granitic. Before my departure from Europe, I had observed with surprise that there were no primitive blocks in Lombardy and in the great plain of Bavaria, which appears to be the bottom of an ancient lake, and which is situated 250 toises above the level of the ocean. It is bounded on the north by the granites of the Upper Palatinate, and on the south by alpine limestone, transition thonschiefer, and the mica slates of the Tyrol. We arrived on the 23rd of July at the town of Nueva Barcelona, less fatigued by the heat of the Llanos, to which we had been long accustomed, than annoyed by the winds of sand, which occasion painful chaps in the skin. 7 months previously, in going from Cumaná to Caracas, we had rested a few hours at the Morro de Barcelona, a fortified rock, which, near the village of Pozuelos, is joined to the continent only by a neck of land. We were received with the kindest hospitality in the house of Don Pedro Lavie, a wealthy merchant of French extraction. This gentleman, who was accused of having given refuge to the unfortunate España when a fugitive on these coasts in 1796, was arrested by order of the Audiencia and conveyed as a prisoner to Caracas. The friendship of the governor of Cumaná, and the remembrance of the services he had rendered to the rising commerce of those countries, contributed to procure his liberty. We had endeavoured to alleviate his captivity by visiting him in prison, and we had now the satisfaction of finding him in the midst of his family. Illness, under which he was suffering, had been aggravated by confinement, and he sank into the grave without seeing the dawn of those days of independence which his friend Don José España had predicted on the scaffold prior to his execution. Quote, "I die," end quote, said that man who was formed for the accomplishment of grand projects. Quote, "I die an ignominious death, but my fellow citizens will soon piously collect my ashes, and my name will reappear with glory." End quote. These remarkable words were uttered in the public square of Caracas on the 8th of May, 1799. In 1790, Nueva Barcelona contained scarcely 10,000 inhabitants, and in 1800 its population was more than 16,000. The town was founded in 1637 by a Catalonian conquistador named Juan Urpin. A fruitless attempt was then made to give the whole province the name of New Catalonia. As our maps often mark two towns, Barcelona and Cumanagoto, instead of one, and as the two names are considered as synonymous, it may be well to explain the cause of this error. Anciently, at the mouth of the Rio Neveri, there was an Indian town built in 1588 by Lucas Fajardo, and named San Cristobal de los Cumanagotos. This town was peopled solely by natives who came from the salt works of Apaicuare. In 1637, Urpin founded, 2 leagues farther inland, the Spanish town of Nueva Barcelona, which he peopled with some of the inhabitants of Cumanagoto, together with some Catalonians. For 34 years, disputes were incessantly arising between the two neighboring communities, till, in 1671, the governor Angulo succeeded in persuading them to establish themselves on a third spot, where the town of Barcelona now stands. According to my observations, it is situated in latitude 10 degrees 6 minutes 52 seconds. Note: these observations were made on the Plaza Mayor. They are merely the result of 6 circummeridian heights of Canopus, taken all in one night. In Las Memorias de Espinosa, the latitude is stated to be 10 degrees 9 minutes 6 seconds. The result of M. Ferré's observations made it 10 degrees 8 minutes 24 seconds. End of note. The ancient town of Cumanagoto is celebrated in the country for a miraculous image of the Virgin, which the Indians say was found in the hollow trunk of an old tutumo or calabash tree, Crescentia cujete. Note: La Milagrosa Imagen de Maria Santísima del Socorro, also called La Virgen del Tutomo. End of note. This image was carried in procession to Nueva Barcelona. But whenever the clergy were dissatisfied with the inhabitants of the new city, the Virgin fled at night and returned to the trunk of the tree at the mouth of the river. This miracle did not cease till a fine convent, the College of the Propaganda, was built to receive the Franciscans. In a similar case, the Bishop of Caracas caused the image of Our Lady de los Valencianos to be placed in the archives of the bishopric, where she remained 30 years under seal. The climate of Barcelona is not so hot as that of Cumaná, but it is extremely damp and somewhat unhealthy in the rainy season. M. Bonpland had borne very well the irksome journey across the Llanos, and had recovered his strength and activity. With respect to myself, I suffered more at Barcelona than I did at Angostura, immediately after our passage on the rivers. One of those extraordinary tropical rains, during which, at sunset, drops of enormous size fall at great distances from one another, caused me to experience sensations which seemed to threaten an attack of typhus, a disease then prevalent on that coast. We remained nearly a month at Barcelona, where we found our friend Fray Juan Gonzalez, of whom I've often spoke, and who had traversed the upper Orinoco before us. He expressed regret that we had not been able to prolong our visit to that unknown country, and he examined our plants and animals with that interest which must be felt by even the most uninformed man for the production of a region he has long since visited. Fray Juan had resolved to go to Europe, and to accompany us as far as the island of Cuba. We were together for the space of 7 months, and his society was most agreeable. He was cheerful, intelligent, and obliging. How little did we anticipate the sad fate that awaited him. He took charge of a part of our collections, and a friend of his own confided to his care a child who was to be conveyed to Spain for its education. Alas! The collection, the child, and the young ecclesiastic were all buried in the waves. Southeast of Nueva Barcelona, at the distance of 2 leagues, there rises a lofty chain of mountains, abutting on the Cerro de Bergantin, which is visible at Cumaná. This spot is known by the name of the hot waters, Aguas Calientes. When I felt my health sufficiently restored, we made an excursion thither on a cool and misty morning. The waters, which are loaded with sulphuretted hydrogen, issue from a quartzose sandstone lying on compact limestone, the same as that we had examined at the Morro. We again found in this limestone intercalated beds of black hornstein passing into kieselschiefer. It is not, however, a transition rock. By its position, its division into small strata, its whiteness, and its dull and conchoidal fractures, with very flattened cavities, it rather approximates to the limestone of Jura. The real kieselschiefer and Lydian stone have not been observed hitherto except in the transition slates and limestones. Is the sandstone, whence the springs of the Bergantin issue, of the same formation as the sandstone of the Impossible and the Tumiriquiri? The temperature of the thermal waters is only 43.2 degrees centigrade, the atmosphere being 27. They flow first to the distance of 40 toises over the rocky surface of the ground. Then they rush down into a natural cavern, and finally they pierce through the limestone to issue out at the foot of the mountain on the left bank of the little river Narigual. The springs, while in contact with the oxygen of the atmosphere, deposit a good deal of sulfur. I did not collect, as I had done at Mariara, the bubbles of air that rise in jets from these thermal waters. They, no doubt, contain a large quantity of nitrogen, because the sulphuretted hydrogen decomposes the mixture of oxygen and nitrogen dissolved in the spring. The sulphurous waters of San Juan, which issue from calcareous rock, like those of the Bergantin, have also a low temperature, 31.3 degrees, while in the same region the temperatures of the sulphurous waters of Mariara and Las Trincheras, near Porto Cabello, which gush immediately from gneiss granite, is 58.9 degrees, the former, and 90.4 degrees, the latter. It would seem as if the heat which these springs acquire in the interior of the globe diminishes in proportion as they pass from primitive to secondary superposed rocks. Our excursion to the Aguas Calientes of Bergantin ended with a vexatious accident. Our host had lent us one of his finest saddle horses. We were warned at the same time not to ford the little river of Narigual. We passed over a sort of bridge, or rather some trunks of trees laid closely together, and we made our horses swim, holding their bridles. The horse I had ridden suddenly disappeared, after struggling for some time under water. All our endeavours to discover the cause of this accident were fruitless. Our guides conjectured that the animal's legs had been seized by the caimans, which are very numerous in those parts. My perplexity was extreme. Delicacy and the affluent circumstances of my host forbade me to think of repairing his loss, and Monsieur Lavie, more considerate of our situation than sensible of his own misfortune, endeavoured to tranquilize us by exaggerating the facility with which fine horses were procurable from the neighbouring savannas. The crocodiles of the Rio Neveri are large and numerous, especially near the mouth of the river, but in general they are less fierce than the crocodiles of the Orinoco. These animals manifest in America the same contrasts of ferocity as in Egypt and Nubia. This fact is obvious when we compare with attention the narratives of Burckhardt and Belzoni. The state of cultivation in different countries and the amount of population in the proximity of rivers modify the habits of these large saurians. They are timid when on dry ground, and they flee from man, even in the water, when they are not in want of food, and when they perceive any danger in attacking. The Indians of Nueva Barcelona convey wood to market in a singular manner. Large logs of Zygophyllum and Caesalpina are thrown into the river and carried down by the stream, while the owners of the wood swim here and there to float the pieces that are stopped by the windings of the banks. Note: the Lecythis olaria in the vicinity of Nueva Barcelona furnishes excellent timber. We saw trunks of this tree 70 feet high. Around the town, beyond that arid zone of cactus which separates Nueva Barcelona from the steppe, grow the Clerodendrum tenuifolium, the Ionidium itubu, which resembles the viola, and the Allionia violacea. End of note. This could not be done in the greater part of those American rivers in which crocodiles are found. The town of Barcelona has not, like Cumana, an Indian suburb. The only natives who are seen there are inhabitants of the neighbouring missions or of huts scattered in the plain. Neither the one nor the other are of Carib race, but a mixture of the Cumanagotos, Palencas, and Puritus, short, stunted, indolent, and addicted to drinking. Fermented cassava is here the favorite beverage, the wine of the palm tree, which is used on the Orinoco, being almost unknown on that coast. It is curious to observe that men in different zones, to satisfy the passion of inebriety, employ not only all the families of monocotyledonous and dicotyledonous plants, but even the poisonous agaric, Amanita muscaria, of which, with disgusting economy, the Koryak have learnt to drink the same juice several times during 5 successive days. Note: Mr. Langsdorff, Federalisches Journal, Part 1, page 254, first made known this very extraordinary physiological phenomenon, which I prefer describing in Latin. Coriacorum gens, in ora Asiae septentrioni opposita, potum sibi ex cogitavit ex soco inebriante agarici masceri, qui succus, aquae ut asperagorum, vel per humanum corpus transfusus, temulentiam nihilomines facit. Quare gens misere et inops, quo rarius mentis sit sui, propriam urinam bibit edentidem, continuoque mingens rurusque horiens uendam succum, dicas no ulla in parte mundi desit ebrietas, poculus agaricus procurare in diem, quintum temulentiam potest. End of note. The packet boats, Correos, from Corunna bound for the Havana and Mexico, had been due 3 months, and it was believed they had been taken by the English cruisers stationed on this coast. Anxious to reach Cumana, in order to avail ourselves of the first opportunity that might offer for our passage to Vera Cruz, we hired an open boat called a lancha, a sort of craft employed habitually in the latitudes east of Cape Codera, where the sea is scarcely ever rough. Our lancha, which was laden with cacao, carried on a contraband trade with the island of Trinidad. For this reason, the owner imagined we had nothing to fear from the enemy's vessels, which then blockaded all the Spanish ports. We embarked our collection of plants, our instruments, and our monkeys, and the weather being delightful, we hoped to make a very short passage from the mouth of the Rio Neveri to Cumana. But we had scarcely reached the narrow channel between the continent and the rocky isles of Borracha and the Chimanas, when, to our great surprise, we came in sight of an armed boat, which, whilst hailing us from a great distance, fired some musket shot at us. The boat belonged to a privateer of Halifax, and I recognized among the sailors a Prussian, a native of Memel. I had found no opportunity, since my arrival in America, of expressing myself in my native language, and I could have wished to have spoken it on a less unpleasant occasion. Our protestations were without effect. We were carried on board the privateer, and the captain, affecting not to recognize the passports delivered by the governor of Trinidad for the illicit trade, declared us to be a lawful prize. Being a little in the habit of speaking English, I entered into conversation with the captain, begging not to be taken to Nova Scotia, but to be put on shore on the neighbouring coast. While I endeavoured in the cabin to defend my own rights and those of the owner of the lancha, I heard a noise on deck. Something was whispered to the captain, who left us in consternation. Happily for us, an English sloop of war, the Hawk, was cruising in those parts, and had signalled the captain to bring to, but the signal not being promptly answered, a gun was fired from the sloop, and a midshipman sent on board our vessel. He was a polite young man, and gave me hopes that the lancha, which was laden with cacao, would be given up, and that on the following day we might pursue our voyage. In the meantime, he invited me to accompany him on board the sloop, assuring me that his commander, Captain Garnier, would furnish me with better accommodation for the night than I should find in the vessel from Halifax. I accepted these obliging offers, and was received with the utmost kindness by Captain Garnier, who had made the voyage to the northwest coast of America with Vancouver, and who appeared to be highly interested in all that I related to him respecting the great cataracts of Atures and Maypures, the bifurcation of the Orinoco, and its communication with the Amazon. He introduced to me several of his officers, who had been with Lord Macartney in China. I had not, during the space of a year, enjoyed the society of so many well-informed persons. They had learned from the English newspapers the object of my enterprise. I was treated with great confidence, and the commander gave me up his own stateroom. They gave me at parting the astronomical ephemerides for those years which I had not been able to procure in France or Spain. I am indebted to Captain Garnier for the observations I was enabled to make on the satellites beyond the equator, and I feel it a duty to record here the gratitude I feel for his kindness. Coming from the forests of Cassiquiare, and having been confined during whole months to the narrow circle of missionary life, we felt a high gratification at meeting, for the first time, with men who had sailed round the world, and whose ideas were enlarged by so extensive and varied a course. I quitted the English vessel with impressions which are not yet effaced from my remembrance, and which rendered me more than ever satisfied with the career on which I had entered. End of chapter 3.26, Part 4. Chapter 3.26, Part 5, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.26, Part 5. We continued our passage on the following day, and were surprised at the depth of the channels between the Caracas Islands, where the sloop worked her way through them almost touching the rocks. How much do these calcareous inlets, of which the form and direction call to mind the great catastrophe that separated from them the mainland, differ in aspect from the volcanic archipelago on the north of Lanzarote, where the hills of basalt seem to have been heaved up from the bottom of the sea. Numbers of pelicans and of flamingos, which fished in the nooks or harassed the pelicans in order to seize their prey, indicated our approach to the coast of Cumana. It is curious to observe at sunrise how the seabirds suddenly appear and animate the scene, reminding us, in the most solitary regions, of the activity of our cities at the dawn of day. At 9 in the morning we reached the Gulf of Cariaco, which serves as a roadstead to the town of Cumana. The hill, crowned by the castle of San Antonio, stood out, prominent from its whiteness, on the dark curtain of the inland mountains. We gazed with interest on the shore, where we first gathered plants in America, and where, some months later, M. Bonpland had been in such danger. Among the cactuses that rise in columns 20 feet high, appear the Indian huts of the Guayqueries. Every part of the landscape was familiar to us, the forest of cactus, the scattered huts, and that enormous ceiba, beneath which we loved to bathe at the approach of night. Our friends at Cumana came out to meet us, men of all castes, whom our frequent herborizations had brought into contact with us, expressed the greater joy at sight of us, as a report that we had perished on the banks of the Orinoco had been current for several months. These reports had their origin either in the severe illness of M. Bonpland, or in the fact of our boat having been nearly lost in a gale above the mission of Uruana. We hastened to visit the governor, Don Vicente Amparan, whose recommendations and constant solicitude had been so useful to us during the long journey we had just terminated. He procured for us, in the centre of the town, a house which, though perhaps too lofty in a country exposed to violent earthquakes, was extremely useful for our instruments. We enjoyed from its terraces a majestic view of the sea, of the Isthmus of Araya, and the archipelago of the islands of Caracas, Picuita, and Borracha. The port of Cumana was every day more and more closely blockaded, and the vain expectation of the arrival of Spanish packets detained us 2 months and a half longer. We were often nearly tempted to go to the Danish islands, which enjoyed a happy neutrality, but we feared that, if we left the Spanish colonies, we might find some obstacles to our return. With the ample freedom which in a moment of favour had been granted to us, we did not consider it prudent to hazard anything that might give umbrage to the local authorities. We employed our time in completing the flora of Cumana, geologically examining the eastern part of the peninsula of Araya, and observing many eclipses of satellites, which confirmed the longitude of the place already obtained by other means. We also made experiments on the extraordinary refractions, on evaporation, and on atmospheric electricity. The living animals which we had brought from the Orinoco were objects of great curiosity to the inhabitants of Cumana. The capuchin of the Esmeralda, Simia chiropotes, which so much resembles man in the expression of its physiognomy, and the sleeping monkey, Simia trivirgata, which is the type of a new group, had never yet been seen on that coast. We destined them for the menagerie of the Jardin des Plantes at Paris. The arrival of a French squadron, which had failed in an attack on Curaçao, furnished us, unexpectedly, with an excellent opportunity for sending them to Guadeloupe, and General Genet, together with the Commissary Brissot, agent of the executive power at the Antilles, promised to convey them. The monkeys and birds died at Guadeloupe, but fortunately the skin of the Simia chiropotes, the only one in Europe, was sent a few years ago to the Jardin des Plantes, where the Cujillo, Simia satanus, and the stentor or alouate of the steppes of Caracas, Simia ursina, had already been received. The arrival of so great a number of French military officers, and the manifestation of political and religious opinions not altogether conformable with the interests of the governments of Europe, excited singular agitation in the population of Cumana. The governor treated the French authorities with the forms of civility consistent with the friendly relations subsisting at that period between France and Spain. In the streets, the colored people crowded round the agent of the French Directory, whose dress was rich and theatrical. White men, too, with indiscreet curiosity, whenever they could make themselves understood, made inquiries concerning the degree of influence granted by the Republic to the colonists in the government of Guadeloupe. The king's officers doubled their zeal in furnishing provision for the little squadron. Strangers, who boasted that they were free, appeared to these people troublesome guests. And in a country of which the growing prosperity depended on clandestine communication with the islands, and on a freedom of trade forced from the ministry, the European Spaniards extolled the wisdom of the old code of laws, Leyes de Indias, which permitted the entrance of foreign vessels into their ports only in extreme cases of want or distress. These contrasts between the restless desires of the colonists and the distrustful apathy of the government throw some light on the great political events which, after long preparation, have separated Spain from her colonies. We again passed a few agreeable days, from the 3rd to the 5th of November, at the peninsula of Araya, situated beyond the Gulf of Cariaco, opposite to Cumana. Note: I have already described the pearls of Araya, its sulphurous deposits, and submarine springs of liquid and colourless petroleum. See volume 1.5. End of note. We were informed that the Indians carried to the town from time to time considerable quantities of native alum found in the neighbouring mountains. The specimens shown to us sufficiently indicated that it was neither alunite, similar to the rock of Tolfa and Piombino, nor those capillary and silky salts of alkaline sulfate of alumina and magnesia that line the clefts and cavities of rocks, but real masses of native alum with a conchoidal or imperfectly lamellar fracture. We were led to hope that we should find the mine of alum, Mina de Alun, in the slaty Cordillera of Maniquarez, and so a new geological phenomenon was calculated to rivet our attention. The priest, Juan Gonzalez, and the treasurer, Don Manuel Navarrete, who had been useful to us from our first arrival on this coast, accompanied us in our little excursion. We disembarked near Cape Caney, and again visited the ancient salt pit, which is converted into a lake by the eruption of the sea, the fine ruins of the castle of Araya, and the calcareous mountain of the Barrigon, which, from its steepness on the western side, is somewhat difficult of access. Muriatiferous clay, mixed with bitumen and lenticular gypsum, and sometimes passing to a darkish brown clay, devoid of salt, is a formation widely spread through this peninsula, in the island of Margareta, and on the opposite continent, near the castle of San Antonio de Cumana. Probably the existence of this formation has contributed to produce those ruptures and rents in the ground which strike the eye of the geologist when he stands on one of the eminences of the peninsula of Araya. The Cordillera of this peninsula, composed of mica slate and clay slate, is separated on the north from the chain of mountains of the island of Margareta, which are of a similar composition, by the channel of Cubagua, and on the south it is separated from the lofty calcareous chain of the continent by the Gulf of Cariaco. The whole intermediate space appears to have been heretofore filled with muriatiferous clay, and no doubt the continual erosions of the ocean have removed this formation and converted the plain first into lakes, then into gulfs, and finally into navigable channels. The account of what has passed in the most modern times at the foot of the castle of Araya, the eruption of the sea into the ancient salt pit, the formation of the Laguna de Checopata, and a lake 4 leagues in length, which cuts the island of Margareta nearly into 2 parts, afford evident proofs of these successive erosions. In the singular configuration of the coasts, in the Morro of Chacopata, in the little islands of the Caribbees, the Lobos and Tunal, in the great island of Coche, and the capes of Carnero and Manglier, there still seem to be apparent the remains of an isthmus which, stretching from north to south, formerly joined the peninsula of Araya to the island of Margareta. In that island, a neck of very low land, 3,000 toises long and less than 200 toises broad, conceals on the northern sides the two hilly groups known by the names of La Vega de San Juan and the Macanao. The Laguna Grande of Margareta has a very narrow opening to the south, and small boats pass by portage over the neck of land or northern dike. Though the waters on these shores seem at present to recede from the continent, it is nevertheless very probable that in the lapse of ages, either by an earthquake or by a sudden rising of the ocean, the long island of Margareta will be divided into two rocky islands of a trapezoidal form. The limestone of the Barrigon, which is part of the great formation of sandstone or calcareous breccia of Cumana, is filled with fossil shells in as perfect preservation as those of other tertiary limestones in France and Italy. We detached some blocks containing oysters 8 inches in diameter, pectins, venuses, and lithophyte polypi. I recommend to naturalists better versed in the knowledge of fossils than I then was, to examine with care this mountainous coast, which is of easy access to European vessels in their way to Cumana, Guayra, or Curaçao. It would be curious to discover whether any of these shells and these species of petrified zoophyte still inhabit the seas of the West Indies, as M. BONPLAND conjectured, and as is the case in the island of Timor, and perhaps in Guadeloupe. We sailed on the 4th of November at 1 o'clock in the morning in search of the mine of native alum. I took with me the chronometer and my large Dollond telescope, intending to observe at the Laguna Chica, small lake, east of the village of Maniquarez, the immersion of the first satellite of Jupiter. This design, however, was not accomplished, contrary winds having prevented our arrival before daylight. The spectacle of the phosphorescence of the ocean and the sports of the porpoises which surrounded our canoe somewhat atoned for this disappointment. We again passed those spots where springs of petroleum gush from mica slate at the bottom of the sea, and the smell of which is perceptible from a considerable distance. When it is recollected that farther eastward, near Cariaco, the hot and submarine waters are sufficiently abundant to change the temperature of the Gulf at its surface, we cannot doubt that the petroleum is the effect of distillation at an immense depth, issuing from those primitive rocks beneath which lies the focus of all volcanic commotion. The Laguna Chica is a cove surrounded by perpendicular mountains, and connected with the Gulf of Cariaco only by a narrow channel 25 fathoms deep. It seems, like the fine port of Acapulco, to owe its existence to the effect of an earthquake. A beach shows that the sea is here receding from the land, as on the opposite coast of Cumana. The peninsula of Araya, which narrows between Cape Mero and Cape Las Minas to 1,400 toises, is little more than 4,000 toises in breadth near the Laguna Chica, reckoning from one sea to the other. We had to cross this distance in order to find the native alum and to reach the cape called the Punta de Chuparuparu. The road is difficult only because no path is traced, and between precipices of some depth we were obliged to step over ridges of bare rock, the strata of which are much inclined. The principal point is nearly 220 toises high, but the mountains, as it often happens in a rocky isthmus, display very singular forms. The Paps, Tetas, of Chacopata and Cariaco, midway between the Laguna Chica and the town of Cariaco, are peaks which appear isolated when viewed from the platform of the castle of Cumana. The vegetable earth in this country is only 30 toises above sea level. Sometimes there is no rain for the space of 15 months. If, however, a few drops fall immediately after the flowering of the melons and gourds, they yield fruit weighing from 60 to 70 pounds, notwithstanding the apparent dryness of the air. I say apparent dryness, for my hygrometric observations prove that the atmosphere of Cumana and Araya contains nearly 9/10 of the quantity of water vapour necessary to its perfect saturation. It is this air, at once hot and humid, that nourishes those vegetable reservoirs, the cucurbitaceous plants, the agaves, and melocactuses, half buried in the sand. When we visited the peninsula the preceding year, there was a great scarcity of water. The goats, for want of grass, died by hundreds. During our stay at the Orinoco, the order of the seasons seemed to be entirely changed. At Araya, Cochen, and even in the island of Margareta, it had rained abundantly, and those showers were remembered by the inhabitants in the same way as a fall of aerolites would be noted in the recollection of the naturalists of Europe. The Indian who was our guide scarcely knew in what direction we should find the alum. He was ignorant of its real position. This ignorance of localities characterizes almost all the guides here, who are chosen from among the most indolent class of the people. We wandered for 8 or 9 hours among rocks totally bare of vegetation. The mica slate passes sometimes to clay slate of a darkish gray. I was again struck by the extreme regularity in the direction and inclination of the strata. They run north 50 degrees east, inclining from 60 to 70 degrees northwest. This is the general direction which I had observed in the gneiss granite of Caracas and the Orinoco, in the hornblende slates of Angostura, and even in the greater part of the secondary rocks we had just examined. The beds, over a vast extent of land, make the same angle with the meridian of the place. They present a parallelism which may be considered as one of the great geologic laws, capable of being verified by precise measures. Advancing towards Cape Chuparuparu, the veins of quartz that cross the mica slate increase in size. We found some from 1 to 2 toises broad, full of small fasciculated crystals of rutile titanite. We sought in vain for syenite, which we had discovered in some blocks near Maniquarez. Farther on, the mica slate presents not veins, but little beds of graphite or carburetted iron. They are from 2 to 3 inches thick, and have precisely the same direction and inclination as the rock. Graphite, in primitive soils, marks the first appearance of carbon on the globe, that of carbon uncombined with hydrogen. It is anterior to the period when the surface of the earth became covered with monocotyledonous plants. From the summit of those wild mountains, there is a majestic view of the island of Margareta. 2 groups of mountains already mentioned, those of Macanao and La Vega de San Juan, rise from the bosom of the waters. The capital of the island, La Asuncion, the port of Pampatar, and the villages of Pueblo de la Mar, Pueblo del Norte, and San Juan, belong to the second and most easterly of these groups. The western group, the Macanao, is almost entirely uninhabited. The isthmus that divides these large masses of mica slate was scarcely visible. Its form appeared changed by the effect of the mirage, and we recognized the intermediate part, through which runs the Laguna Grande, only by 2 small hills of a sugarloaf form, in the meridian of the Punta de Piedras. Nearer, we looked down on the small desert archipelago of the 4 Morros del Tulan, the Caribe, and the Lobos Islands. After much vain search, we at length found, before we descended to the northern coast of the peninsula of Araya, in a ravine of very difficult access, Arroyo del Robalo, the mineral which had been shown to us at Cumana. The mica slate changed suddenly into carburetted and shining clay slate. It was an ampelite, and the waters, for there are small springs in those parts, and some have recently been discovered near the village of Maniquarez, were impregnated with yellow oxide of iron and had a styptic taste. We found the sides of the neighboring rocks lined with capillary sulfate of alumina in effervescence, and real beds 2 inches thick, full of native alum, extending as far as the eye could reach in the clay slate. The alum is grayish-white, somewhat dull on the surface, and of an almost glassy luster internally. Its fracture is not fibrous, but imperfectly conchoidal. It is slightly translucent when its fragments are thin, and has a sweetish and astringent taste, without any bitter mixture. When on the spot, I proposed to myself the question whether this alum, so pure, and filling beds in the clay slate without leaving the smallest void, be of a formation contemporary with the rock, or whether it be of a recent, and in some sort secondary origin, like a muriate of soda, found sometimes in small veins, where strongly concentrated springs traverse beds of gypsum or clay. In these parts, nothing seems to indicate a process of formation likely to be renewed in our days. The slaty rock exhibits no open cleft, and none is found parallel with the direction of the slates. It may also be inquired whether this aluminous slate be a transition formation lying on the primitive mica slate of Araya, or whether it owe its origin merely to a change of composition and texture in the beds of mica slate. I lean to the latter proposition, for the transition is progressive, and the clay slate, Tonschiefer, and mica slate appear to me to constitute here but one formation. The presence of syenite, rutile titanite, and garnets, and the absence of Lydian stone and all fragmentary or arenaceous rocks seem to characterize the formation we describe as primitive. It is asserted that even in Europe ampelite and greenstone are found, though rarely, in slates anterior to transition slate. When, in 1785, after an earthquake, a great rocky mass was broken off in the Arroyo del Robalo, the Guayqueres de los Cerritos collected fragments of alum 5 or 6 inches in diameter, extremely pure and transparent. It was sold in my time at Cumaná to the dyers and tanners at the price of 2 reals per pound, while alum from Spain cost 12 reals. Note: the real is about 6 1/2 English pence. End of note. This difference of price was more the result of prejudice and of the impediments to trade than of the inferior quality of the alum of the country, which is fit for use without undergoing any purification. It is also found in the chain of mica slate and clay slate on the northwest coast of the island of Trinidad, at Margareta, and near Cape Chuparuparo, north of the Cerro del Destilladero. Note: another place was mentioned to us, west of Bordones, the Puerto Escondido, but that coast appeared to me to be wholly calcareous, and I cannot conceive where could be the situation of ampelite and native alum on this point. Was it in the beds of slaty clay that alternate with the alpine limestone of Cumanacoa? Fibrous alum is found in Europe only in formations posterior to those of transition, in lignites and other tertiary formations belonging to the lignites. End of note. The Indians, who are naturally addicted to concealment, are not inclined to make known the spots whence they obtain native alum, but it must be abundant, for I have seen very considerable quantities of it in their possession at a time. South America at present receives its alum from Europe, as Europe in its turn received it from the natives of Asia previous to the 15th century. Mineralogists before my travels knew no substances which, without addition, calcined or not calcined, could directly yield alum, sulfate of alumina, and potash, except rocks of trachytic formation, and small veins traversing beds of lignite and bituminous wood. Both these substances, so different in their origin, contain all that constitutes alum, that is to say, alumina, sulfuric acid, and potash. The ores of Tolfa, Milo, and Nipoligo, those of Montione, in which silica does not accompany the alumina, the siliceous breccia of Mount Dore, which contains sulfur in its cavities, the alumiferous rocks of Parad and Bereg in Hungary, which belong also to trachytic and pumice conglomerates, may no doubt be traced to the penetration of sulfurous acid vapors. They are the products of a feeble and prolonged volcanic action, as may easily be ascertained in the solfatars of Puzzuoli and the peak of Teneriffe. The alumina of Tolfa, which, since my return to Europe, I have examined on the spot, conjointly with Gay-Lussac, has, by its oryctognostic characters and its chemical composition, a considerable affinity to compact feldspar, which constitutes the basis of so many trachytes and transition porphyries. It is a siliciferous subsulfate of alumina and potash, a compact feldspar, with the addition of sulfuric acid completely formed in it. The waters circulating in these alumiferous rocks of volcanic origin do not, however, deposit masses of native alum, to yield which the rocks must be roasted. I know not of any deposits analogous to those I brought from Cumaná, for the capillary and fibrous masses found in veins traversing the beds of lignites, as on the banks of the Egra between Satz and Komotau in Bohemia, or efflorescing in cavities, as in Freienwald in Brandenburg and Sagario in Sardinia, are impure salts, often destitute of potash, and mixed with the sulfates of ammonia and magnesia. A slow decomposition of the pyrites, which probably act as so many little galvanic piles, renders the waters alumiferous that circulate across the bituminous lignites and carburetted clays. These waters, in contact with carbonate of lime, even give rise to the deposits of subsulfate in alumina, destitute of potash, found near Halle, and formerly believed erroneously to be pure alumina belonging, like the porcelain earth, kaolin of Mori, to a porphyry of red sandstone. Analogous chemical actions may take place in primitive and transition slates, as well as in tertiary formations. All slates, and this fact is very important, contain nearly 5% of potash, sulfuret of iron, peroxide of iron, carbon, etc. The contact of so many moistened, heterogeneous substances must necessarily lead them to a change of state and composition. The efflorescent salts that abundantly cover the aluminous slates of Robalo show how much these chemical effects are favored by the high temperature of the climate. But, I repeat, in a rock where there are no crevices, no vacuities parallel to the direction and inclination of the strata, native alum, semi-transparent and of conchoidal fracture, completely filling its place, its beds, must be regarded as of the same age with the rock in which it is contained. The term contemporary formation is here taken in the sense attached to it by geologists, in speaking of beds of quartz in clay slate, granular limestone in mica slate, or feldspar in gneiss. After having for a long time wandered over barren scenes amidst rocks entirely devoid of vegetation, our eyes dwelt with pleasure on tufts of malpighia and croton, which we found in descending toward the coast. These arborescent crotons are of two new species, very remarkable for their form, and peculiar to the peninsula of Araya. Note: Croton argyrophyllus and Croton marginatus. End of note. We arrived too late at the Laguna Chica to visit another rock situated farther east and celebrated by the name of the Laguna Grande or the Laguna del Obispo. Note: Great Lake or Bishop's Lake. End of note. We contented ourselves with admiring it from the height of the mountains that command the view, and, excepting the ports of Ferrol and Acapulco, there is perhaps none presenting a more extraordinary configuration. It is an inland gulf 2.5 miles long from east to west, and 1 mile broad. The rocks of mica slate that form the entrance of the port leave a free passage only 250 toises broad. The water is everywhere from 15 to 25 fathoms deep. Probably the government of Cumana will one day take advantage of the possession of this inland gulf and of that of Mochima 8 leagues east of the bad road of Nueva Barcelona. Note: this is a long narrow gulf, 3 miles from north to south, similar to the fjords of Norway. End of note. The family of Monsieur Navarrete were waiting for us with impatience on the beach, and though our boat carried a large sail, we did not arrive at Maniquarez before night. We prolonged our stay at Cumana only a fortnight. Having lost all hope of the arrival of a packet from Corunna, we availed ourselves of an American vessel laden at Nueva Barcelona with salt provision for the island of Cuba. We had now passed 16 months on this coast and in the interior of Venezuela, and on the 16th of November we parted from our friends at Cumana to make the passage for the third time across the Gulf of Cariaco to Nueva Barcelona. The night was cool and delicious. It was not without emotion that we beheld for the last time the disk of the moon illuminating the summit of the cocoa trees that surround the banks of the Manzanares. The breeze was strong, and in less than 6 hours we anchored near the Morro of Nueva Barcelona, where the vessel which was to take us to Havana was ready to sail. End of chapter 3.26. Chapter 3.27, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.27, Part 1. Political state of the provinces of Venezuela, extent of territory, population, natural productions, external trade, communications between the different provinces comprising the Republic of Colombia. Before I quit the coasts of terra firma and draw the attention of the reader to the political importance of Cuba, the largest of the West India Islands, I will collect into one point of view all those facts which may lead to a just appreciation of the future relations of commercial Europe with the United Provinces of Venezuela. When, soon after my return to Germany, I published the Essai politique sur la Nouvelle Espagne, I at the same time made known some of the facts I had collected in relation to the territorial riches of South America. This comparative view of the population, agriculture, and commerce of all the Spanish colonies was formed at a period when the progress of civilization was restrained by the imperfection of social institutions, the prohibitory system, and other fatal errors in the science of government. Since the time when I developed the immense resources which the people of both North and South America might derive from their own position and their relations with commercial Europe and Asia, one of those great revolutions, which from time to time agitate the human race, has changed the state of society in the vast regions through which I travelled. The continental part of the New World is at present, in some sort, divided between three nations of European origin. One, and that the most powerful, is of Germanic race. The two others belong by their language, their literature, and their manners to Latin Europe. Those parts of the Old World which advanced farthest westward, the Spanish Peninsula and the British Islands, are those of which the colonies are most extensive. But 4,000 leagues of coast, inhabited solely by the descendants of Spaniards and Portuguese, attest the superiority which, in the 15th and 16th centuries, the peninsular nations had acquired by their maritime expeditions over the navigators of other countries. It may be fairly asserted that their languages, which prevail from California to the Rio de la Plata and along the back of the Cordilleras, as well as in the forests of the Amazon, are monuments of national glory that will survive every political revolution. The inhabitants of Spanish and Portuguese America form together a population twice as numerous as the inhabitants of English race. The French, Dutch, and Spanish possessions of the new continent are of small extent, but to complete the general view of the nations which may influence the destiny of the other hemisphere, we ought not to forget the colonists of Scandinavian origin, who are endeavoring to form settlements from the peninsula of Alaska as far as California, and the free Africans of Haiti, who have verified the prediction made by the Milanese traveller Benzoni in 1545. The situation of these Africans in an island more than 3 times the size of Sicily, in the middle of the West Indian Mediterranean, augments their political importance. Every friend of humanity prays for the development of the civilization which is advancing in so calm and unexpected a manner. As yet, Russian America is less like an agricultural colony than the factories established by Europeans on the coast of Africa, to the great misfortune of the natives. They contain only military posts, stations of fishermen, and Siberian hunters. It is a curious phenomenon to find the rites of the Greek Church established in one part of America, and to see 2 nations which inhabit the eastern and western extremities of Europe, the Russians and the Spaniards, thus bordering on each other on a continent on which they arrived by opposite routes. But the most savage state of the unpeopled coast of Oshkosh and Kamchatka, the want of resources furnished by the ports of Asia, and the barbarous system hitherto adopted in the Scandinavian colonies of the New World are circumstances which will long hold them in infancy. Hence it follows that if in the researches of political economy we are accustomed to survey masses only, we cannot but admit that the American continent is divided, properly speaking, between 3 great nations of English, Spanish, and Portuguese race. The first of these 3 nations, the Anglo-Americans, is, next to the English of Europe, that whose flag waves over the greatest extent of sea. Without any distant colonies, its commerce has acquired a growth attained in the Old World by that nation alone, which communicated to North America its language, its literature, its love of labour, its predilection for liberty, and a portion of its civil institutions. The English and Portuguese colonists have peopled only the coasts which lie opposite to Europe. The Castilians, on the contrary, in the earliest period of the conquest, crossed the chain of the Andes and made settlements in the most western regions. There only, at Mexico, Cundinamarca, Quito, and Peru, they found traces of ancient civilization, agricultural nations, and flourishing empires. The circumstance, together with the increase of the native mountain population, the almost exclusive possession of great metallic wealth, and the commercial relations established from the beginning of the 16th century with the Indian archipelago, have given a peculiar character to the Spanish possessions in Equinoctial America. In the East Indies, the people who fell into the hands of the English and Portuguese settlers were wandering tribes or hunters. Far from forming a portion of the agricultural and laborious population, as on the tableland of Anahuac, at Guatemala, and in Upper Peru, they generally withdrew at the approach of the whites. The necessity of labour, the preference given to the cultivation of the sugar cane, indigo, and cotton, the cupidity which often accompanies and degrades industry, gave birth to that infamous slave trade, the consequences of which have been alike fatal to the Old and the New World. Happily, in the continental part of Spanish America, the number of African slaves is so inconsiderable that, compared with the slave population of Brazil, or with that of the southern part of the United States, it is found to be in the proportion of 1 to 14. The whole of the Spanish colonies, without excluding the islands of Cuba and Puerto Rico, have not, over a surface which exceeds at least by 1/5 that of Europe, as many Negroes as in the state of Virginia. The Spanish Americans, in the union of New Spain and Guatemala, present an example unique in the torrid zone, namely, a nation of 8 millions of inhabitants, governed conformably with European institutions and laws, cultivating sugar, cacao, wheat, and grapes, and having scarcely a slave brought from Africa. The population of the new continent as yet surpasses but little that of France or Germany. It doubles in the United States in 23 or 25 years, and at Mexico, even under the government of the mother country, it doubles in 40 or 45 years. Without indulging too flattering hopes of the future, it may be admitted that in less than a century and a half the population of America will equal that of Europe. This noble rivalry in civilization and the arts of industry and commerce, far from impoverishing the old continent, as has often been supposed it might at the expense of the new one, will augment the wants of the consumer, the mass of productive labour, and the activity of exchange. Doubtless, in consequence of the great revolutions which human society undergoes, the public fortune, the common patrimony of civilization, is found differently divided among the nations of the Old and the New World. But by degrees the equilibrium is restored, and it is fatal, I had almost said an impious prejudice, to consider the growing prosperity of any other part of our planet as a calamity to Europe. The independence of the colonies will not contribute to isolate them from the old civilized nations, but will rather bring all more closely together. Commerce tends to unite countries which a jealous policy has long separated. It is the nature of civilization to go forward without any tendency to decline in the spot that gave it birth. Its progress, from east to west, from Asia to Europe, provides nothing against this axiom. A clear light loses none of its brilliancy by being diffused over a wider space. Intellectual cultivation, that fertile source of national wealth, advances by degrees and extends without being displaced. Its movement is not a migration, and though it may seem to be such in the East, it is because barbarous hordes possess themselves of Egypt, Asia Minor, and of once free Greece, the forsaken cradle of the civilization of our ancestors. The barbarism of nations is the consequence of oppression exercised by the internal despotism of foreign conquest, and it is always accompanied by progressive impoverishment, by a diminution of the public fortune. Free and powerful institutions, adapted to the interests of all, remove these dangers, and the growing civilization of the world, the competition of labour and of trade, are not the ruin of states whose welfare flows from a natural source. Productive and commercial Europe will profit by the new order of things in Spanish America, as it would profit from events that might put an end to barbarism in Greece, on the northern coast of Africa, and in other countries subject to Ottoman tyranny. What most menaces the prosperity of the ancient continent is the prolongation of those struggles which check production and diminish at the same time the number and wants of consumers. This struggle, begun in Spanish America 6 years after my departure, is drawing to an end. We shall soon see both shores of the Atlantic peopled by independent nations, ruled by different forms of government, but united by the remembrance of a common origin, uniformity of language, and the wants which civilization creates. It may be said that the immense progress of the art of navigation has contracted the boundaries of the seas. The Atlantic already assumes the form of a narrow channel, which no more removes the New World from the commercial states of Europe than the Mediterranean, in the infancy of navigation, removed the Greeks of Peloponnesus from those of Ionia, Sicily, and the Cyrenaic region. I have thought it right to enter into these general considerations on the future connection of the two continents before tracing the political sketch of the provinces of Venezuela. These provinces, governed till 1810 by a captain general residing at Caracas, are now united to the old viceroyalty of New Granada or Santa Fe, under the name of the Republic of Colombia. I will not anticipate the description which I shall have hereafter to give of New Granada, but in order to render my observations on the statistics of Venezuela more useful to those who would judge of the political importance of the country and the advantages it may offer to the trade of Europe, even in its present unadvanced state of civilization, I will describe the United Provinces of Venezuela in their relations with Cundinamarca or New Granada, and as forming part of the new state of Colombia. M. BONPLAND and I passed nearly 3 years in the country which now forms the territory of the Republic of Colombia, 16 months in Venezuela, and 18 in New Granada. We crossed the territory in its whole extent. On one hand, from the mountains of Paria, as far as Esmeralda on the upper Orinoco, and San Carlos del Rio Negro, situated near the frontiers of Brazil, and on the other, from Rio Sinu and Cartagena, as far as the snowy summits of Quito, the port of Guayaquil, on the coast of the Pacific, and the banks of the Amazon in the province of Jaén de Bracamoros. So long a stay and an expedition of 1,300 leagues in the interior of the country, of which more than 650 were by water, have furnished me with a pretty accurate knowledge of local circumstances. I am aware that travellers who have recently visited America regard its progress as far more rapid than my statistical researches seem to indicate. For the year 1913, they promise 112 millions of inhabitants in Mexico, of which they believe that the population is doubled every 22 years, and during the same interval, 140 millions in the United States. These numbers, I confess, do not appear to me to be alarming from the motives that may excite fear among the disciples of Malthus. It is possible that some time or other 200 or 300 millions of men may find subsistence in the vast extent of the new continent between the Lake of Nicaragua and Lake Ontario. I admit that the United States will contain above 80 millions of inhabitants 100 years hence, allowing a progressive change in the period of doubling from 25 to 35 and 40 years. But notwithstanding the elements of prosperity to be found in equinoctial America, I doubt whether the increase of the population in Venezuela, Spanish Guiana, New Granada, and Mexico can be in general so rapid as in the United States. The latter, which are situated entirely in the temperate zone, destitute of high chains of mountains, embrace an immense extent of country, easy of cultivation. The hordes of Indian hunters flee both from the colonists, whom they abhor, and the Methodist missionaries, who oppose their taste for indolence and a vagabond life. The more fertile land of Spanish America produces, indeed, on the same surface, a greater amount of nutritive substances. On the tablelands of the equinoctial regions, wheat doubles yields annually from 20 to 24 for 1. But Cordilleras, furrowed by almost inaccessible crevices, bare and arid steppes, forests that resist both the axe and fire, and an atmosphere filled with venomous insects, will long present powerful obstacles to agriculture and industry. The most active and enterprising colonists cannot, in the mountainous districts of Merida, Antioquia, and Los Pastos, in the llanos of Venezuela and Guaviare, in the forests of the Rio Magdalena, the Orinoco, and the province of Las Esmeraldas, west of Quito, extend their agricultural conquests, as they have done in the woody plains westward of the Alleghanies, from the sources of the Ohio, the Tennessee, and the Alabama, as far as the banks of the Missouri and the Arkansas. Calling to mind the account of my voyage on the Orinoco, it may be easy to appreciate the obstacles which nature opposes to the efforts of man in hot and humid climates. In Mexico, large extents of soil are destitute of springs. Rain seldom falls, and the want of navigable rivers impedes communication. As the ancient native population is agricultural, and has been so long before the arrival of the Spaniards, the lands most easy of access and cultivation have already their proprietors. Fertile tracts of country, at the disposal of the first occupier, or ready to be sold in lots for the profit of the state, are much less common than Europeans imagine. Hence it follows that the progress of colonization cannot be everywhere as free and rapid in Spanish America as it has hitherto been in the western provinces of the United States. The population of that union is composed wholly of whites and of Negroes, who, having been torn from their country or born in the New World, have become the instruments of the industry of the whites. In Mexico, Guatemala, Quito, and Peru, on the contrary, there exist in our day more than 5.5 millions of natives of copper-colored race, whose isolated position, partly forced and partly voluntary, together with their attachment to ancient habits, and their mistrustful inflexibility of character, will long prevent their participation in the progress of the public prosperity, notwithstanding the efforts employed to disindianize them. I dwell on the differences between the free states of temperate and equinoctial America, to show that the latter have to contend against obstacles connected with their physical and moral position, and to remind the reader that the countries embellished with the most varied and precious productions of nature are not always susceptible of an easy, rapid, and uniformly extended cultivation. If we consider the limits which the population may attain as depending solely on the quantity of subsistence which the land is capable of producing, the most simple calculations would prove the preponderance of the communities established in the fine regions of the torrid zone. But political economy, or the positive science of government, is distrustful of ciphers and vain abstractions. We know that by the multiplication of one family only, a continent previously desert may reckon, in the space of 8 centuries, more than 8 millions of inhabitants. And yet these estimates, founded on the hypothesis of a continuous doubling in 25 or 30 years, are contradicted by the history of every country already advanced in civilization. The destinies which await the free states of Spanish America are too glorious to require to be embellished by illusions and chimerical calculations. Among the 34 million inhabitants spread over the vast surface of continental America, in which estimate are comprised the savage natives, we distinguish, according to the 3 preponderant races, 16.5 millions in the possession of the Spanish Americans, 10 millions in those of the Anglo-Americans, and nearly 4 millions in those of the Portuguese Americans. The population of these 3 great divisions is, at the present time, in the proportion of 4, 2.5, 1, while the extent of surface over which the population is spread is, as the numbers 1.5, 0.7, 1. The area of the United States is nearly 1/4 greater than that of Russia west of the Ural Mountains, and Spanish America is in the same proportion more extensive than the whole of Europe. Note: notwithstanding the political changes which have taken place in the South American colonies, I shall throughout this work designate the country inhabited by the Spanish Americans by the denomination of Spanish America. I call the country of the Anglo-Americans the United States, without adding of North America, although other United States exist in South America. It is embarrassing to speak of nations who play a great part on the scene of the world without having collective names. The term American can no longer be applied solely to the citizens of the United States of North America, and it were to be wished that the denomination of the independent nations of the new continent should be fixed in a manner at once convenient, harmonious, and precise. End of note. The United States contain 5/8 of the proportion of the Spanish possessions, and yet their area is not 1/2 so large. Brazil comprehends tracts of country so desert toward the west that over an extent only 1/3 less than that of Spanish America, its population is in the proportion of 1 to 4. The following table contains the results of an attempt which I made, conjointly with M. Mathieu, member of the Academy of Sciences and of the Bureau des Longitudes, to estimate with precision the extent of the surface of the various states of America. We made use of maps on which the limits have been corrected according to the statements published in my Recueil d'Observations Astronomiques. Our scales were, generally speaking, so large that spaces from 4 to 5 leagues square were not omitted. We observed this degree of precision that we might not add the uncertainty of the measure of triangles, trapeziums, and the sinuosities of the coasts to the uncertainty of geographical statement. Table of great political divisions. Column 1, name. Column 2, surface in square leagues of 20 to an equinoctial degree. Column 3, population, 1823. 1. Possessions of the Spanish Americans. Surface, 371,380. Population, 16,785,000. Mexico or New Spain. Surface, 75,830. Population, 6,800,000. Guatemala. Surface, 16,740. Population, 1,600,000. Cuba and Puerto Rico. Surface, 4,430. Population, 800,000. Colombia, Venezuela. Surface, 33,700. Population, 785,000. Colombia, New Granada and Quito. Surface, 58,250. Population, 2 million. Peru. Surface, 41,420. Population, 1,400,000. Chile. Surface, 14,240. Population, 1,100,000. Buenos Aires. Surface, 126,770. Population, 2,300,000. Possessions of the Portuguese. Americans. Brazil. Surface, 256,990. Population, 4 million. Possessions of the Anglo-Americans. United States. Surface, 174,300. Population, 10,220,000. From the statistical researches which have been made in several countries of Europe, important results have been obtained by a comparison of the relative population of maritime and inland provinces. In Spain, these relations are to one another as 9 to 5. In the United Provinces of Venezuela, and above all in the ancient Capitania General of Caracas, they are as 35 to 1. How powerful soever may be the influence of commerce on the prosperity of states and the intellectual development of nations, it would be wrong to attribute in America, as we do in Europe, to that cause alone the differences just mentioned. In Spain and Italy, if we except the fertile plains of Lombardy, the inland districts are arid and abounding in mountains or high tablelands. The meteorological circumstances on which the fertility of the soil depends are not the same in the lands bordering on the sea as they are in the central provinces. Colonization in America has generally begun on the coast and advanced slowly toward the interior. Such is its progress in Brazil and in Venezuela. It is only where the coast is unhealthy, as in Mexico and New Granada, or sandy and exempt from rain, as in Peru, that the population is concentrated on the mountains and the tablelands of the interior. These local circumstances are too often overlooked in considerations on the future fate of the Spanish colonies. They communicate a peculiar character to some of those countries, the physical and moral analogies of which are less striking than is commonly supposed. Consider, with reference to the distribution of the population, the two provinces of New Granada and Venezuela, which have been united in one political body and exhibit the most complete contrast. Their capitals, and the position of capitals always denotes where population is most concentrated, are at such unequal distances from the trading coasts of the Caribbean Sea, that the town of Caracas, to be placed on the same parallel with Santa Fe de Bogota, must be transplanted southward to the junction of the Orinoco with the Guaviare, where the mission of San Fernando de Atabapo is situated. The Republic of Colombia is, with Mexico and Guatemala, the only state of Spanish America which occupies at once the coasts opposite to Europe and to Asia. From Cape Paria to the western extremity of Veragua is a distance of 400 sea leagues, and from Cape Burica to the mouth of Rio Tumbes the distance is 260. The shore possessed by the Republic of Colombia consequently equals in length the line of coasts extending from Cadiz to Danzig, or from Ceuta to Jaffa. This immense resource for national industry is combined with a degree of cultivation of which the importance has not hitherto been sufficiently acknowledged. The Isthmus of Panama forms part of the territory of Colombia, and that neck of land, if traversed by good roads and stocked with camels, may one day serve as a portage for the commerce of the world, even though the plains of Cupica, the Bay of Mandinga, or the Rio Chagre should not afford the possibility of a canal for the passage of vessels proceeding from Europe to China, or from the United States to the northwest coast of America. Note: The old viceroyalty of Buenos Aires extended also along a small portion of the South Sea coast. End of note. End of chapter 3.27, part 1. Chapter 3.27, part 2. Of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 3. By Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.27, Part 2. When considering the influence which the configuration of countries, that is, the elevation and the form of coasts, exercises in every district on the progress of civilization and the destiny of nations, I have pointed out the disadvantages of those vast masses of triangular continents, which, like Africa and the greater part of South America, are destitute of gulfs and inland seas. It cannot be doubted that the existence of the Mediterranean has been closely connected with the first dawn of human civilization among the nations of the West, and that the articulated form of the land, the frequency of its contractions, and the concatenation of peninsulas favored the civilization of Greece, Italy, and perhaps of all Europe westward of the meridian of the Propontis. In the New World, the uninterruptedness of the coasts and the monotony of their straight lines are most remarkable in Chile and Peru. The shore of Colombia is more varied, and its spacious gulfs, such as that of Paria, Cariaco, Maracaibo, and Darien, were, at the time of the first discovery, better peopled than the rest, and facilitated the interchange of productions. That shore possesses an incalculable advantage in being washed by the Caribbean Sea, a kind of inland sea with several outlets, and the only one pertaining to the new continent. This basin, whose various shores form portions of the United States, the Republic of Colombia, of Mexico, and several maritime powers of Europe, gives birth to a peculiar and exclusively American system of trade. The southeast of Asia, with its neighboring archipelago, and above all, the state of the Mediterranean, in the time of the Phoenician and Greek colonies, prove that the nearness of opposite coasts, not having the same productions, and not inhabited by nations of different races, exercises a happy influence on commercial industry and intellectual cultivation. The importance of the inland Caribbean Sea, bounded by Venezuela on the south, will be further augmented by the progressive increase of population on the banks of the Mississippi, for that river, the Rio del Norte and the Magdalena, are the only great navigable streams which the Caribbean Sea receives. The depth of the American rivers, their immense branches, and the use of steamboats, everywhere facilitated by the proximity of forests, will, to a certain extent, compensate for the obstacles which the uniform line of the coasts and the general configuration of the continent oppose to the progress of industry and civilization. On comparing the extent of the territory with the absolute population, we obtain the result of the connection of those two elements of public prosperity, a connection that constitutes the relative population of every state in the New World. We shall find to every square sea league in Mexico 90, in the United States 58, in the Republic of Colombia 30, and in Brazil 15 inhabitants, while Asiatic Russia furnishes 11, the whole Russian Empire 87, Sweden with Norway 90, European Russia 320, Spain 763, and France 1,778. But these estimates of relative population, when applied to countries of immense extent, and of which a great part is entirely uninhabited, merely furnish mathematical abstractions of but little value. In countries uniformly cultivated, in France, for example, the number of inhabitants to the square league, calculated by separate departments, is in general only a third more or less than the relative population of the sum of all the departments. Even in Spain, the deviations from the average number rise, with few exceptions, only from half to double. In America, on the contrary, it is only in the Atlantic states, from South Carolina to New Hampshire, that the population begins to spread with any uniformity. In that most civilized portion of the New World, from 130 to 900 inhabitants are reckoned to the square league, while the relative population of all the Atlantic states together is 240. The extremes, North Carolina and Massachusetts, are only in the relation of 1 to 7, nearly as in France, where the extremes in the departments of the Haute-Alpes and the Côte du Nord are also in the relation of 1 to 6.7. The variations from the average number, which we generally find restricted to narrow limits in the civilized countries of Europe, exceed all measure in Brazil, in the Spanish colonies, and even in the Confederation of the United States in its whole extent. We find in Mexico, in some of the intendencias, for example, La Sonora and Durango, from 9 to 15 inhabitants to the square league, while in others, on the central tableland, there are more than 500. The relative population of the country situated between the eastern bank of the Mississippi and the Atlantic states is scarcely 47, while that of Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts is more than 800. Westward of the Mississippi, as well as in the interior of Spanish Guiana, there are not 2 inhabitants to the square league over much larger extents of territory than Switzerland or Belgium. The state of these countries is like that of the Russian Empire, where the relative population of some of the Asiatic governments, Irkutsk and Tobolsk, is to that of the best cultivated European districts as 1 to 300. The enormous difference existing in countries newly cultivated between the extent of territory and the number of inhabitants renders these partial estimates necessary. When we learn that New Spain and the United States, taking their entire extent at 75,000 and 174,000 square sea leagues, give respectively 90 and 58 souls to each league, we no more obtain a correct idea of that distribution of the population on which the political power of the nation depends than we should of the climate of the country, that is to say, of the distribution of the heat in the different seasons by the mere knowledge of the mean temperature of the whole year. If we take from the United States all their possessions west of the Mississippi, their relative population would be 121 instead of 58 to the square league, consequently much greater than that of New Spain. Taking from the latter country the provincias internas, north and northeast, of Nueva Galicia, we should find 190 instead of 90 souls to the square league. The provinces of Caracas, Maracaibo, Cumaná, and Barcelona, that is, the maritime provinces of the north, are the most populous of the old Capitania General of Caracas. But in comparing this relative population with that of New Spain, where the 2 intendencias of Mexico and Puebla alone contain, on an extent scarcely equal to the superficies of the province of Caracas, a greater population than that of the whole Republic of Colombia, we see that some Mexican intendencias which, with respect to the concentration of their culture, occupy but the 7th or 8th rank, Zacatecas and Guadalajara, contain more inhabitants to the square league than the province of Caracas. The average of the relative population of Cumaná, Barcelona, Caracas, and Maracaibo is 56. And as 6,200 square leagues, that is, 1/2 of the extent of these 4 provinces, are almost desert llanos, we find, in reckoning the superficies and the scanty population of the plains, 102 inhabitants to the square league. An analogous modification gives the province of Caracas alone a population of 208, that is, only 1/7 less than that of the Atlantic states of North America. As in political economy, numerical statements become instructive only by a comparison with analogous facts. I have carefully examined what, in the present state of the 2 continents, might be considered as a small relative population in Europe and a very great relative population in America. I have, however, chosen examples only from among the provinces which have a continued surface of more than 600 square leagues, in order to exclude the accidental accumulations of population which occur around great cities, for instance, on the coast of Brazil, in the valley of Mexico, on the tablelands of Santa Fe de Bogotá and Cusco, or finally, in the smaller West India Islands, Barbados, Martinique, and St. Thomas, of which the relative population is from 3,000 to 4,700 inhabitants to the square league, and consequently equal to the most fertile parts of Holland, France, and Lombardy. Table. Minimum of Europe. Inhabitants to the square league. The 4 least populous governments of European Russia. Archangel, 10. Olonez, 42. Wologda and Astrakhan, 52. Finland, 106. The least populous province of Spain, that of Cuenca, 311. The Duchy of Lüneburg, on account of the heaths, 550. The least populous department of continental France, Haute-Alpes, 758. Departments of France thinly populated, the Creuse, the Var, and the Aude, 1,300. Maximum of America, the central part of the intendencias of Mexico and Puebla above, 1,300. In the United States, Massachusetts, but having only 522 square leagues of surface, 900. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut together, 840. The whole intendencia of Puebla, 540. The whole intendencia of Mexico, 460. These two Mexican intendencias together are nearly a third of the superficial extent of France, with a suitable population, in 1823 nearly 2,800,000 souls, to prevent the towns of Mexico and Puebla from having a sensible influence on the relative population. Northern part of the province of Caracas, 208, without the Llanos. This table shows that those parts of America which we now consider as the most populous attain the relative population of the kingdom of Navarre, of Galicia, and of Asturias, which, next to the province of Guipuzcoa and the kingdom of Valencia, reckon the greatest number of inhabitants to the square league in all Spain. The maximum of America is, however, below the relative population of the whole of France, 1,778 to the square league, and would in the latter country be considered as a very thin population. If, taking a survey of the whole surface of America, we direct our attention to the Capitania General of Venezuela, we find that the most populous of its subdivisions, the province of Caracas, considered as a whole, without excepting the Llanos, has, as yet, only the relative population of Tennessee, and that this province, without the Llanos, furnishes in its northern part, or more than 1,800 square leagues, the relative population of South Carolina. Those 1,800 square leagues, the center of agriculture, are twice as numerously peopled as Finland, but a third less than the province of Cuenca, which is the least populous of all Spain. We cannot dwell on this result without a painful feeling. Such is the state to which colonial politics and maladministration have, during 3 centuries, reduced a country which, for natural wealth, may vie with all that is most wonderful on earth. For a region equally desert, we must look either to the frozen regions of the north, or westward of the Alleghany Mountains toward the forests of Tennessee, where the first clearings have only begun within the last 80 years. The most cultivated part of the province of Caracas, the basin of the Lake of Valencia, commonly called Los Valles de Aragua, contained in 1810 nearly 2,000 inhabitants to a square league. Supposing a relative population 3 times less, and taking off from the whole surface of the Capitania General nearly 24,000 square leagues as being occupied by the Llanos and the forests of Guyana, and, therefore, presenting great obstacles to agricultural labourers, we should still obtain a population of 6 millions for the remaining 9,700 square leagues. Those who, like myself, have lived long within the tropics will find no exaggeration in these calculations, for I suppose for the portion the most easily cultivated a relative population equal to that in the intendencias of Puebla and Mexico, full of barren mountains and extending toward the coast of the Pacific over regions almost desert. Note: these 2 intendencias contain together 5,520 square leagues and a relative population of 508 inhabitants to the square sea league. End of note. If the territories of Cumaná, Barcelona, Caracas, Maracaibo, Varinas, and Guyana should be destined hereafter to enjoy good provincial and municipal institutions as Confederate States, they will not require a century and a half to attain a population of 6 millions of inhabitants. Venezuela, the eastern part of the Republic of Colombia, would not, even with 9 millions, have a more considerable population than old Spain, and can it be doubted that that part of Venezuela which is most fertile and easy of cultivation, that is, the 10,000 square leagues remaining after deducting the Llanos and the almost impenetrable forests between the Orinoco and the Cassiquiare, could support in the fine climate of the tropics as many inhabitants as 10,000 square leagues of the Estremadura, the Castiles, and other provinces of the tableland of Spain? These predictions are by no means problematical, inasmuch as they are founded on physical analogies and on the productive power of the soil. But before we can indulge the hope that they will be actually accomplished, we must be secure of another element less susceptible of calculation, that national wisdom which subdues hostile passions, destroys the germs of civil discord, and gives stability to free and energetic institutions. When we take a view of the soil of Venezuela and New Granada, we perceive that no other country of Spanish America furnishes commerce with such various and rich productions of the vegetable kingdom. If we add the harvests of the province of Caracas to those of Guayaquil, we find that the Republic of Colombia alone can furnish nearly all the cacao annually demanded by Europe. The union of Venezuela and New Granada has also placed in the hands of one people the greater part of the quinquina exported from the new continent. The temperate mountains of Merida, Santa Fe, Popayan, Quito, and Loja produce the finest quantities of this febrifugal bark hitherto known. I might swell the list of these valuable productions by the coffee and indigo of Caracas, so long esteemed in commerce, the sugar, cotton, and flour of Bogota, the ipecacuana of the banks of the Magdalena, the tobacco of Varinas, the Cortex angosturae of Caroni, the balsam of the plains of Tolu, the skins and dried provisions of the Llanos, the pearls of Panama, Rio Hacha and Margarita, and finally the gold of Popayan, and the platinum, which is nowhere found in abundance but at Choco and Barbacoa. But conformably with the plan I have adopted, I shall confine myself to the old Capitania General of Caracas. Owing to a peculiar disposition of the soil in Venezuela, the three zones of agricultural, pastoral, and hunting life succeed each other from north to south, along the coast in the direction of the equator. Advancing in that direction, we may be said to traverse, in respect to space, the different stages through which the human race has passed in the lapse of ages, in its progress towards civilization and in laying the foundations of civilized society. The region of the coast is the center of agricultural industry. The region of the Llanos serves only for the pasturage of the animals which Europe has given to America and which live there in a half-wild state. Each of those regions includes from 7,000 to 8,000 square leagues. Further south, between the delta of the Orinoco, Guasiquiare, and the Rio Negro, lies a vast extent of land, as large as France, inhabited by hunting nations, covered with thick forests and impassable swamps. The productions of the vegetable kingdom belong to the zones at each extremity. The intermediary savannas, into which oxen, horses, and mules were introduced about the year 1548, afford food for some millions of those animals. At the time when I visited Venezuela, the annual exportation from thence to the West India Islands amounted to 30,000 mules, 174,000 ox hides, and 140,000 arrobas of 25 pounds of tasajo, or dried meat, slightly salted. Note: the back of the animal is cut in slices of moderate thickness. An ox or cow of the weight of 25 arrobas produces only 4 to 5 arrobas of tasajo or taso. In 1792, the port of Barcelona alone exported 98,017 arrobas to the island of Cuba. The average price is 14 reals and varies from 10 to 18. The real is worth about 6.5 pence English. Monsieur Urquisana estimates the total exportation of Venezuela in 1809 at 200,000 arrobas of tasajo. End of note. It is not from the advancement of agriculture or the progressive encroachments on the pastoral lands that the hatos, herds and flocks, have diminished so considerably within 20 years. It is rather owing to the disorders of every kind that have prevailed, and the want of security for property. The impunity conceded to the skin stealers and the accumulation of marauders in the savannas preceded that destruction of cattle caused by the ravages of civil war and the supplies required for troops. A very considerable number of goat skins is exported to the islands of Margareta, Punta Araya, and Corollas. Sheep only abound in Corora and Tucuyo. The consumption of meat being immense in this country, the diminution of animals has a greater influence here than in any other district on the well-being of the inhabitants. The town of Caracas, of which the population in my time was 1/10 of that of Paris, consumed more than 1/2 the quantity of beef annually used in the capital of France. I might add to the productions of the vegetable and animal kingdoms of Venezuela the enumeration of the minerals, the working of which is worthy of the attention of the government. But having from my youth been engaged in the practical labours of mines, I know how vague and uncertain are the judgments formed of the metallic wealth of a country from the mere appearance of the rocks and of the veins in their beds. The utility of such labours can be determined only by well-directed experiments by means of shafts or galleries. All that has been done in researches of this kind, under the dominion of the mother country, has left the question wholly undecided, and the most exaggerated ideas have been recently spread through Europe concerning the riches of the mines of Caracas. The common denomination of Colombia, given to Venezuela and New Granada, has doubtless contributed to foster those illusions. It cannot be doubted that the gold washings of New Granada furnished, in the last years of public tranquillity, more than 18,000 marks of gold. That Choco and Barbacoa supply platinum in abundance, the valley of Santa Rosa in the province of Antioquia, the Andes of Quindío, and Guazam near Cuenca yielded sulphuretted mercury. The tableland of Bogota, near Zipiquira and Canoas, fossil salt and pit coal. But even in New Granada, subterranean labours on the silver and gold veins have hitherto been very rare. I am far, however, from wishing to discourage the miners of those countries. I merely conceive that for the purpose of proving to the Old World the political importance of Venezuela, the amazing territorial wealth of which is founded on agriculture and the produce of pastoral life, it is not necessary to describe as realities or as the acquisition of industry what is, as yet, founded solely on hopes and probabilities more or less certain. The Republic of Colombia also possesses on its coast, on the island of Margareta, on the Rio Hacha, and in the Gulf of Panama, pearl fisheries of ancient celebrity. In the present state of things, however, fishing for these pearls is an object of as little importance as the exportation of the metals of Venezuela. The existence of metallic veins on several points of the coast cannot be doubted. Mines of gold and silver were worked at the beginning of the conquest at Buria, near Barquisimeto, in the province of Los Mariches, at Baruta, on the south of Caracas, and at Real de Santa Barbara, near the Villa de Cura. Grains of gold are found in the whole mountainous territory between Rio Yaracuy, the Villa de San Felipe, and Nirgua, as well as between Guigüe and Los Moros de San Juan. M. Bonpland and myself, during our long journey, saw nothing in the nice granite of Spanish Guiana to confirm the old faith in the metallic wealth of that district. Yet it seems certain, from several historical notices, that there exist two groups of auriferous alluvial land, one between the sources of the Rio Negro, the Uaupes, and the Iquiare, the other between the sources of the Essequibo, the Caroni, and the Rupunuri. Hitherto, only one working is found in Venezuela, that of Aroa. It furnished in 1800 near 1,500 quintals of copper of excellent quality. The greenstone rocks of the transition mountains of Tucutumeno, between Villa de Cura and Parapara, contain veins of malachite and copper pyrites. The indications of both ochreous and magnetic iron in the coast chain, the native alum of Chuparipari, the salt of Araya, the kaolin of the Silla, the jade of the upper Orinoco, the petroleum of Buen Pastor, and the sulphur of the eastern part of New Andalusia equally merit the attention of the government. It is easy to ascertain the existence of some mineral substances which afford hopes of profitable working, but it requires great circumspection to decide whether the mineral be sufficiently abundant and accessible to cover the expense. Note. In 1800, a day labourer, peon, employed in working the ground, gained in the province of Caracas 15 sous, exclusive of his food. A man who hewed building timber in the forests on the coast of Paria was paid at Cumaná 45 to 50 sous a day, without his food. A carpenter gained daily from 3 to 6 francs in New Andalusia. 3 cakes of cassava, the bread of the country, 21 inches in diameter, 1½ lines thick, and 2½ pounds weight, cost at Caracas 1/2 real, or 6½ sous. A man daily eats not less than 2 sous worth of cassava, that food being constantly mixed with bananas, dried meat, tasajo, and panelon, or refined sugar. End of note. Even in the eastern part of South America, gold and silver are found dispersed in a manner that surprises the European geologist. But that dispersion, together with the divided and entangled state of the veins and the appearance of some metals only in masses, render the working extremely expensive. The example of Mexico sufficiently proves that the interest attached to the labours of the mines is not prejudicial to agricultural pursuits, and that those two branches of industry may simultaneously promote each other. The failure of the attempts made under the intendant Don Jose Avalo must be attributed solely to the ignorance of the persons employed by the Spanish government, who mistook mica and hornblende for metallic substances. If the government would order the Capitania General of Caracas to be carefully examined during a series of years by men of science, well versed in geognosy and chemistry, the most satisfactory results might be expected. End of chapter 3.27, part 2. Chapter 3.27, part 3. Of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.27, Part 3. The description above given of the productions of Venezuela and the development of its coast sufficiently shows the importance of the commerce of that rich country. Even under the thraldom of the colonial system, the value of the exported products of agriculture and of the gold washings amount to 11 or 12 millions of piastres in the countries at present united under the denomination of the Republic of Colombia. The exports of the Capitania General of Caracas alone, exclusive of the precious metals which are the objects of regular working, was, with the contraband, from 5 to 6 millions of piastres at the beginning of the 19th century. Cumana, Barcelona, La Guaira, Porto Cabello, and Maracaibo are the most important parts of the coast. Those that lie most eastward have the advantage of an easier communication with the Virgin Islands, Guadeloupe, Martinique, and St. Vincent. Angostura, the real name of which is Santo Tomé de Nueva Guyana, may be considered as the port of the rich province of Varinas. The majestic river on whose banks this town is built affords by its communications with the Apure, the Meta, and the Rio Negro the greatest advantage for trade with Europe. The shores of Venezuela, from the beauty of their ports, the tranquillity of the sea by which they are washed, and the fine timber that covers them, possess great advantages over the shores of the United States. In no part of the world do we find firmer anchorage or better positions for the establishment of ports. The sea of this coast is constantly calm, like that which extends from Lima to Guayaquil. The storms and hurricanes of the West Indies are never felt on the Costa Firme, and when, after the sun has passed the meridian, thick clouds charged with electricity accumulate on the mountains of the coasts, a pilot, accustomed to these latitudes, knows that this threatening aspect of the sky denotes only a squall. The virgin forests near the sea, in the eastern part of New Andalusia, present valuable resources for the establishment of dockyards. The wood of the mountains of Paria may vie with that of the island of Cuba, Huasacualco, Guayaquil, and San Blas. The Spanish government, at the close of the last century, fixed its attention on this important object. Marine engineers were sent to mark the finest trunks of Brazil wood, mahogany, cedrela, and laurinea, between Angostura and the mouth of the Orinoco, as well as on the banks of the Gulf of Paria, commonly called the Golfo Triste. It was not intended to establish docks on that spot, but to hew the weighty timber in the forms necessary for shipbuilding, and transport it to Caraque, near Cadiz. Though trees fit for masts are not found in this country, it was nevertheless hoped that the execution of this project would considerably diminish the importance of timber from Sweden and Norway. The experiment of forming this establishment was tried in a very unhealthy spot, the valley of Quebranta, near Guiriri. I have already adverted to the causes of its destruction. The insalubrity of the place would doubtless have diminished in proportion as the forest, El Monte Virgin, should have been removed from the dwellings of the inhabitants. Mulattoes, and not whites, ought to have been employed in hewing the wood, and it should have been remembered that the expensive roads, arrastraderos, for the transport of the timber, when once laid out, would not have been the same, and that by the increase of the population, the price of day labour would progressively have diminished. It is for shipbuilders alone, who determine the localities, to judge whether, in the present state of things, the freight of merchant vessels be not far too high to admit of sending to Europe large quantities of roughly hewn wood. But it cannot be doubted that Venezuela possesses on its maritime coast, as well as on the banks of the Orinoco, immense resources for shipbuilding. The fine ships which have been launched from the dockyards of the Havana, Guayaquil, and San Blas have, no doubt, cost more than those constructed in Europe, but from the nature of tropical wood they possess the advantages of hardness and amazing durability. The great struggle during which Venezuela has fought for independence has lasted more than 12 years. That period has been no less fruitful than civil commotions usually are in heroic and generous actions, guilty errors, and violent passions. The sentiment of common danger has strengthened the ties between men of various races who, spread over the plains of Cumaná or insulated on the tableland of the Cundinamarca, have a physical and moral organization as different as the climates in which they live. The mother country has several times regained possession of some districts, but as revolutions are always renewed with more violence, when the evils that produce them can no longer be remedied, these conquests have been transitory. To facilitate and give greater energy to the defense of this country, the governments have been concentrated, and a vast state has been formed, extending from the mouth of the Orinoco to the other side of the Andes of Riobamba and the banks of the Amazon. The Capitania General of Caracas has been united to the Viceroyalty of New Granada, from which it was only separated entirely in 1777. This union, which will always be indispensable for external safety, this centralization of powers in a country 6 times larger than Spain, has been prompted by political views. The tranquil progress of the new government has justified the wisdom of those views, and the Congress will find still fewer obstacles in the execution of its beneficent projects for national industry and civilization, in proportion as it can grant increased liberty to the provinces, must render the people sensible to the advantages of institutions which they have purchased at the price of their blood. In every form of government, in republics as well as in limited monarchies, improvements, to be salutary, must be progressive. New Andalusia, Caracas, Cundinamarca, Popayan, and Quito are not confederate states like Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Maryland. Without juntas or provincial legislatures, all those countries are directly subject to the Congress and the government of Colombia. In conformity with the Constitutional Act, the intendants and governors of the departments and provinces are nominated by the President of the Republic. It may be naturally supposed that such dependence has not always been deemed favourable to the liberty in the communes, which love to discuss their own local interests. The ancient kingdom of Quito, for instance, is connected by the habits and language of its mountainous inhabitants with Peru and New Granada. If there were a provincial junta, if the Congress alone determined the taxes necessary for the defense and general welfare of Colombia, the feeling of an individual political existence would render the inhabitants less interested in the choice of the spot which is the seat of the central government. The same argument applies to New Andalusia and Guyana, which are governed by intendants named by the President. It may be said that these provinces have hitherto been in a position differing but little from those territories of the United States which have a population below 60,000 souls. Peculiar circumstances, which cannot be justly appreciated at such a distance, have doubtless rendered great centralization necessary in the civil administration. Every change would be dangerous as long as the state has external enemies, but the forms useful for defense are not always those which, after the struggle, sufficiently favor individual liberty and the development of public prosperity. The powerful Union of North America has long been insulated and without contact with any states having analogous institutions. Although the progress America is making from east to west is considerably retarded near the right bank of the Mississippi, she will advance without interruption towards the internal provinces of Mexico, and will there find a European people of another race, other manners, and a different religious faith. Will the feeble population of those provinces, belonging to another dawning federation, resist, or will it be absorbed by the torrent from the east and transformed into an Anglo-American state like the inhabitants of Lower Louisiana? The future will soon solve this problem. On the other hand, Mexico is separated from Colombia only by Guatemala, a country of extreme fertility, which has recently assumed the denomination of the Republic of Central America. The political divisions between Oaxaca and Chiapas, Costa Rica and Veragua are not founded either on the natural limits or the manners and languages of the natives, but solely on the habit of dependence on the Spanish chiefs who reside at Mexico, Guatemala, or Santa Fe de Bogota. It seems natural that Guatemala should one day join the isthmuses of Veragua and Panama to the isthmus of Costa Rica, and that Quito should connect New Granada with Peru, as La Paz, Charcas, and Potosi link Peru with Buenos Aires. The intermediate parts from Chiapas to the Cordilleras of Upper Peru form a passage from one political association to another, like those transitory forms which link together the various groups of the organic kingdom in nature. In neighbouring monarchies, the provinces that adjoin each other present those striking demarcations, which are the effect of great centralization of power in federal republics. States situated at the extremities of each system are some time before they acquire a stable equilibrium. It would be almost a matter of indifference to the provinces between Arkansas and the Rio del Norte whether they send their deputies to Mexico or to Washington. Were Spanish America one day to show a more uniform tendency toward the spirit of federalism, which the example of the United States has created on several points, there would result from the contact of so many systems or groups of states, confederations variously graduated. I here only touch on the relations that arise from this assemblage of colonies on an uninterrupted line of 1,600 leagues in length. We have seen in North America one of the old Atlantic states divided into two, and each having a different representation. The separation of Maine and Massachusetts in 1820 was effected in the most peaceable manner. Schisms of this kind will, it may be feared, render such changes turbulent. It may also be observed that the importance of the geographical divisions of Spanish America, founded at the same time on the relations of local position and the habits of several centuries, have prevented the mother country from retarding the separation of the colonies by attempting to establish Spanish princes in the New World. In order to rule such vast possessions, it would have been requisite to form 6 or 7 centers of government, and that multiplicity of centers was hostile to the establishment of new dynasties at the period when they might still have been salutary to the mother country. Bacon somewhere observes that it would be happy if nations would always follow the example of time, the greatest of all innovators, but who acts calmly and almost without being perceived. This happiness does not belong to colonies when they reach the critical juncture of emancipation, and least of all to Spanish America, engaged in the struggle at first not to obtain complete independence, but to escape from a foreign yoke. May these party agitations be succeeded by a lasting tranquillity. May the germ of civil discord, disseminated during 3 centuries to secure the dominion of the mother country, gradually perish, and may productive and commercial Europe be convinced that to perpetuate the political agitations of the New World would be to impoverish herself by diminishing the consumption of her productions and losing a market which already yields more than 17 millions of piastres. Many years must no doubt elapse before 17 millions of inhabitants, spread over a surface 1/5 greater than the whole of Europe, will have found a stable equilibrium in governing themselves. The most critical moment is that when nations, after long oppression, find themselves suddenly at liberty to promote their own prosperity. The Spanish Americans, it is increasingly repeated, are not sufficiently advanced in intellectual cultivation to be fitted for free institutions. I remember that at a period not very remote, the same reasoning was applied to other nations who were said to have had too great an advance in civilization. Experience no doubt proves that nations, like individuals, find that intellect and learning do not always lead to happiness, but without denying the necessity of a certain mass of knowledge and popular instruction for the stability of republics or constitutional monarchies, we believe that stability depends much less on the degree of intellectual improvement than on the strength of the national character, on that balance of energy and tranquillity of ardor and patience which maintains and perpetuates new institutions, on the local circumstances in which a nation is placed, and on the political relations of a country with neighboring states. End of chapter 3.27. Chapter 3.28 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.28. Passage from the coast of Venezuela to the Havana. General view of the population of the West India Islands, compared with the population of the new continent, with respect to diversity of races, personal liberty, language, and worship. We sailed from Nueva Barcelona on the 24th of November at 9 o'clock in the evening, and we doubled the small rocky island of Borrachita. The night was marked by coolness which characterizes the nights of the tropics, and the agreeable effect of which can only be conceived by comparing the nocturnal temperature from 23 to 24 degrees centigrade with the mean temperature of the day, which in those latitudes is generally, even on the coast, from 28 to 29 degrees. Next day, soon after the observation of noon, we reached the meridian of the island of Tortugas. It is destitute of vegetation, and like the little islands of Coche and Cabagua, is remarkable for its small elevation above the level of the sea. In the forenoon of the 26th, we began to lose sight of the island of Margarita, and I endeavoured to verify the height of the rocky group of Macanao. It appeared under an angle of 0 degrees, 16 minutes 35 seconds, which in a distance estimated at 60 miles, would give the mica slate group of Macanao the elevation of about 660 toises, a result which, in a zone where the terrestrial refractions are so unchanging, leads me to think that the island was less distant than we supposed. The dome of the Silla of Caracas, lying 62 degrees to the southwest, long fixed our attention. At those times, when the coast is not loaded with vapours, the Silla must be visible at sea, without reckoning the effects of refraction, at 33 leagues distance. During the 26th and the 3 following days, the sea was covered with a bluish film which, when examined by a compound microscope, appeared formed of an innumerable quantity of filaments. We frequently find these filaments in the Gulf Stream and the Channel of Bahama, as well as near the coast of Buenos Aires. Some naturalists are of opinion that they are vestiges of the eggs of mollusca, but they appear to be more like fragments of fuci. The phosphorescence of seawater seems, however, to be augmented by their presence, especially between 28 and 30 degrees of north latitude, which indicates an origin of some sort of animal nature. On the 27th, we slowly approached the island of Orchila. Like all the small islands in the vicinity of the fertile coast of the continent, it has never been inhabited. I found the latitude of the northern cape 11 degrees 51 minutes 44 seconds, and the longitude of the eastern cape 68 degrees 26 minutes 5 seconds, supposing Nueva Barcelona to be 67 degrees 4 minutes 48 seconds. Opposite the western cape, there is a small rock against which the waves beat turbulently. Some angles taken with the sextant gave, for the length of the island from east to west, 8.4 miles, 9,500 toises, and for the breadth scarcely 3 miles. The island of Orchila, which, from its name, I figured to myself as a bare rock covered with lichens, was at that period beautifully verdant. The hills of gneiss were covered with grasses. It appears that the geological constitution of Orchila resembles, on a small scale, that of Margarita. It consists of 2 groups of rocks joined by a neck of land. It is an isthmus covered with sand, which seems to have issued from the floods by the successive lowering of the level of the sea. The rocks, like all those which are perpendicular and insulated in the middle of the sea, appear much more elevated than they really are, for they scarcely exceed from 80 to 90 toises. The Punta Rasa stretches to the northwest and is lost, like a sandbank, below the waters. It is dangerous for navigators, and so is likewise the Mogote, which, at the distance of 2 miles from the western cape, is surrounded by breakers. On a very near examination of these rocks, we saw the strata of gneiss inclined toward the northwest and crossed by thick layers of quartz. The destruction of these layers has doubtless created the sands of the surrounding beach. Some clumps of trees shade the valleys. The summits of the hills are crowned with fan-leaved palm trees, probably the palma de sombrero of the llanos, Corypha tectorum. Rain is not abundant in these countries, but probably some springs might be found on the island of Orchila, if sought for with the same care as in the mica slate rocks of Punta Araya. When we recollect how many bare and rocky islands are inhabited and cultivated between the 17th and 26th degrees of latitude in the archipelago of the Lesser Antilles and Bahama Islands, we are surprised to find those islands desert which are near to the coast of Cumana, Barcelona, and Caracas. They would long have ceased to be so had they been under the dominion of any other government than that to which they belong. Nothing can engage men to circumscribe their industry within the narrow limits of a small island when a neighbouring continent offers them greater advantages. We perceived at sunset the 2 points of the Roca de Afuera rising like towers in the midst of the ocean. A survey taken with the compass placed the most easterly of the points, or roc, at 0 degrees 19 minutes west of the western cape of Orchila. The clouds continued long accumulated over that island and showed its position from afar. The influence of a small tract of land in condensing the vapours suspended at an elevation of 800 toises is a very extraordinary phenomenon, although familiar to all mariners. From this accumulation of clouds, the position of the lowest island may be recognized at a great distance. On the 29th November, we still saw very distinctly at sunrise the summit of the Silla of Caracas, just rising above the horizon of the sea. At noon, everything denoted a change of weather in the direction of the north. The atmosphere suddenly cooled to 12.6 degrees, while the sea maintained a temperature of 25.6 degrees at its surface. At the moment of the observation of noon, the oscillations of the horizon, crossed by streaks or black bands of very variable size, produced changes of refraction from 3 to 4 degrees. The sea became rough in very calm weather, and everything announced a stormy passage between Cayman Island and Cape San Antonio. On the 30th, the wind veered suddenly to the north-northeast, and the surge rose to a considerable height. Northward, a darkish blue tint was observable on the sky. The rolling of our small vessel was violent, and we perceived amidst the dashing of the waves 2 seas crossing each other, one from north and the other from the north-northeast. Waterspouts were formed at the distance of a mile, and were carried rapidly from north-northeast to north-northwest. Whenever the waterspout drew near us, we felt the wind grow sensibly cooler. Towards evening, owing to the carelessness of our American cook, our deck took fire, but fortunately it was soon extinguished. On the morning of the 1st of December, the sea slowly calmed, and the breeze became steady from the northeast. On the 2nd of December, we descried Cape Beata, in a spot where we had long observed the clouds gathered together. According to the observations of Archiner, which I obtained in the night, we were 64 miles distant. During the night, there was a very curious optical phenomenon, which I shall not undertake to account for. At midnight, the wind blew feebly from the east. The thermometer rose to 23.2 degrees. The whalebone hygrometer was at 57 degrees. I had remained upon the deck to observe the culmination of some stars. The full moon was high in the heavens. Suddenly, in the direction of the moon, 45 degrees before its passage over the meridian, a great arch was formed, tinged with the prismatic colours, though not of a bright hue. The arch appeared higher than the moon. This iris band was near 2 degrees broad, and its summit seemed to rise nearly from 80 to 85 degrees above the horizon of the sea. The sky was singularly pure. There was no appearance of rain, and what struck me most was that this phenomenon, which perfectly resembled a lunar rainbow, was not in the direction opposite to the moon. The arch remained stationary, or at least appeared to do so, during 8 or 10 minutes, and at the moment when I tried, if it were possible, to see it by reflection in the mirror of the sextant, it began to move and descend, crossing successively the moon and Jupiter. It was 12 hours 54 minutes meantime when the summit of the arch sank below the horizon. This movement of an arch, coloured like the rainbow, filled with astonishment the sailors who were on watch on the deck. They alleged, as they do on the appearance of every extraordinary meteor, that it denoted wind. Monsieur Arago examined the sketch of this arch in my journal, and he is of the opinion that the image of the moon reflected in the waters could not have given a halo of such great dimensions. The rapidity of the movement is no small obstacle in the way of explanation of a phenomenon well worthy of attention. On the 3rd of December, we felt some uneasiness, on account of the proximity of a small vessel, supposed to be a pirate, but which, as it drew near, we recognized to be the Balandra del Fraile, the sloop of the monk. I was at a loss to conceive what so strange a denomination meant. The bark belonged to a Franciscan missionary, a rich priest, of an Indian village in the savannas, llanos, of Barcelona, who had for several years carried on a very lucrative contraband trade with the Danish islands. Monsieur Bonpland and several passengers saw in the night at the distance of 1/4 of a mile with the wind a small flame on the surface of the ocean. It ran in the direction of southwest and lighted up the atmosphere. No shock of earthquake was felt, and there was no change in the direction of the waves. Was it a phosphorescent gleam produced by a great accumulation of mollusca in a state of putrefaction, or did this flame issue from the depths of the sea, as is said to have been sometimes observable in latitudes agitated by volcanoes? The latter supposition appears to me devoid of all probability. The volcanic flame can only issue from the deep when the rocky bed of the ocean is already heaved up, so that the flames and incandescent scoria escape from the swelled and creviced part without traversing the waters. At 10:30 in the morning of the 4th of December, we were in the meridian of Cape Baco, Punta Abaco, which I found in 76 degrees 7 minutes 50 seconds, or 9 degrees 3 minutes 2 seconds west of Nueva Barcelona. Having attained the parallel of 17 degrees, the fear of pirates made us prefer the direct passage across the bank of Vibora, better known by the name of the Pedro Shoals. This bank occupies more than 280 square sea leagues, and its configuration strikes the eye of the geologist by its resemblance to that of Jamaica, which is in its neighbourhood. It forms an island almost as large as Puerto Rico. From the 5th of December, the pilots believed they took successively the measurement at a distance of the island of Ranas, Morant Keys, Cape Portland, and Pedro Keys. They may probably have been deceived in several of these distances, which were taken from the masthead. I have elsewhere noted these measurements, not with the view of opposing them to those which had been made by able English navigators in these frequented latitudes, but merely to connect, in the same system of observations, the points I determined in the forests of the Orinoco and in the archipelago of the West Indies. The milky colour of the waters warned us that we were on the eastern part of the bank. The centigrade thermometer, which at a distance from the bank and on the surface of the sea, had for several days kept at 27 and 27.3 degrees, the air being at 21.2 degrees, sank suddenly to 25.7 degrees. The weather was bad from the 4th to the 6th of December. It rained fast, thunder rolled at a distance, and the gusts of wind from the north-northeast became more and more violent. We were, during some part of the night, in a critical position. We heard before us the noise of the breakers over which we had to pass, and we could ascertain their direction by the phosphoric gleam reflected from the foam of the sea. The scene resembled the Raudal of Garzita and other rapids which we had seen in the bed of the Orinoco. We succeeded in changing our course, and in less than 1/4 of an hour we were out of danger. While we traversed the bank of the Vibora from south-southeast to north-northwest, I repeatedly tried to ascertain the temperature of the water on the surface of the sea. The cooling was less sensible on the middle of the bank than on its edge, a circumstance which we attributed to the currents that they are mingled waters from different latitudes. On the south of Pedro Keys, the surface of the sea, at 25 fathoms deep, was 26.4, and at 15 fathoms deep, 26.2 degrees. The temperature of the sea on the east of the bank had been 26.8 degrees. Some American pilots affirm that among the Bahama Islands they often know, when seated in the cabin, that they are passing over sandbanks. They allege that the lights are surrounded with small coloured halos, and that the air exhaled from the lungs is visibly condensed. The latter circumstance appears very doubtful. Below 30 degrees of latitude, the cooling produced by the waters of the bank is not sufficiently considerable to cause this phenomenon. During the time we passed on the bank of the Vibora, the constitution of the air was quite different from what it had been when we had quitted it. The rain was circumscribed by the limits of the bank, of which we could distinguish the form from afar by the mass of vapour with which it was covered. On the 9th of December, as we advanced toward the Cayman Islands, the northeast wind again blew with violence. Note: Christopher Columbus, in 1503, named the Cayman Islands Penascales de las Tortugas, on account of the sea tortoises which he saw swimming in those latitudes. End of note. I nevertheless obtained some altitudes of the sun at the moment when we believed ourselves, though 12 miles distant, in the meridian of the centre of the Great Cayman, which is covered with cocoa trees. The weather continued bad and the sea extremely rough. The wind at length fell as we neared Cape San Antonio. I found the northern extremity of the cape 87 degrees 17 minutes 22 seconds, or 2 degrees 34 minutes and 14 seconds eastward of the Morro of the Havana. This is the longitude now marked on the best charts. We were at the distance of 3 miles from land, but we were made aware of the proximity of the island of Cuba by a delicious aromatic odor. The sailors affirm that this odor is not perceived when they approach from Cape Catoche on the barren coast of Mexico. As the weather grew clearer, the thermometer rose gradually in the shade to 27 degrees. We advanced rapidly northward, carried on by a current from south-southeast, the temperature of which rose at the surface of the water to 26.7 degrees, while out of the current it was 24.6 degrees. We anchored in the port of the Havana on the 19th of December, after a passage of 25 days in continuous bad weather. End of chapter 3.28. Chapter 3.29, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 3, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3.29, Part 1. Political Essay on the Island of Cuba, the Havana. Hills of Guanabacoa considered in their geological relations. Valley of Las Guinas, Batabano and the port of Trinidad, the King and Queen's Gardens. Cuba owes its political importance to a variety of circumstances, among which may be enumerated the extent of its surface, the fertility of its soil, its naval establishments, and the nature of its population, of which 3/5 are free men. All these advantages are heightened by the admirable position of the Havana. The northern part of the Caribbean Sea, known by the name of the Gulf of Mexico, forms a circular basin more than 250 leagues in diameter. It is a Mediterranean with 2 outlets. The island of Cuba, or rather its coast, between Cape San Antonio and the town of Matanzas, situated at the opening of the old channel, closes the Gulf of Mexico on the southeast, leaving the ocean current known by the name of the Gulf Stream, no other outlet on the south than a strait between Cape St. Antonio and Cape Catoche, and no other on the north than the channel of Bahama, between Bahia Honda and the shoals of Florida. Near the northern outlet, where the highways of so many nations may be said to cross each other, lies the fine port of the Havana, fortified at once by nature and by art. The fleets which sail from this port, and which are partly constructed of the cedrela and the mahogany of the island of Cuba, might, at the entrance of the Mexican Mediterranean, menace the opposite coast, as the fleets that sail from Cadiz command the Atlantic near the Pillars of Hercules. In the meridian of the Havana, the Gulf of Mexico, the Old Channel, and the Channel of Bahama unite. The opposite direction of the currents and the violent agitations of the atmosphere at the setting in of winter impart a peculiar character to these latitudes at the extreme limit of the equinoctial zone. The island of Cuba is the largest of the Antilles. Note: its area is little less in extent than that of England, not including Wales. End of note. Its long and narrow form gives it a vast development of coast, and places it in proximity with Haiti and Jamaica, with the most southern province of the United States, Florida, and the most easterly province of the Mexican Confederation, Yucatan. Note: these places are brought into communication with one another by a voyage of 10 or 12 days. End of note. This circumstance claims serious attention when it is considered that Jamaica, St. Domingo, Cuba, and the southern parts of the United States, from Louisiana to Virginia, contain nearly 2,800,000 Africans. Since the separation of St. Domingo, the Floridas, and New Spain from the mother country, the island of Cuba is connected only by a similarity of religion, language, and manners with the neighboring countries, which, during ages, were subject to the same laws. Florida forms the last link in that long chain, the northern extremity of which reaches the basin of St. Lawrence and extends from the region of palm trees to that of the most rigorous winter. The inhabitant of New England regards the increasing augmentation of the black population, the preponderance of the slave states, and the predilection for the cultivation of colonial products as a public danger, and earnestly wishes that the Strait of Florida, the present limit of the great American Confederation, may never be passed but with the views of free trade founded on equal rights. If he fears events which may place the Havana under the dominion of a European power more formidable than Spain, he is not the less desirous that the political ties by which Louisiana, Pensacola, and St. Augustine of Florida were heretofore united to the island of Cuba may be forever broken. The extreme sterility of the soil, joined to the want of inhabitants and of cultivation, have at all times rendered the proximity of Florida of small importance to the trade of the Havana, but the case is different on the coast of Mexico. The shores of that country, stretching in a semicircle from the frequented ports of Tampico, Vera Cruz, and Alvarado to Cape Catoche, almost touch, by the peninsula of Yucatan, the western part of the island of Cuba. Commerce is extremely active between the Havana and the port of Campeche, and it increases notwithstanding the new order of things in Mexico, because the trade, equally illicit with a more distant coast, that of Caracas or Colombia, employs but a small number of vessels. In such difficult times, the supply of salt meat, tasajo, for the slaves is more easily obtained from Buenos Aires and the plains of Merida than from those of Cumaná, Barcelona, and Caracas. The island of Cuba and the archipelago of the Philippines have for ages derived from New Spain the funds necessary for their internal administration and for keeping up their fortifications, arsenals, and dockyards. The Havana was the military port of the New World, and, till 1808, annually received 1,800,000 piastres from the Mexican treasury. At Madrid, it was long the custom to consider the island of Cuba and the archipelago of the Philippines as dependencies on Mexico, situated at very unequal distances east and west of Vera Cruz and Acapulco, but linked to the Mexican metropolis, then a European colony, by all the ties of commerce, mutual aid, and ancient sympathies. Increased internal wealth has rendered unnecessary the pecuniary succour formerly furnished to Cuba from the Mexican treasury. Of all the Spanish possessions, that island has been most prosperous. The port of Havana has, since the troubles of St. Domingo, become one of the most important points of the commercial world. A fortunate concurrence of political circumstances, joined to the intelligence and commercial activity of the inhabitants, have preserved to the Havana the uninterrupted enjoyment of free intercourse with foreign nations. I twice visited this island, residing there on one occasion for 3 months, and on the other for 6 weeks, and I enjoyed the confidence of persons who, from their abilities and their position, were enabled to furnish me with the best information. In company with M. BONPLAND, I visited only the vicinity of the Havana, the beautiful valley of Guinas, and the coast between Batabano and the port of Trinidad. After having succinctly described the aspect of this scenery and the singular modifications of a climate so different from that of the other islands, I will proceed to examine the general population of the island of Cuba, its area calculated from the most accurate sketch of the coast, the objects of trade, and the state of the public revenue. The aspect of the Havana, at the entrance of the port, is one of the gayest and most picturesque on the shore of equinoctial America north of the equator. This spot is celebrated by travellers of all nations. It boasts not the luxuriant vegetation that adorns the banks of the river Guayaquil, nor the wild majesty of the rocky coast of Rio de Janeiro, but the grace which in those climates embellishes the scenes of cultivated nature is at the Havana mingled with the majesty of vegetable forms and the organic vigour that characterizes the torrid zone. On entering the port of the Havana, you pass between the fortress of the Morro, Castillo de los Santos Reyes, and the fort of San Salvador de la Punta, the opening being only from 170 to 200 toises wide. Having passed this narrow entrance, leaving on the north the fine castle of San Carlos de la Cabana and the Casa Blanca, we reach a basin in the form of a trefoil, of which the great axis, stretching from south-southwest to north-northeast, is 2 miles and 1/5 long. This basin communicates with 3 creeks, those of Regla, Guanavacoa, and Atares. In this last there are some springs of fresh water. The town of the Havana, surrounded by walls, forms a promontory bounded on the south by the arsenal and on the north by the fort of La Punta. After passing beyond some wrecks of vessels sunk in the shoals of La Luz, we no longer find 8 or 10, but 5 or 6 fathoms of water. The castles of Santo Domingo de Atares and San Carlos del Principe defend the town on the westward. They are distant from the interior wall, on the land side, the one 660 toises, the other 1,240. The intermediate space is filled by the suburbs, arrabales or barrios extramuros, of Horcon, Jesús Maria, Guadalupe, and Señor de la Salud, which from year to year encroach on the fields of Mars, Campo del Marte. The great edifices of the Havana, the cathedral, the Casa del Gobierno, the house of the commandant of the marine, the Correo, or general post office, and the factory of tobacco, are less remarkable for beauty than for solidity of structure. The streets are for the most part narrow and unpaved, stones being brought from Vera Cruz and very difficult of transport. The idea was conceived a short time before my voyage of joining great trunks of trees together, as is done in Germany and Russia, when dikes are constructed across marshy places. This project was soon abandoned, and travellers newly arrived beheld with surprise fine trunks of mahogany sunk in the mud of the Havana. At the time of my sojourn there, few towns of Spanish America presented, owing to the want of a good police, a more unpleasant aspect. People walked in mud up to the knee, and the multitude of calèches or volantes, the characteristic equipage of the Havana, of carts loaded with casks of sugar, and porters elbowing passengers, rendered walking most disagreeable. The smell of tasajo often poisons the houses and the winding streets, but it appears that of late the police has interposed, and that a manifest improvement has taken place in the cleanliness of the streets, that the houses are more airy, and that the Calle de los Mercadores presents a fine appearance. Here, as in the oldest towns of Europe, an ill-traced plan of streets can only be amended by slow degrees. There are 2 fine public walks, one called the Alameda, between the Hospital of Santa Paula and the theatre, and the other between the Castillo de la Punta and the Puerta de la Muralla, called the Paseo Extramuros. The latter is deliciously cool, and is frequented by carriages after sunset. It was begun by the Marquis de la Torre, governor of the island, who gave the first impulse to the improvement of the police and the municipal government. Don Luis de las Casas and the Count of Santa Clara enlarged the plantations. Near the Campo de Marte is the Botanical Garden, which is well worthy to fix the attention of the government, and another place fitted to excite at once pity and indignation, the Barracoon, in front of which the wretched slaves are exposed for sale. A marble statue of Charles III has been erected since my return to Europe, in the Extramuros Walk. This spot was at first destined for a monument to Christopher Columbus, whose ashes, after the cession of the Spanish part of St. Domingo, were brought to the island of Cuba. Note: Columbus lies buried in the Cathedral of the Havana, close to the wall, near the high altar. On the tomb is the following inscription: O restos y imagen del Gran Colón, 1000 siglos duran guardados en la urna, y en remembranza de nuestra nación. O relics and image of the great Colón, Columbus, 1000 ages are encompassed in thy urn, and in memory of our nation. His remains were first deposited at Valladolid, and thence were removed to Seville. In 1536 the bodies of Columbus and of his son Diego, el Adelantado, were carried to St. Domingo, and there interred in the cathedral, but they were afterwards removed to the place where they now repose. End of note. The same year, the ashes of Fernando Cortez were transferred in Mexico from one church to another. Thus, at the close of the 18th century, the remains of the 2 greatest men who promoted the conquest of America were interred in new sepulchres. The most majestic palm tree of its tribe, the Palma Real, imparts a peculiar character to the landscape in the vicinity of the Havana. It is the Oreodoxa regia of our description of American palm trees. Its tall trunk, slightly swelled toward the middle, grows to the height of 60 or 80 feet. The upper part is glossy, of a delicate green, newly formed by the closing and dilation of the petioles, contrasts with the rest, which is whitish and fendilated. It appears like 2 columns, the one surmounting the other. The Palma Real of the island of Cuba has feathery leaves rising perpendicularly toward the sky and curved only at the point. The form of this plant reminded us of the Vagdaia palm, which covers the rocks in the cataracts of the Orinoco, balancing its long points over a mist of foam. Here, as in every place where the population is concentrated, vegetation diminishes. Those palm trees round the Havana and in the amphitheatre of Regla, on which I delighted to gaze, are disappearing by degrees. The marshy places, which I saw covered with bamboos, are cultivated and drained. Civilization advances, and the soil, gradually stripped of plants, scarcely offers any trace of its wild abundance. From the Punta to San Lazaro, from Cabana to Regla, and from Regla to Atares, the road is covered with houses, and those that surround the bay are of light and elegant construction. The plan of these houses is traced out by the owners, and they are ordered from the United States, like pieces of furniture. When the yellow fever rages at the Havana, the proprietors withdraw to those country houses and to the hills between Regla and Guanavacoa to breathe a purer air. In the coolness of night, when the boats cross the bay, and owing to the phosphorescence of the water, leave behind them long tracks of light, these romantic scenes afford charming and peaceful retreats for those who wish to withdraw from the tumult of a populous city. To judge of the progress of cultivation, travellers should visit the small plots of maize and other alimentary plants, the rows of pineapples, ananas, in the fields of Cruz de Piedra, and the Bishop's Garden, Quinta del Obispo, which of late is become a delicious spot. The town of the Havana, properly so called, surrounded by walls, is only 900 toises long and 500 broad. Yet more than 44,000 inhabitants, of whom 26,000 are Negroes and mulattoes, are crowded together in this narrow space. A population nearly as considerable occupies the two great suburbs of Jesús María and La Salud. Note: Salud signifies health. End of note. The latter place does not verify the name it bears. The temperature of the air is indeed lower than in the city, but the streets might have been larger and better planned. Spanish engineers, who have been waging war for 30 years past with the inhabitants of the suburbs, arrabales, have convinced the government that the houses are too near the fortifications, and that the enemy might establish himself there with impunity. But the government has not courage to demolish the suburbs and disperse a population of 28,000 inhabitants collected in La Salud only. Since the Great Fire of 1802, that quarter has been considerably enlarged. Barracks were at first constructed, but by degrees they have been converted into private houses. The defense of the Havana on the west is of the highest importance. So long as the besieged are masters of the town, properly so called, and of the southern part of the bay, the Morro and La Cabana, they are impregnable, because they can be provisioned by the Havana, and the losses of the garrison repaired. I have heard well-informed French engineers observe that an enemy should begin its operations by taking the town in order to bombard the Cabana, a strong fortress, but where the garrison, shut up in the casemates, could not long resist the insalubrity of the climate. The English took the Morro without being masters of the Havana, but the Cabana and the Fort No. 4, which commands the Morro, did not then exist. The most important works on the south and west are the Castillos de Atares y de Principe and the battery of Santa Clara. We employed the months of December, January, and February in making observations in the vicinity of the Havana and the fine plains of Guinas. We experienced, in the family of Señor Cuesta, who then formed with Señor Santa Maria one of the greatest commercial houses in America, and in the house of Count O'Reilly, the most generous hospitality. We lived with the former and deposited our collections and instruments in the spacious hotel of Count O'Reilly, where the terraces favoured our astronomical observations. The longitude of the Havana was at this period more than 1/5 of a degree uncertain. Note: I also fixed by direct observations several positions in the interior of the island of Cuba, namely Rio Blanco, a plantation of Count Jaroco y Mopex; the Almirante, a plantation of the Countess Buenavista; San Antonio de Berritia, the village of Managua, San Antonio de Barreto, and the Fondadero, near the town of San Antonio de los Baños. End of note. It had been fixed by M. Espinosa, the learned director of the Deposito Hydrográfico of Madrid, at 5 degrees 38 minutes 11 seconds, in a table of positions which he communicated to me on leaving Madrid. M. de Churruca fixed the Morro at 5 hours 39 minutes 1 second. I met at the Havana with one of the most able officers of the Spanish Navy, Captain Don Dionisio Galeano, who had taken a survey of the coast of the Strait of Magellan. We made observations together on a series of eclipses of the satellites of Jupiter, of which the mean result gave 5 hours, 38 minutes, 50 seconds. M. Oltmans deducted, in 1805, the whole of those observations which I marked for the Morro, at 5 hours, 38 minutes, 22.5 seconds, 48 degrees, 43 minutes, 7.5 seconds, west of the meridian of Paris. This longitude was confirmed by 15 occultations of stars, observed from 1809 to 1811, and calculated by M. Ferret. That excellent observer fixes the definitive result at 5 degrees, 38 minutes, 50.9 seconds. With respect to the magnetic dip, I found it by the compass of Borda, December 1800, 53 degrees 22 minutes of the old sexagesimal division. 22 years before, according to the very accurate observations made by Captain Sabine in his memorable voyage to the coasts of Africa, America, and Spitzbergen, the dip was only 51 degrees 55 minutes. It had therefore diminished 1 degree 27 minutes. The island of Cuba, being surrounded with shoals and breakers along more than 2/3 of its length, and as ships keep out beyond those dangers, the real shape of the island was for a long time unknown. Its breadth, especially between the Havana and the port of Batabano, has been exaggerated, and it is only since the Deposito Hidrográfico of Madrid published the observations of Captain Don José del Rio and Lieutenant Don Ventura de Barcaizegitui that the area of the land of Cuba could be calculated with any accuracy. Wishing to furnish in this work the most accurate result that can be obtained in the present state of our astronomical knowledge, I engaged M. Bauza to calculate the area. He found, in June 1835, the surface of the island of Cuba, without the Isla dos Pinos, to be 3,520 square leagues, and with that island 3,615. From this calculation, which has been twice repeated, it results that the island of Cuba is 1/7 less than has hitherto been believed, that it is 32/100 larger than Haiti or Santo Domingo, that its surface equals that of Portugal, and within 1/8 that of England without Wales, and that if the whole archipelago of the Antilles presents as great an area as the half of Spain, the island of Cuba alone almost equals in surface the other great and small Antilles. Its greatest length, from Cape San Antonio to Point Maysi, in a direction from west-southwest to east-northeast, and from west-northwest to east-southeast, is 227 leagues, and its greatest breadth, in the direction north and south, from Point Maternillo to the mouth of the Magdalena, near Peak Tarquino, is 37 leagues. The mean breadth of the island, on 4/5 of its length, between the Havana and Puerto Principe, is 15 leagues. In the best cultivated part, between the Havana and Batabano, the isthmus is only 8 sea leagues. Among the great islands of the globe, that of Java most resembles the island of Cuba in its form and area, 4,170 square leagues. Cuba has a circumference of coast of 520 leagues, of which 280 belong to the south shore, between Cape San Antonio and Punta Maysi. End of chapter 3.29, part 1.